solutions to our problems. No.
After June 20th, they're getting shorter.
Lies! Every day is 24 hours! You speak lies!
The point of the day that's daylight.
Days do not vary in length, you liar! Charlatan, heretic, blasphemer!
Exactly.
Don't come here with your
The
Jewish shit,
percentage of the
Yaakov.
day that's daylight gets shorter, okay? Do I have to explain it in that much detail?
Shut
It's a
up.
lie!
4 hours now.
And the sun doesn't set either.
Just shut up already.
Of course, it sets, it does it every day, which only lasts for 24
Oh
hours.
my god, this is like your verbal chewing sound. You hate about the sun. God. He's giving you good news, and you're like, no!
Yeah,
Don't think about it.
Heretic.
I just don't want to think about it because I hate the thought of like days going back to being very short.
Oh, so you like when they're long?
Well, you just said I hate
I love it. I'm just saying.
Everybody loves
Everybody drives her crazy, and she doesn't know if the supermarket is still open, and she needs groceries.
The days
Who
getting
doesn't like it when it's long?
shorter.
I love it when it's long.
Everybody loves it.
That's right, football.
So does Daniel.
Yes.
She never said
Everybody likes it when it's long.
She never said hate. She said these long days are throwing me off or something like.
Yeah, I just said it's confusing. I never said I don't like
Right.
them. I love them.
Sound like you were embracing
Handle the length.
I just said they're very confusing. But I didn't say I hate
A
long
girl like
days.
Lisa,
We're
days is long,
definitely
is
not happy
disorienting.
about it.
I need long days.
She needs the long days, but they still confuse her.
You can say like, a day, you can just say D.
Right, she needs the long day.
You know? Like all women.
You had to say it. It was supposed to be something that people kind of think.
Sorry,
I am
so sorry.
happier. I am happier during the long days.
Why don't
We
you
said
move?
because we have women here, so it's good that you said it.
Why don't you move you and your boonions to northern Alaska for the summer?
Because that would be an awful place to live.
Yeah,
It'll be all summer, all night.
yeah, but it's too cold and too long. No, I would go crazy.
It's not too
with
cold.
honeymoon.
It's not cold in the summer.
It's perfect weather and the sun never goes down.
I like ice.
Wonderful.
Isn't it wonderful?
So I'm just curious, how do you guys do Shabbat in Alaska?
It's a good question.
Based on
Different
the
rabbis have given different opinions on that.
You're being anti-Semitic, Pepe.
And Iceland also.
Now you're
How do
trying
you
to
do it in
learn.
Iceland?
No, I'm only asking because, like, I guess.
I'll do you a
in the
better
There's
sun,
no
you know,
sun coming down,
It would be
yeah.
like really short, or one part
An
of the year would be really
observant
long.
went
The other
up to
part.
space.
You have
An
to fake
observant
it
Jew went up to space,
until
and
you
there
make
were
it.
laws developed as to how he should pray there, because when is his day?
Wasn't it based on where his location was before he went into space? Because that's my understanding.
I think that was the ruling, because it does have to be based on like an Earth-based
Yeah,
location.
so it's based on like if he was from.
It might have been
That was
based,
Ronarod,
it was
right?
probably one of two things. It's probably
No, not
either based off of the location he
Ronarod.
departed from, which would make most sense and contracts with the laws for flight. The other one that I think is still supported, there are some opinions, say you can rely on just whatever time davening is in Israel.
Yeah. What was
Right, that's a simple legalistic solution,
A mini tour.
and all of the prayers are focused on Israel, and the jurisdiction of prayer for Jews is primarily about Jews in Israel. So, Israel would make sense to anchor the actual time of prayer. It wouldn't make sense to do that abroad on the planet, because then you'd be out of sync with the cosmological markers like the sunrise and sunset. But in the space, yes, like on Mars, you'd have to develop time zones, but like the starting one is going to be something probably having to do with Israel.
When Elon Ramon went up to space, unfortunately he died on the way down. He brought up like a mini Torah, like the world's smallest Torah. It was pretty cool. I saw an interview where he wrote it.
But every gram is accounted for.
Yeah, they cost a fortune to bring that thing up.
It costs a fortune to write a Torah that small.
Imagine that, and Snowbird said, okay, make it 2 inches by 3 inches. The guy would be like, what?
There are limitations.
Actually, It's not like a microfilm.
No, it was printed. I think it was printed, not scribed.
Printed? Oh, wow.
Oh, so we just took it as like a Bible.
Yeah, it was just a really small one.
That's what she said.
I don't think he was religious either. So. Yeah.
It was so stupid yet I left. I don't know why did I left now.
So I have a question. I've always wondered
That's
this.
what the end.
At the end.
No.
It's got a long end. I thought it was at the end. I'm sorry.
This is the end.
My friend.
Yes, we're at the
It's
end. What is the
incredible
question?
that like Randy has come up with so many how to say like sticky phrases, you know, and it has spread over everywhere.
Ah, that's his.
Jews are
That's
using it
his.
as well. I have taught them.
Big questions at the end. It's Randy's.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, questions at the end is a Randy thing. They're
Right, with Randy,
amazing.
with
It's also a Randy thing.
Well, you know, even a broken clock is correct twice a day. So
Yeah, hello, that's just the end.
What if a broken clock is in space?
then it's correct all the time for some time zone. You know.
All the clocks on the are tied to Houston time.
Not some.
Yeah. They gotta have a reference point.
Yeah,
They can't just say random.
We have a problem here.
We do
You
know
know,
the problem.
that was almost Cambridge we had a problem.
Really?
Yeah, John had they bulldozed this huge portion of
Houston.
Cambridge. Hold on, it's a great story.
It was almost Tel
Cambridge.
Aviv. We have a problem.
Yeah,
Right?
it is, son.
No. So I went to school at MIT, and there's this huge area that doesn't have triple deckers and doesn't have the general, like, sort of houses that are part of Cambridge. It's all flattened, and it's like warehouses and buildings. So John F. Kennedy, when they started the mission to the moon, he made sure that all of mission control was going to be in Cambridge, Massachusetts, because that would give a lot of money and a lot of jobs and everything to that area, and it was close to MIT and whatever. And then he gets killed, and guess who comes into power? LBJ. Where does he want to put it? He wants to put it in Texas. So now all of a sudden, mission control is in Texas, and it becomes Houston. We have a problem.
Oh.
Yeah, no, money speaks.
What I am impressed is that it was not Tel Aviv. We have a problem
Why would it be Tel Aviv?
because you guys control everything.
Saying that one noticeable change in history that occurred because of Lee Harvey Oswald
Exactly.
was that mission control was in Houston rather.
That's funny.
Right. It's amazing. And all those jobs, I mean, it was a couple $1 billion because of it.
Not insignificant, really.
It wasn't a minor thing, we said. It was huge.
By the way, the assassination occurred in fucking Texas.
We are not going to launch from Houston because it is easy, but because it is not.
I'm just saying, like, it's not so often you can show clear, measurable, like, oh, look, this assassination clearly resulted in this other thing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's not very often.
Really? What's the point of assassinating them then?
No, because that's what I'm saying. Usually, like, people, obviously, they have, like, a political motivation. They think they'll control the tides of history. But, like, Lincoln, revenge for the Civil War, makes sense, still fighting the fight. What's it called? But, like, it's usually, like, a real principle where it, like, everything just explodes. Especially if you kill the right guy.
No pun intended with NASA, everything exploded.
Right. But
Yeah, don't take that.
It's never,
Take
it's
that
never often
personally.
so clear that the reins of power don't descend into chaos, that they're handed over smoothly, and that, like, some political favor, some, like, stupid little notch on someone's belt gets shifted from, frankly, the obvious location, putting it next to MIT.
Well, that's where Lincoln Labs was there that did a lot of the work. MIT did a lot of the work. Like, it made a lot of sense, like, geopolitically, for taking geopolitics out of it, just like where...
Let me ask you, was there already at that time, like, a Silicon Prairie? Like, was Texas Instruments around?
Texas Instruments. Texas Instruments was a scientific calculator company.
Yeah, I know.
They were not like this big, government contractor.
No, what I'm saying is there's a bunch of old tech from like the Silicon Prairie, like before the Silicon Valley.
Yeah, but they were meaningless. They were.
No, Mike, I'm not saying they weren't meaningless. I'm saying, like, did that only exist as, like, a kind of a leech on
I don't know enough. I'd have to research that. I don't know
it's an
enough
interesting
about
question.
that.
But, like, it's just interesting to see, like, because, like, you're never going to find research saying, like, oh, look, here's a measurable distinction as a result of assassination. Because that could obviously be used to encourage assassinations.
Yeah.
But, like, this one is, like, just right there. It's like, hey, look, Texas won out. The Jews.
It's all Jews.
Yeah. Just won't stop Jewing it up.
That's fine.
That is also a Randy thing, is it not?
What?
That's right.
Oh yeah, that's a cowboy.
Oh, really?
How Randy stole it? I gotta tweak him.
What most people don't realize is that Clownhouse is actually an app where ESL speakers come here to learn what's called English. Not many people know that, because this app is actually
We're not doing a good job of it.
Marketed that way.
That's a good point. But
to learn how to speak what we call English. It's called English. And every conversation that has ever happened here is a complete and total waste of time. It's what I like to call super
Who merged with the other Germanic tribes of Saxony.
You're fascinated with us, Edmund.
How did I what? He seems to be gone now.
If Clubhouse was no good at teaching people with foreign language skills American English, how did you become so good at
He is still with us. He is the Anon, the shitty Anon down there, the shitty Anon.
Did or not?
it?
Yeah,
He's
like
right on the stage.
Well, now
Yes, but
he
he's
can
not
only shit on us. He
anymore,
can't
but
even
he's
speak
still
it.
listening to us because
Yeah,
he's
but it was a joke.
recording
I know
us.
you're American. That was the joke.
He's still recording us.
Still recovering from the other night, Josh.
What, me?
What? Were you
You
drunk?
have a pretty thick skin, so probably.
What is he recovering from?
Everything.
You have to answer
A
that.
whole lot of drama unfolded in, I forget, I think it was Jeff's room, but then
Actually, it may have been a different room. I can't remember.
But what happened? Tell me. I want to know.
He's upset that everyone still thinks he's a racist.
no, that's not it. It's
I thought that was a pretty good.
Oh my God! Let Pepe talk.
so. Long story short, like on the conservative side of Clubhouse, they got into it with Roger, and I was kind of involved, and then Rohan, you know Rohan from Australia, he's friends with Roger, and so we kind of start getting into it, and then Rohan, he's like, you remember the whole like Hebrew National Hotdog stupid shit?
Oh yeah, you and Rohan have been, yeah.
And then so he starts playing that again. It's like over a year old, and then Roger gets on, and then of course I call Roger names, and then he kicks all of the conservative people out of the room. It was just stupid.
He kicked you out?
Oh yeah.
And he pulled an Edmund too.
What did he do?
They played a recording of Pepe.
Oh yeah, that is the Rohan one. But Rohan has been doing this to Pepe since forever. He won't let go.
What's in the recording?
Was Jay there also?
Edmund, I just invoked your name positively.
The recording is just me saying like,
Don't kick him.
stupid shit.
What Pepe failed to mention is that he's a low IQ N-word Tourette sufferer, just like T-Robs. He uses the N-word all the time.
Wait, did somebody kick him?
No, he's in the audience.
Don't
Just
kick
don't-
him.
Hey, I'm not kicking him.
I
Just
didn't
don't
kick
mock
him.
him because he has to
Two
do
minutes.
shut up. I
Oh
love
my god, he's
shut up. I love Edmund and I sometimes give him a mod, but sometimes he just moves the room, so I just don't want him to move the room.
Right.
I think that's your favorite.
I feel like that's like an acceptable risk that you gotta take.
Shut up.
Yeah, when you're ready to end the room, you can give him the mod and then he will do
Yeah, I just don't want him to boom the room, that's all. And
So we did?
why would Edmund
he
move in the
doesn't-
room? Then what would he record?
because he has done it just to fuck up with us.
Yeah,
Like I used to give him a mod until like 3 or 4 times he moved the room, that's it. So
So,
I give him a mod when they're like I don't know, it's just 3, 4 of us, whatever. But the thing is that I just don't know when to trust him anymore. I give him mods, but sometimes he just moves the rooms, and so I'm just scared that he will do that.
Right.
so Mosley, what's up? We've been ignoring you since you came.
No ignoring. I'm just listening to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have to listen to this.
Yeah, some shits you say and some things are good. But at the same time, Danny, you know what? I according to what happened, what you're talking about recording things and all this, it's really ridiculous, bad thing. But at the same time,
Right.
the man or the person in general must be imprinted in his principles or her principles. You know, no need to change your words, no need to be ritualized afterwards. If you have a situation or something, keep on it. If you wanted to change it, confess that you said it before, and why you change your mind.
Right.
There's no need to ritualize and all these things, you know what I mean?
Like, you mean like about being recorded? I don't have a problem being recorded. I stand
Well,
behind
if
what I say.
anyone wants to record me, he's welcome, or her, she's welcome. Because I have nothing to fear, because my words are the same.
Exactly.
You know, but still, the recording thing is a really childish thing.
But you cannot fight it. So either say what you want to say or don't. If you stand behind your word, or don't.
Exactly.
Right.
But I don't care about Edmund recording us. Like I really
I know,
don't.
it's all about what you think.
Right.
No, listen, at least with Edmund, you know that he's recording. You have now like these two unknowns, okay? You don't know who they are.
One
They could
is
be recording.
Edmund. The shit one is Edmund.
Maybe. And again, with Edmund, at least you know that he's recording, but the other one, maybe he's also doing it. So you can always assume that someone is
Yeah, I
recording.
mean, like Princessia records us all the time, and she says she doesn't.
Why? She listens to it afterwards?
Yeah, this is like she's got a huge archive of like, oh, I heard you saying this, I heard you saying that.
I haven't seen Princessa or Diego for a couple of weeks, I think.
Oh, Diego
Oh,
was
Diego
for a
was-
long time to it.
I thought it was pronounced Princion.
No. It's Princessa, because the Arabs don't say P, which is funny when you think about Palestine.
They can't say Palestine.
Palestine. It's like different. Can you say it spaghetti?
Can I say what?
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti, yeah. And we eat it, by the way.
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti, yeah.
No, you guys can say P, not B.
Yeah, like pizza.
Pizza, you mean?
Falafel and pizza.
You mean pizza?
Yeah, I have a very good friend from Egypt. I adore him, and he every time that we would get together in Barcelona, because he was part of my MBA, he would, oh, may I please have spaghetti? We would make so much fun of him. I'll eat spaghetti. He was so
Actually,
fun.
but Daniel does a good job with the J's. They don't have J's in Hebrew, so how did that come about, Daniel?
Yeah.
All the group were kids.
Oh, we have J in Hebrew. We have pyjama. We say pyjama.
I know, but there's no, like, there is no...
Hebrew word with J.
Yeah,
No, but we use like American, like we know.
right, but that's not a letter J, so like,
So then,
No, we use email with an apostrophe.
right, give a
how do we say Jason?
Forget about Jason, Jesus.
exactly? They have to talk about Jesus as well sometimes.
I feel like Jason
No, we say,
What about
we say Yeshu, and we say Yehudim, we say it with a Yud. Like when we have, like you have Meyamo and Mejamo, same
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
But you in English, you don't have the chat sound.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they have the chat.
they have the hotel.
Hotel.
Why kill is down? Killing, would you please come up?
So
She's on listening mode. I don't know. She's shy.
Yeah.
Kelly.
Oh no,
She's connecting.
She's on listening mode. Yeah.
Yeah, she's connecting with her shy side. Like,
I invited her.
you guys have like you guys make the sound like refrigerador or however the fuck you say it.
No, I mean we don't have in Spanish from Spain. They use it. They use it as from
What does
like
chesed mean?
the Israeli. Like
What does chesed mean?
jalapenos or Jesus.
What does chesed mean in Hebrew?
Hebrew.
Chesed.
But in
Chesed.
Kindness.
in Spanish of Latin America, we say it softer, like
What does
jabón.
chokhmah mean? Chokhmah.
Not Jesus, but Jesus.
I think it means the ego. Is it the ego?
What does chokhmah mean?
Yeah, what does it mean?
Wisdom or
Oh,
knowledge?
there.
What is it? What is it? Knowledge.
Annie, did you get your question asked about the J?
No, not knowledge.
Wisdom.
Chokhmah.
Wisdom. Yes, wisdom.
Chokhmah.
More
Is
wisdom.
it
Yes.
chokhmah or chokhmah?
Lama, you know the difference between
Oh, Dios.
you know the difference between mil'el and milra? You know what mil'el and milra?
No.
Ever heard? When you say like where do you put the emphasis? Like I don't know, Daniel or Daniel?
Accent.
Yeah, that's it. Yes. So it's not chokhmah, it's chokhmah.
Chokhmah.
Chokmah. Chokmah.
Yeah.
Right.
But I tried.
Chokmah.
Yeah.
Chokmah. You got it. I got it.
How
You
does one
got
get
it.
I'm the best. I did it.
I'm still gonna call stuff.
I will tell you, זהו החכם הלומד מכל אדם. Who is smart? The one that learns from every person.
Obviously.
Wait, Danny,
Like,
where did you come from? I forget. Did you come from Russia originally?
Is it who killed?
Or you
No,
were born in Israel?
Israeli.
Yes.
Yes.
But
Born and
you
raised.
live in Germany.
No.
Yes, I live in I moved like 3.5 years ago.
They have like that rough sounding sound, don't they?
Yeah.
It's more like a cat would do like a hissing, but I think in Bavaria they have more like the
No, but you, it's a ha back in the throat, not here in the front of the mouth, but back in the throat, like hi.
There are other languages that have that sound, though, right?
I will never make fun of you because I really can say spaghetti.
It is not hi. It is not hi. It is hi.
Yes, it's making like a very strong H.
Yeah, but it's on the back of the throat. It's not on the front.
Yes.
I don't want to think
I
about the
feel
back
like
of
this
it.
conversation is ready to transition into
Do you
klezmer.
want me to show you? Do you want to show you where the back of the throat is?
No, I do not need to see the back of your throat. I don't want to think about the back of your throat.
Isa,
I didn't say C.
Isa, how do you say jaguar?
Let's read
Did
the
you
time.
say what?
I said say jaguar.
Jaguar.
No, say it.
Jaguar.
Jaguar.
Jaguar. Jaguar.
Say, alright, can you say Walmart?
Jaguar.
Oh, mama.
Or Jaguar. I don't know.
How do you speak English?
What's a Jaguar?
Oh, you know what's funny?
Well, no, that's
Because
the one.
I'm
That's
practicing
the one word
English.
that, like when we were.
But the German,
International students are learning at the current moment how to speak
If you have ESL students that speak Spanish and you try to get them to say jaguar,
Okay.
in German, you say like they don't have the W, like the sort of welcome. They say willkommen.
Welcome
So a lot
back
of
to
time,
House. Another episode.
international
Hold on.
speakers.
In another side, shut up for a second. Let me finish my point.
Oh, now.
So they don't have the W. They said there's so sometimes they would come up like they would say, for example, Miami Vice, because they say that every V becomes a W.
Yeah.
So
Miami Vice.
pronounce this word.
We're back to Clown House, where international speakers
Just
are
write it in the
currently
chat,
learning
Jacob.
Okay.
English.
Word.
Say this word.
Come on.
Don't show
It's interesting.
Say this word.
Say this word. Poppy Rosie, a French mantle 30 song about a Jewish girl who just wants a cigarette.
Jacob, that word is
Because a lot of Spanish people I know say steak, like they can't say
yeah,
S
because
without the F.
they cannot start the like an S with a consonant afterwards. It's very difficult for the
Yeah.
Spanish people.
Yeah,
But not for me. That's the
Welcome back to
Spanish.
another episode of Clown House.
How can
Oh my
you
God!
Edmund, join the conversation. Don't just make noise, please. Edmund, we have enough.
How can you say that? Is that you just trained yourself to do it?
In German,
Say this word.
in German, that word.
English.
Oh, stop it.
Way of
For
speaking.
$100, say this word.
No, I wanted to
In German,
understand this.
that word. In German, that word would be steak.
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 Medium rare. Well done.
My friend says steak, and I'm like, no, please try it. It's steak. She can't make her tongue.
The steak.
Yeah, the steak.
It's steak.
Jaguar is the word. Jaguar is the word that like when you would. There
Jaguar.
was ESL kids that spoke Spanish. If you try to get them to say Jaguar, they could never pronounce it right. So
By the way, did you see when Trump met the guy from Liberia and told him like, wow, you have really good English. Where did you learn to speak English so good? He doesn't know that this is what they speak in Liberia.
Liberia, we set up that country for former freedom.
But Trump was like, wow, you have like a really good English. Like, where did you learn it? And he's like smiling at you like, in Liberia, wow, really impressive. And he's like, what do you want? It's like they would tell you like, wow, your Hebrew is really good. Like, where did you learn it? Like, what? Bless.
you don't have a word that's hard for us. That's that's common knowledge. That's hard for us to pronounce if we're
That's a good idea.
speakers.
All of it.
Well,
Anything
yeah.
was said.
I mean, English-speaking people are not very good at languages.
We speak the best language already.
Not in America, neither in Britain.
Okay, so give us a Spanish word you don't think we can like get
I'm
on.
on, sorry, I've been typing.
A very difficult one.
Mujer.
Wait.
Say
Right,
mujer.
and then that, and then we'll give it a shot without.
Mujer.
No, I don't
Yeah,
need
say
to
mujer.
say it. I want to.
Mujer.
Mujer.
No, not mujer. It's not a hair. It's not a hair.
Mujer.
It's a
Yeah.
I can't do the tongue roll with the R's. Like,
mujer. Mujer. It used to have a little like static to it, like.
So even if I try to sound like a Mexican, like mujer, like it sounds like
Mujer.
something foreign.
Can I get a large iced coffee?
No, that's not.
No, everybody on this app has been calling me a Mexican for years, saying
I don't mean it derogatorily.
No. I've been trolling. What's happened is everybody would say
How can you be Mexican?
everybody would say, "Oh, Pepe, he's just a fake white. He's just one of those Mexican whites from Phoenix. That's all he is." And then so all of a sudden I'm like, "Yep, guys, I am Mexican. You're right." And
Pepe, it's and you listen to your nasal voice, and they know you're not Italian, so they think you must be what's called a spick.
but Mexicans usually have smaller noses. Italians have big noses, which is why.
Not just big noses.
Pepe,
Okay, I will write a couple of words in the chat for you guys to pronounce.
Okay.
You know, when I was learning German in the school, I had
This will eat.
Yeah,
No, hold on, one by one.
Welcome back to Clubhouse. This is a social audio chat where
Shut the fuck up!
You, Pepe.
I'm gonna sound like he said, shut the fuck up. Okay,
Pepe, you?
Okay, añejo.
No, not really.
God damn it. Say it.
Iaco.
Añejo.
Yeah, Daniel is close to it. That's the best one.
Añejo?
I didn't hear him.
It's añejo. Añejo. But yeah, but it's not añejo. It's
No,
añejo.
this is what you said, but this is not what came out.
Añejo.
Añejo. It's not añejo. It's not añejo.
Añejo.
Oh, it has to be shorter, is what you're saying.
No, is it ñe? Añejo. Añejo.
Añejo.
So you gotta spit in someone's face.
No, because if you say the ñe, you're making it as like an N and an E, a ñejo.
Welcome back to
It's not a
Clubhouse,
ñejo.
everyone. This is another episode of Super Stupid.
Añejo.
Gotta be
Añejo.
It's not hypnosis. Just repeat the word. Añejo. It's only close.
This was the shortest doctor's appointment in history. He wasn't late.
Yeah,
He was
because he
completely on time.
had a short one as well.
Just kidding.
Maybe there was not a lot to see. Okay, another one. There's
Cuchillo?
nah, not really. Cuchillo. Yeah, cuchillo.
Cuchillo.
It's not eo. It's yeah. Cuchillo.
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 Yeah, cuchillo.
Okay, click on it.
Welcome back to Clubhouse, everyone. This is
Oh my god!
Okay.
People have learned how to
Everybody
speak.
say
It's called
goodbye to English.
That's it. That's all it's.
It's always funny, like when he's about his speech goes up, when he's about to be kicked,
Like, please don't kick me.
The words that I have the hardest time pronouncing in Mexico are going to be the ones like, what is it, like Cuachuto? I think they're like more Indian in origin, so they'll be like TZL. Then there'll be a Q and like weird shit. Do you know what I'm talking about?
LGBTQR plus.
Okay, there's another one.
Parapléjico. Parapléjico?
Yeah, parapléjico.
Parapléjico. What is that?
Paraplegic?
Parapléjico.
Someone that cannot move, that it's
Yeah, paraplegic. Yeah,
yeah, paraplegic, yeah, whatever.
paraplegico.
Okay, let me try this one. Although this one I think it will be easy for you guys. Because they're very similar to English, the way that they're written, but not the way that they're pronounced.
Ooh, a tricky one.
Psicological.
No.
I'm pronouncing it in English. Psicologo. Oh, psicologo.
Ecologo. Ecologo.
What was
With a J, no?
No.
With a J, not a go.
No.
what was the word for
It's a
paraplegic?
G.
I missed that.
Parapléjico.
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 I'm
Cologo.
gonna go with the easiest pronunciation, Daniel. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is it
No, but
psicologo?
Daniel has got a good pronunciation in Spanish. I think that Hebrew is very compatible with
He's already like
Spanish.
speaks more than one language. That's probably.
No, but specifically, I know that I do like I'm
The
able to
phonetics.
handle sound.
Yeah.
In
the
German, they're
phonetics.
really pressed. I tell you what, when I speak, I don't speak really, like my German is very basic. That's why pronunciation is really good. So when I do
Yeah.
my like little German, they actually think that I speak German. Like, I'm like, no. It's so that's it.
Yeah,
And then
it's
you're
the phonetics.
That's
I
it,
think
right?
like
Yeah.
the last one is psicólogo. Psicólogo.
What language do you speak in? Does he speak Hebrew?
He speaks. Yeah, it's like we speak English between ourselves, but he can understand and he can speak Hebrew. I guess now, after we moved here, like for 3 years, then I guess it will maybe brushes off. But I know that when, in his work, when he meets Israelis and he speaks Hebrew to them all of a sudden, they're like, what? Because he's like completely like German, like he's not in an Israeli company. They don't expect it. But he still has like the German, not German. He has his own accent. We both have our own.
I have a question. Mazur, are you still there?
Yes,
You
like you mean the PTL?
all sorts of
Yeah, I'm here.
do you pick up all sorts of colloquial language hanging out in these rooms?
I'm sorry again, and slowly, please.
Do you pick up a lot of colloquial or like street
Colloquialism.
language? You know, colloquialism like, "Hey, let's go," and
Like slang,
to be done.
not slang. Like
"What's up?" instead of "How are you?" You know.
Oh, you mean the slang language?
it's not really slang. It's like not just like
It's
the
not
way that people actually talk.
Yeah, exactly. The way people talk is opposed to the way they would teach you in school.
No, not in school. We learn this, but some people speak with that way. I don't really.
No, I mean, do you get it? Yes, if you learn from Clubhouse.
Yeah, a lot of clubhouse, but I don't really keep in these rooms. I don't really, I really think that it is a fake way of talking and fake way of showing things, which is not you. You know what I mean?
No, it's the true way. That's the point.
And it's the true way, yeah, because it's like street English. It's not
Yeah,
correct
the way
English.
people
Not really, because some neighborhoods is according to the class of the neighborhood. You know what I mean?
So speaking of
It's standard Arabic.
There's one thing to speak, like, when you're with the Queen of England, you speak one way.
Yeah.
When you're with the people who, like, service her, you speak another way, but it's good to know both.
So, can the Americans in the room please explain to me the concept of axe? Like I ask you, and why
it's
does
just
like
black
what?
and
You
black.
don't want to know.
But I know it's mostly black. But why? It's not
say
I
axe.
don't know,
Not
it's because they make it their jargon, I guess.
Daniel, it's a lot like what pejoratively is called Ebonics and what professors call
Yeah.
African American Vernacular English, AAVE.
Or pidgin as
It's
well.
a way of speaking to create a subculture within a community that allows a community to talk without other people outside of the community knowing exactly what they're saying.
Yeah.
No, we all know that it's only this word, and to me, I don't know, as an outsider that don't know this AVV, whatever you said, they just sound dumb.
Well, there's like a lot of So a lot of the English that was introduced to, what is it, like mostly like with the Ulster Scott dialect. So it was a lot of the, like ain't, I guess is from them. A lot of the poor grammar, like what she be doing, that kind of stuff. Like there was like a white underclass in the South that did kind of speak that.
This is like, it's more like shortening,
But
but
then
it's
they
like
kind
shortening words. It's like I'm skipping like some consonant or whatever. It's not like this with the X. I mean, it's the same amount, and it's like a very short word, and it's it just I don't know. For me, every time that I hear it,
You're
it sounds
just noticing that one word because it's highly noticeable.
and it just sounds like it's like it sounds like people that are uneducated to me.
kind of. Some people, I mean, I've had
Yeah,
like
it's
a class
like
in
people
college
like
that
low life.
Wait,
that
what
like,
word?
would say that axe.
X.
But she might use
Uneducated
that, but I think
people.
it's just like a habit from like childhood. So it's just how people. She was from Houston, and
Who is
she
she?
wasn't stupid. A boss I had while I was in college, like she would sometimes say axe, but I wouldn't say she was necessarily uneducated. She just, I think it's just
Unnecessarily
it's something
It's
she
like
just.
intentionally wanting to, it's exactly what Jakob is saying, is intentionally trying to create a subculture so that they feel that they have got like an inner circle, and everyone else is outside of it.
So here's
I mean,
And I'd be surprised if that wasn't intentional. I'd be surprised if that wasn't intentional.
here.
Yeah, it's kind of like trying to mark like, oh, this is how we speak,
Hold on. Let me define it.
Sort of
What's
thing.
intentional is the wider AAVE, but axe itself comes from an ancient Old Middle English pronunciation. So
Really?
here's what ChatGPT has to say. The pronunciation of ask as axe, A-X, as in he asked me a question, is a well-documented feature of some varieties of English, especially African-American vernacular English, AAVE.
I think you're falling for the black narrative.
No.
Hold on, just listen. It's not unique to Black Americans, nor is it a mistake. In fact, its pronunciation has deep historical roots in English. the AX pronunciation goes back over 1,000 years to Old English. In Old English, the verb was spelled A-C-S-I-A-N or axian, A-X-I-A-N. Both are considered correct. And so it says, why is it pronounced this in A-V-E? When African-American slaves learned English in colonial America, they often learned English from people in the South where the AX pronunciation was still in use. Over time...
Yeah, but dude, this is a new narrative. This is how they want to...
No, but this is
how they want to justify...
No. The Ulster Scots were notorious for... They have a different... The Ulster Scots have a completely different pronunciation and grammar.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to do the same, Daniel. Can you go and help me? Yeah.
Okay, exactly. Kelly, can you read what she's saying? Because
so Kelly said... Daniel, it's a group signifier like slang, but it's more of an accent, like a slang, but it's more like an accent. And then she says, everyone does it in different ways. Oh my God, no, you're slow, Jakob. Unlike most of you all, I live around black people. I'd like to inform you that they speak English and they are verbally competent. Yes, exactly, I agree with her. This is just like a slang that they're doing. It's like a group differentiator, exactly that.
That's what I said, a group differentiator.
Yes, but then you start talking about all this stuff, and I agree with you.
The Old English does come from... It does come from these people.
Wait, I agree that this might have been a way that it was used before, but it's not the reason why they're doing it today.
Correct, it's a group differentiator. That's what I said, that's what I started with. But its historical thing is that's how they got it, but why they continue it, and more importantly, why they create a much wider degree of words choice that is highly differentiated, the so-called Ebonics, which is a terrible word,
yes.
It is really called AAVE, is a much wider group of words used to differentiate a subculture from another culture.
She says, if Old English mattered, I would say axe. I agree, but this is kind of like this narrative that you were reading is what they use as to justify their wrong pronunciation. But they are competent, as Kelly says, in speaking English. They were taught good English. They do it on purpose.
Not all of them.
Correct. It was just saying, where did it come from originally, not why did they...
Yes, but it's not the reason why they are using it today. They're trying to make a point.
2 points. There's 2 points to my statement. I didn't say it's why. Just because it was from Old English isn't why they're saying it today. That's the origin point. Why they're saying it today is a differentiator.
Well, I would say that you do get uneducated people from the South, and that will include some black people, that is their normal way of speaking.
Because I heard other people say it.
Yeah, I mean,
kids growing up today who have no correlation to 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago,
yeah.
200 years ago, are hearing it from their parents and their peers, and that's just the way that they pronounce it.
Like, Issa, are you familiar with, like, I guess the term would be like rednecks, like how they often will speak? They use a lot of the exact same words, not completely entirely the same, but very similar.
It's something that
y'all is redneck. Y'all is Texas.
No, y'all is definitely redneck.
It's in the South. It's complete redneck.
Y'all is a contraction.
Actually, wait a second. There were actually many more words. There used to be an actual word in English for a plural you. It was not y'all. There was an actual word like there is in Spanish and French and things like that. No, I forget what it is.
I think it's very inclusive, actually, y'all.
No, y'all is very good, but that's an invented word. There was a real word in English.
Yeah, but y'all is not a new word. Y'all is a contraction. It's the same as your or I'm instead of saying I am.
No, it's you all.
Yeah, but it's an adaptive contraction, meaning you'll hear it from West Virginia south, and you'll hear it maybe out to Nebraska or someplace like that. It's in New York and Boston, you do not hear y'all. You just don't hear it. I happen to use it.
Yeah, I get it.
If only there was a book pinned to the top that explained this whole thing.
Oh, amazing.
Yes.
That's like a that's probably the
Kelly.
most. That's probably the book that is the most. I guess the book that's the most popular. That kind of explains it. He breaks down into the where the language came from, because they speak when you hear a lot of what you hear in the African American vernacular. That is to me it sounds just like Southern. Well, it sounds Southern. You said you're from the South.
Right. And so I'm trying.
Well, we used to say, in Old English, we used to say,
Jesus.
thou and he,
He needs to have a voice.
and ye and you were plural. Ye and you were plural. Thou and he was singular. And then it changed.
Welcome, Kelly.
I just want to. None of you are incorrect. None of you are incorrect about some of these things. It's just how it matters today. Some of this stuff is just irrelevant. The last point that I made, I believe to be generally true, and not as a white person, but as a Southerner, because Southerners of all colors, all stripes, Southerners that don't want to either sound Southern and say y'all, or sound black and use AAVE. This is what they like. This is their belief, and it's also just not seen as pejoratively down here, because it is very common and very acceptable for people to code switch, and I'm using that phrase in a completely non-pejorative way. I would not go to a job interview and sound the same way I would after I had 2 glasses of wine, right? And neither would someone who says axe. They would say axe.
That's the same thing for me. I drink.
As a teacher in New York City, I tried
Want
really hard.
to?
Because your point about people judging people based on language, they think you're smart based on your language. And I really tried hard to get my kids to not say, I didn't do nothing, which is a double negative, which means they did something. So I kept on trying to get them to say,
Maybe they actually meant to say, I didn't do nothing.
No, they literally meant I didn't do anything, which is, I didn't do anything. But they.
He's joking with
a
you.
lot of Americans. No, I am not joking. Oh, you're.
That's my job.
Yeah, a lot of people say that, Daniel, but no,
Maybe they didn't do nothing.
Yeah,
thing.
Yakov, you're totally right. Let me add this one thing, and I'm about to go out of signal, so I'll just go back to the audience because I've got to go to another appointment. But you're completely correct about like the way people speak and trying to curtail it. But you can take it too far, right? Like, you just have to correct people, especially if you're in an academic setting, because there is such a thing as correct English, and trying to pretend like people have some kind of a culture that doesn't allow them to correct for appropriate English is a huge problem. Now, this I'm not saying that this doesn't happen in the South. It absolutely does. But in the South, it's not something that's a black thing, because Southerners, like, regardless of color, do this also. Like, it's just a thing in the South, so it's not something that people look at as marginalized. But it is totally true that where you have this problem, it's because people have tried to be nice and be like, no, we should just allow people not to have to code switch at school. But they have.
You know what I'm talking about in New York.
But they have to. I know. I understand. I'm just trying to make a broad point. Agree with you because I'm going out of signal.
Okay.
The thing that like the code switching thing, all of it is made worse when people make allowances in school, because no job is going to say that's okay, right?
Exactly, and that was my point, is you may speak this way in the school, but when you go for your first interview and you talk like that, they're going to think you're an idiot. And unfortunately, that's the terribleness of our culture, is that we judge people based on how they talk, at least around here, and other places, sure. And I was just trying to get them to understand the double negativeness of their speaking, and eventually some got it, some didn't, and I wouldn't like berate them, but I would just point it out the first time that they said it.
Kelly also brings up an interesting point too, that isn't every point made by a woman a broad point?
Isa, I have missed your rooms.
I think you were making a point about rugs.
Hey, Beth.
Hey guys, yeah, I haven't been able to
What
find
do you
this
like
thing
about this
forever.
room?
Well, I saw Cal popped in. I got to hear the last of that. I have a whole bunch of like house projects going on right now. But Pepe, I have heard your name more. Do you know what you're famous on this app? I'm like, now what did Pepe do?
I was like famous on this app when it was big. Now it's just like I'd say like offensive, outrageous shit.
Actually, that means you're more relevant as a percentage, Pepe.
Yep.
Because if you were like X when it was 1,000x people, now you're X when there's only 100x, so your percentage is larger.
S, not X, Jacob.
That was X's in the variable.
I wonder, is my mom would say, she would say like instead of wash, she'd say wash. And I know there's people.
Yeah,
she grew up in the DC area.
That's a big one.
But that's also very British, is the washing.
She grew up in
DC. The Maryland accent is terrible, and Pennsylvania accent is so bad. Philadelphia.
Outside of DC?
Yeah, she says wooder.
I thought that was New York, big water.
DMV area is kind of weird. Yeah.
DMV is weird. Yeah, totally weird.
Department of Motor Vehicles is strange everywhere.
No, the Delaware, Maryland Valley.
Yeah, I know.
Geographer, come on.
I thought it meant DC, Maryland, Virginia.
Have
I been wrong the whole time? Holy shit.
I think it's Delaware, Maryland, Virginia. When you get, the Virginia part is called Delmarva.
I like Delmarva is exactly the place I was just about to say. That little point in the eastern shore. That's
Delmarva Peninsula. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, Ocean City, Maryland is a fun place to go to.
The doctor was fine, by the way. Thank you for asking.
You already told us that it was small. It was a short appointment because he didn't have much to see.
Daniel, did you read that? Plan. It didn't get a lot of.
Are you okay, Kayla? What kind of doctor?
The results will come only in 24 hours, so we'll ask you tomorrow.
Yeah, ask me tomorrow.
Caleb, when you were leaving the room for going to the doctor, I said, I hope the constipation gets better, but you were already gone.
I was already gone. No, you can set, my bowel movements are like a German train schedule.
I need more information I needed to know, thank you.
But I would say it should be more like Swiss, because Germans are not really good at punctuality.
Really?
Yeah, their trains are very late a lot of times.
That joke went straight over your head, because that was both like a German joke and a Holocaust joke.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we joke about the Holocaust.
Isa, can you say the names in the chat? These are places in Mexico. I'm just curious if you know how to say them. I don't know how to say them.
Let me see.
No, I don't even try. We don't close
oh my god. Techmulecan and Tlaxcala.
What about the last one?
Matlalcuyetl.
You could be correct. I don't know. I don't know.
Matlalcuyetl. Yeah, Matlalcuyetl.
I think these are like. I think these have like what is it, Comtech or like as like whatever the native group language I think is incorporated in it.
The Exodus, there was a lot of names.
Igual, the same as this one, Quetzalcoatl, for example. Oh, it separated it. It's Quetzalcoatl, one word.
I gotta go in a moment, but I want to ask Daniel a question. Did you see that story? It came out in Arab medias and came out in some Israeli papers that there was an idea to float. Israel keeps the Golan Heights in a peace treaty with Syria, and Syria's compensation gets the Tripoli province of Lebanon. I don't know what Lebanon gets for giving up some of their territory, but did you read about that?
I didn't know about the land swap with Lebanon. No.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was complete bullshit, but came out.
So, for example, I am using they got 3 words with X, with X. The first 2 are Mayan words, and the last one is a Spanish word. but the way you pronounce them. So the first one is Iximche. The second one is Ishmukane, and the third one is Xylofono. So Iximche, Ishmukane, and Xylofono.
How do you know? Do you just have to memorize which words are?
Yeah, I guess it's just a matter. It's just like English, you know, like when do you pronounce the last E, or when it's just a matter of speaking it.
Well, don't you have like are most of the natives in Guatemala, are they Mayan?
Well, so Mayan. So you have like three, let's say, ethnic groups. One, right? Well, three. A few of them. You have the Aztecs. You have the Mayans. You have the what is it in Peru is the Incas and so on. But inside of each of these groups, these are like races, right? Inside of these groups, you got ethnicity. So the Mayans are like the umbrella, but then under that umbrella, you have Quiches, Quechíes, Tzutujiles, you have like 20 ethnic groups, and they didn't mix amongst each other. But Mayans was like the bigger group, and Mayans were different from the Aztecs, and the Aztecs also had like other ethnic groups inside, underneath Aztecs. So in Guatemala, we do have, it's like the Mayan race, let's say, as a big group, but then inside of this group, they have their own races, and they don't even mix with each other.
Can you like tell the Mayans from the Aztec apart, just like by appearance, or is it hard?
Yes, you can.
So I know the Mayans look different from a lot of the other natives in Mexico.
Yes, you can, and also like the Redskins, let's say that we call them Redskins. I don't know if it's called like that in English, but we call them the Indian Redskins, or Indios Piel Roja, which are the North American Indians, you know, the feather Indians, which are completely different to the Aztecs and to the Mayans.
There was like someone said, do you mean headdress Indians or headset Indians?
I call them curry Indians and feather Indians. Headset Indians.
Like even here,
because they do customer service.
Yeah, customer service.
When you get like Mexican immigrants, even like 30 years ago when I was a kid, you'd get like even in the immigrant neighborhoods, you would get like the ones that look Mayan. They're like really short, have like black straight hair and like the eagle shaped nose. And they were like they kind of like seemed like they separated themselves from the other Mexican immigrants.
Yeah. Also, and you see it, for example, so Mayans were from Guatemala and Central America, but then Mexico took a lot of territory from us. In fact, you can see like the borders between Guatemala and Mexico, how it was cut. It's like super straight lines. It was like man-made. But all that territory of Yucatan, Campeche, Quintana Roo, and all that area there, that was Guatemala, and so that was occupied by Mayans. And so now when Mexico took that territory from us, they ended up having Mayans as well. But you can see a clear difference between Guatemalans and Mexicans from the north more, because the southern Mexicans, they're basically Guatemalans, you know, even the accent and everything, they're basically Guatemalans. The traditions and the genetics and everything. But you can tell the difference between the descendants from Aztecs and the descendants from Mayans. They look different. Their nose is different, the skin is different, even the shape of the head is like
fairly round.
It's like the Mayans is more round. The Aztecs have got like a wider head. I don't know how to explain it.
Mostly, if you have an Android and you left the room and you heard us from the hallway, it takes you down to the audience for some reason.
But don't worry, we can bring you up again, and you will get your mod back. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Daniel, please, why do you repeat what you just said? Why I was down?
Did you, when you are in the hallway, you can hear the room, right? Without getting into it.
Well, how was that? I already left the room and I came back and I found myself up.
when you left the room, you went to the hallway, right? When you were in the hallway, when you scroll, you hear the rooms without going into them, right?
Not on. I can't. On
Yeah,
on
not
on Android.
Yeah,
On Android.
yes.
And so when you listen to the room from the outside, it puts you in the audience. So when you go back into the room, you're in the audience.
Oh, but I didn't really, stay for long listening.
It doesn't matter. I didn't say long. I said listening. If you heard us from the outside, you are the way that they do it. They put you kind of in the audience. I don't know why, but even I sometimes, yes, it happens to me all the time. When I leave the room and I come back, I'm in the audience.
It's really stupid thing from Clubhouse, but thanks for clarifying, Daniel. Thank you.
This is how I know you have an Android and not an iPhone.
But Asa, why did they have?
You got me.
You know when Chiapas, Mexico?
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Okay, what if I use the computer? I can join Clubhouse from computer.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know from my own experience with my Android that every time that I leave the room and I listen to the room from the outside, I'm being thrown back to the audience. Even if I'm not mod, it doesn't matter.
What were you asking?
Like I know Chiapas, Mexico. When I was a kid, that they were always at war with Mexico. You know, the Indians down there. Were they trying to separate? I could have just Googled it, but like, were they trying to separate from Mexico, or are they trying to?
To be honest, I don't know. I mean, like, this was some time ago. Like, I don't know, probably like 100 years ago, or a little bit more.
They were fighting in the 90s.
Yeah, but yeah, like Mexico took this from us. But I mean, like, honestly, I think that this land is better off with the Mexicans than with us. Like, I mean, look what they did with Yucatan, you know, like they created Cancun and it's all artificial. Like these beaches are not natural beaches, right? Like they are all these white sand and all of that has been artificially made. We would have never been able to do that. I mean, like they actually developed these lands and made it something beautiful, you know. And it pains me to say that, but yeah, I mean, these lands and the people there are much better off with the Mexicans than with us, the Guatemalans. What did you find online?
What?
What did you find online that they want?
Oh no, I said I should have just looked it up. No, I don't. I think they might have been communists, but I know they were fighting with Mexico in the 90s. I don't.
Yeah, because there are guerrillas and stuff like that, like the militia, you know.
I mean, compared to the rest of Mexico, it's all jungle.
Also our internal conflict as well with the paramilitary groups. That we signed peace. I think it was at the beginning of the 2000s or 1999 or something like that. Which it was a bad thing, to be honest. Like, I would have never signed peace with these people, because basically what you did, or what the president did, is that they just sold the country, you know, because these were terrorist groups. And now by signing peace and negotiating with terrorists, basically you sell the land, the country to the terrorists, and now we have them in the government. They build their own political party, you know, just like with Hamas. And they build their own political party, and now they get to be in power as well. It's never good to get in bed with terrorists.
That's very true.
And this is what we did in Guatemala, and this is what the Israelis are doing with Hamas. And then, or Lebanon, for example, they did that, and now look, Hezbollah is in the government. That's exactly what we did. but Guatemala is like super beautiful, and of course not just because it's my country, but it's so rich. You know, we have so many Mayan races. We have 23 Mayan languages that are languages, and they are not dialects. They're their own languages. And you go to certain places, and they still speak it. And you speak with the descendants of Mayans, and they tell you like, oh yeah, well I am Che or I am Quechua, and speaking with them is like, oh yeah, well my wife is from the other clan, you know, and we are not pure race anymore because we mixed.
Like
So
the
they're
Jews.
very.
Sounds like the Jews to me.
Sounds like what?
The Jews.
Jews do that?
Do they
Of
not
course,
speak?
it's the same. It's the same superstructure. It's the same superstructure that you were describing. Like there was like one civilizational, overlay, but then within that there are different groups. We have the exact same stuff, right? There's Jews, there's Sephardim, Ashkenazim, Mizrahim, the Indian Jews, the Ethiopian Jews, the Chinese Jews.
Well, I remember asking Daniel about this. Like, I asked him about is there racial tension between the Mizrahi, Sephardic, and the Ashkenazi Jews in Israel? And he was saying, if I recall correctly, Daniel was saying like after the country was first formed, there was maybe they didn't like their kids intermarrying each other, but he was saying that today that's largely like not a thing.
I think in this generation,
it's exactly.
Yeah, it gets better every generation. Yeah, that's right.
And it's like people are more mixed now than when there was like aliyah or like immigration from a specific country, and they all came at the same time sometimes, so they were all gonna go together. And there was at the beginning a lot of differences in education or even in professions. So it was like very separated, but with time, less and less.
But I think
Many families now are mixed.
in terms of culture, but like the people under the Mayans, I think it's more like a race thing, like they actually believe that the blood is like different, they have different genes. It's like clans, and I don't know if that's the case. I mean, with the Jews, it's more about a cultural thing, right? Like who is religious?
Yeah. No. It's like it could be like a culture. It could be like part of it's religion, but it's also food and like even sometimes like holidays, like the Mimuna, for example, is something that the Moroccan Jews did, but they didn't do it in Ashkenaz countries. It's like the day after the Pesach, they kind of do like a lot of sweets and whatever. Like different. How do you call it? Minagim. How do you say it?
Customs.
Customs. Thank you.
I mean, is there one food that does one of the does the cuisine of one of the groups dominate in Israel?
Well, the Mizrahi is more flavored than the Ashkenazi one, and it's more like less presumptuous. So I don't know how to say it, like how to explain it. So it's more common, I would say, more common.
Is there anyone who allows to eat cheeseburgers?
You can have a cheeseburger in Israel for sure.
Many restaurants have cheeseburgers. McDonald's have cheeseburgers.
Is that like not kosher or some shit?
Yeah, not kosher. You will not find it in a kosher restaurant or in a kosher McDonald's. But
you can get any kind of food there. You can go to restaurants in anywhere. Tel Aviv, shrimp and lobster. You can get all of that stuff.
Yeah, I think that is the gayest part of Judaism, that you cannot eat, that cheeseburgers are not kosher.
Okay.
But you said, Daniel,
you
said the biggest culture shock for Israelis was when you had the shit ton of Russians come in?
Well, that
was like the biggest first aliyah. It was a huge. It was 1 million people.
But also, like each one is a different culture. Like the Russians, the Ethiopians, they are more recent, I guess. So they were like the first aliyah, and the people from the Arab countries and people come from Europe. And as I said, with generations, they kind of mixed, they kind of got used to each other. And then came the Russians and the Ethiopians. So they also need to pass those like 2 generations. But they lose their accent. They kind of have like more Israeli names and not like the Sasha and I don't know whatever. but they still have their own cultures, like the Ethiopian food and the Russian cuisine and all that.
There's a thing.
Did the
There's a thing
Americans
that they
bring
call.
the McDonald's and all this shit when they came to Israel?
It was a big deal when McDonald's came to Israel.
Oh wow! The first, I remember the opening. They had like, I don't know, at McDonald's with like 12 registers.
Yeah.
And they were all like full, and it was like an event. Listen, Israel for a long time, we had like the Arab boycott. So we didn't have many things, from Pepsi to McDonald's to like many things. We had like, it's mostly Israeli products, mostly. And when we got like, people went abroad and bought like Kit Kat and all kinds of like crazy stuff like this that you see in the movies, it was a thing. So when the boycott was over, then all those products came, it was kind of like a thing. Now it's like, will not be that exciting. How do you call it? Starbucks tried to come to Israel, I think like 4 or 5 times. They failed every single time. Yes.
Which one failed?
Starbucks. 5 times.
What about
5
Burger
times
King?
they tried. Burger King, yeah, we had.
King.
None of it is Burger King.
Really?
You know
Yeah,
that?
it's good.
What,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's in Paris. I don't know if it's the same still, but remember I had this French boyfriend, and I used to go a lot to Paris. This was in 2015, I think. So pretty kind of like recent. And I used to go a lot to Paris, and they had only one Burger King. Everything else was McDonald's. And so people were crazy to go to Burger King. Like Burger King was always packed because people were yeah, not used to it.
It's a whole thing, burger places in Israel.
Well, we
think
have
it's
our
like-
own.
There's like a whole other kind of burger culture in Israel that I've never seen anywhere else. Enjoying different kind, right, Daniel? Like
In general, food culture in general, not just burgers.
It's great food
in general.
Well, you guys come from all over the world, so I'm guessing like you have a shit ton of
correct.
culture.
And really good restaurants. Like I live now in Berlin, and I go to restaurants, and it's like it's okay. But in Israel, really every restaurant, even if it's fast food, it's really good food. And I'm not a foodie, but
Yeah, the produce is better. The influences are better. Like the Israeli kitchen is that, like Pepe was saying, so diverse. More and more. Makes sense. Yeah.
It's also like Japan. In Japan, when you go, they have a lot of fast food, but it's just so varied, and so healthy, and people don't get fat because they can get stuff that is already made, but like rice and vegetables and things like that. But it's all fast food, but healthy, not just like McDonald's.
Yeah, in America, there's a problem with the fast food, obviously.
I feel like the Japanese, maybe it's like, I feel like I don't, there's not many Japanese people here, but I feel like there are people that you don't commonly see as fat, period. I wonder if like maybe their metabolisms are like better than a lot of Americans.
No, it could be. I mean, in that sense, you see that not all of like fatty Asians.
No,
I
they
went
tend
to
to be
Japan.
lean here too.
Yeah, exactly.
Last year, I was in Japan for 3 weeks. I ate like a pig because everything was delicious, and I lost weight. In Japan, well, apart from that, the fact also you walk a lot, which we do also here in Europe, but I was eating a lot. But I was eating a lot of like protein and soups and vegetables and whatever. Like I was getting stuffed, but stuffed of like good things, And they're all like very tasty things because they have like onions and garlic and all of these kind of like very tasty spices as well. But you eat fish, you eat white rice, you eat like, I don't know, it's like simple food and very like, almost like raw, not raw, what's the name, whole foods, like everything is made from scratch, it's not processed.
How big is the American, like how big is the American culture? Like what percentage of Israelis would you say have ties to the U.S.? Like they came from here?
A lot. And he has ties. Came from there? No, not many came from there. I guess a few hundred thousands, but not not few. Like I guess 100,000 Americans.
Oh, more than that.
I would guess.
More than that, right?
Like that they did Aliyah from the United States.
Let's find out. Like in total, in 75 years? Let's find out how many Americans.
I mean, isn't Netanyahu, was he born here?
Yeah, he was born in Jerusalem. No, he wasn't born in the United States. He was like I think an ambassador to the UN or something like this at some point. So he was like living there, and he went to college there. Exactly.
All right, you're probably right. You're probably right. It's a couple 100,000 or so.
It's still a lot out of what? How many people total is it?
10 million.
10 million. Okay.
10.
My Guatemalan president, he studied in Israel. He speaks Hebrew.
Yeah, he told me. I read about him afterwards. His father also something, right?
Mm-hmm. The father worked in was the oh my God, ambassador of Guatemala in Israel.
Yeah, I remember reading back then when you mentioned it.
I mean, he's still an idiot, you know, like nobody likes him. He's not doing anything and he's just super corrupt, you know, but yeah, who is Kelly talking about? The president of Guatemala or someone else? She says, Bibi. Yeah, I was like, yeah, that part of the story I haven't heard.
Is Mexico's president, is she the first Jewish president of a Latin American country?
Yeah, but she doesn't call herself Jewish. I think she's an anti-Semitic Jew.
Yeah, she's one of those with I'm a Jew, so I can attack the Jew.
Actually, Bibi, if you look closely, he looks like Putin's cousin.
No, he's way more.
No, like if you see Netanyahu when he was like young, he looked. You know, I don't mean that this is gonna sound like gay, but like you can tell like he's a really good-looking guy.
Yeah. He's still like he's I don't know almost 80. I don't know. He still looks good, and he knows how to speak. I mean, like performance is his thing, not other things, but like an actor.
Well, there's that famous picture of him when he was in the military, and he has like an Uzi or something like that in the uniform.
Yeah.
It's the one I've seen.
Yeah, no. And his brother was also handsome.
Is he the one that got killed?
Yeah. Tebe, right? Yes.
Kelly says that you have thought about his performance.
About his baby's performance? He's a performer. I mean, he can deliver a speech. He can yes, he's a good speaker. Very good speaker.
Also, Kelly said that his mom side of the family lived in the U.S. or came from here. I thought there was some American tie. Yeah, because I thought he was for some reason I thought he was an American citizen too. I don't know why.
No, I don't know.
Because of all that bullshit on X, maybe that's why.
No. I'm talking about this isn't like from shit I saw online. I mean, just like on TV and the news, even going back decades ago. Like, remember?
He just said he had many years in the United States, and he has the English and whatever, but no.
Did he study in the U.S.?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know this.
He went to like MIT or Harvard or something. Like he went to one of the really good universities.
MIT, I think.
Does Israel have a nuclear power plant? Because I know you guys sell.
But Ramona is a known nuclear power plant.
It's a fabric factory.
Oh, Curse is back.
He was always here.
No.
Because I don't know if you guys know, Israel sells water that is made from seawater. I think they're the most advanced on that.
Which one? The desalinators?
Yeah. At least that's what the internet says. The
That is a Jewish invention.
I mean, we were there. There was like
the thing with desalination is it's power intensive. So I'm wondering, how does Israel do that if they don't have a nuclear power plant? I don't think anyone can do that because it takes a lot of electricity to desalinate.
Yeah, but that was a Jewish invention. The Jews invented that.
No, reverse. I mean, I think it was in America. I don't know if it was Jewish. It was in America. The process is known. It's just it takes a lot of electricity. It's not that
Yes,
hard.
it's osmosis, reverse osmosis.
Reverse, yeah, exactly. It's like it's a well known, but the thing is, it takes a lot of electricity. So
Yeah,
I'm like,
exactly. But they invented the machine.
Okay, fine. I mean, we can. But the question is, which electricity are they using if they don't have a nuclear power plant? That's what.
Well, they do it also in Spain, honey, and they don't have. They're not using nuclear energy.
we don't have a nuclear power plant, as far as I know.
Wait. You said in Spain? Let me look this up. You said in Spain they use.
Barcelona, look for it. Yeah.
There's natural gas that's used as a power source. It's offshore natural gas resource.
I wonder how they're circumventing the pricing though, even with natural gas. Oh, so you have access to natural gas. You don't import. You mean you have natural gas?
Yeah.
There is Israel
Did you
does
see
have
also
some
in
natural
Spain?
gas.
In the sea.
Did you also look for Spain?
I'm looking now.
Yeah, what's the name of the natural gas thing? Was it Goliath or Leviathan?
Tamao.
Tamao.
I got Tamao. And that's also
Yeah,
supposed to have.
it's just trying to put the dots together. It's like, oh, how can you afford that energy? It's too much. You for sure you have nuclear weapons then.
No, that's not.
No, he said weapon. He said the nuclear power plant.
Nuclear gas, man. It's
Yeah,
expensive.
but he was trying to imply as well the nuclear capability.
No, I don't really go into it, but I was implying the fact that how are they producing fresh water when the process reverse osmosis is so energy intensive? Like it is really.
Well, but they have got lakes. Isn't the sea is very salty.
Yeah, no, we have the Kinetic, we have the Sea of Galilee. But, we cannot, we need to also create like a plan B, as we say.
You also have the river, right? From the river to the sea. You have that river.
The Jordan River is it's not good water. The only fresh water is the Connecticut.
The cost of electricity, the localized cost of electricity, most of the time is too high when you're using things like reverse osmosis. I think even in Spain, it's probably been subsidized, to be honest.
Yeah, just by the government. They have very high taxes. And also living in Israel is not cheap.
And I think there's a difference when you I don't know exactly, when you use the water for drinking versus just for like agriculture, for example.
Well, in the agriculture, it's a technological innovation in Israel too, and the drip irrigation, and how to.
Who said that?
That's.
So what's talking about the agriculture thing? Because I'm trying to say, are you saying that basically because they use that water for agriculture, they can get their money back?
No, it's a cheaper process. But Daniel, if I'm correct, I think they use rainwater in different reservoirs that's not cleaned, and the desalinated water they do use for drinking, because you also have problems with salt in agricultural water. But you have now in Israel listed. No, very little. It only rains in the winter and not enough. You have to collect. You can't just rely on rain. But Daniel, you also have a bunch of what they call deca with the palm trees that can handle high saline, which was like another agricultural thing done.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Mosanda, they just pray to Allah and Allah sends them the water.
No, the narrative is
It's not Allah, you mean Jehovah.
No, I mean Allah. So this is what the Gazans do as well. They pray for Allah and they pray to Allah, and the Israel gives them the water and the electricity.
No, you're thinking of Doha.
No, I'm talking about the Gazans. The Gazans pray
Never
to
mind, not the Gaza,
Allah,
also the
and
West-
the Israel gives them the water.
No, never mind.
Also the West
Pray
Bank.
to Doha, they send them water.
Well, we get
But don't
the
you
water.
give them the water? I mean, the Israel.
And the electricity.
Electricity
And the
to
electricity.
Gazans.
And the West Bank. And the Palestinian Authority.
Yeah, if I were Israel, these Gazans are lucky that I am not the prime minister. Because
No, they are lucky that they are next to us. Listen, any other nation in the world would annihilate them. By
Yeah,
now.
no, exactly. Like, they're lucky that I am not the prime minister of Israel, because I would have cut the electricity and the water. I mean, like, if we're at war, we're at war. I don't have to keep you alive.
Like, I have wondered, like, what would happen if they did that to, like, even a Muslim country like Turkey. I don't.
They would
You
finish
don't
them
have
with no
I think
mercy.
that-
You
I
don't
don't
have
think
to
forever.
wonder. Look
I
at
don't
what
think
the Egyptians
forever.
did to them. Look what the Jordanians did to them. You don't have to wonder.
Yeah, but I don't mean like out of nowhere. I just mean, okay, you did 7th of October, you
Oh, of course,
took
yes.
all the hostages, I'm gonna cut electricity, water, and I'm gonna go get my account.
This is what
I'm not
this is what Yuval
negotiating
Gallant
with you.
This is what Yuval Gallant said on the, or Yoav Gallant said on the, like, I don't know, after 2 days and the entire world were like, oh my God, it's genocidal. No, yes, if we had cut everything immediately,
It's a form of
no,
pressure.
no food, no water, no electricity, nothing goes in until you release the hostages, first of all.
Exactly.
And you want to wait, let's wait. Until, and yes, you can cry, and we would just say, release, not even start a military offense.
Yeah.
Just wait. And even say, listen, we are willing, and we can even say every day we will take, I don't know, 10 meters from Gaza.
That would have ended the war very quickly because they would have released everyone. But of course,
Yeah, but
you have
the
UN.
world, exactly,
It's not
the
the world.
humanitarians,
Food, electricity, water, and on top of that, media and whatever. Yeah, of course they are going to weaponize the whole thing.
look at what's happening now with this GHF, that all the UN and all those Amnesty are going like berserk because we are actually giving food to the Gazans while they were like allowing Hamas to be funded. They're going crazy. Every day they're telling stories that we put drugs there, that we execute them, that we, I don't know, every day like rotten food, whatever. Every day there's a new story. Meanwhile, this is actually the first time that every single day millions of meals are being delivered to the Gazans, directly to the Gazans. But they're
Yeah, now
complaining.
they're saying, oh, the Israelis are shooting the Gazans.
Every day they're like, yes. And you know what's amazing? Not even a single, like, you know, every day they say like that in the GHF delivery, like at least 70 people were shot, okay? Why don't you bring a camera tomorrow? Like, show the world. I've never, like, in this entire world, I have not seen one single video where I can see with my eyes an IDF soldier shooting an unarmed or uninvolved civilian. Not even once. In this most documented genocide in history. That's weird. And also genocide. 2 years into the war, 57,000 dead, out of them about half are Hamas. That's not a genocide. At some point, this lie
You're just
will have
really
to,
bad at genocide.
will expire.
Just
Like,
the
at
most
what point will it
powerful
expire?
army.
Yes, exactly. Don't get me wrong, we do have the
Topic
means.
for a minute.
Sure.
Okay, so we've discussed Nexus a couple of times. You remember the part where he talks about like learning the wrong lessons? Like, if in 1920 it would have if it would have checked like income rates, it would have said that women don't know how to earn money and they shouldn't be given jobs. Remember that part?
No. I need to refresh again.
He was basically saying. Sorry, I almost choked.
We lost you.
Yeah, no, I almost choked. I don't want you to hear me coughing. So, he was basically saying is that the problem is like the difference between causation and correlation. So if you're just going by data points without like an intellect, which a predictive module. So if in 1910 it would have looked at income earnings, it would have told an employer, don't hire women, they don't earn money. There's an obvious bias in there, but like going by strict data, right? We just saw this happen in Grok. Grok read X. So all the anti-Semitic files, and it learned it. It didn't verify the sources. It didn't go into it and see does this make any sense. It learned what it saw on X, which is a bad sample of real society. X and society don't match each other. The people go to X because they have no voice in reality. And I think it's a lesson that everyone just like skipped. I was like, oh no, Grok became Hitler. I'm not worried that Grok became Hitler. I'm worried that AI doesn't understand anything. Follow?
Yeah, and not only AI, actually what happened to Grok is exactly what happening to many people that are on X. He just kind of like, in a way, showed a mirror of how we can brainwash a person.
Right.
But yes, they cannot verify, they just, if you repeat, and the thing is that in a way, it does verify information because I saw it from reliable sources like the UN or Amnesty and HRW, so like, and there was a report on Al Jazeera. And I'm like, those are your like sources for like saying that it's reliable and verifiable? This is part of the problem that a lot of this
better, but you have
data.
To teach it. You have to teach it. How many times did UN Watch get it right? They said 10,000 babies are going to die within 4 days. Now they did. Like even
the problem is that this data is being laundered. I mean, Hamas says something, and then Francesca Albanese writes it, and then it's the UN, and then they start basically echoing each other. Amnesty says this, and then HRW says Amnesty, and then it goes to the ICC, and there's a condemnation in the UN. It becomes reality, And even like an AI would not say, okay, no. They all fell for it, but I know better. Like, it's not that smart.
No, it's not smart at all. It's a predictive model. So if you read a bunch of posts, so it probably has a algorithm that says that, if Mayor joins and has 3 followers, ignore that post. But some of these people have hundreds of thousands of followers. So it's still biased, right? So that's the real problem here.
The majority decides what is true.
And then it becomes self-perpetuating. Then Grok's gonna retweet it, and then ChatGPT will see that it became that's the problem.
And then people will ask Grok because people see Grok now, or not Grok, all those AIs. Even like in this conversation, let's ask ChatGPT. It's like it became like the new god. You go, you ask a question, and you get like the truth.
Right. So this is just a canary in the coal mine. Like the problem is this will become development will squeeze to a halt because this is like Galileo on steroids. You can't say that. Everybody knows it's not true. So we're gonna have to poison you. Like it's.
I think people will just get dumber because I think they will just outsource thinking to all those AIs. Decision making, thinking, writing, creating, like people just get dumber. By the way, speaking of Jewish space lasers, now there's like a photo from Gaza of like a circle in the sky. They're like, the IDF is experimenting a new weapon on Gaza that creates those circles in the sky. But everybody's saying, yeah, it's the Jewish space laser.
I'm just curious. So,
I was gonna mute and I was kicked out of the room. Space lasers, circles in the sky? What?
There was a picture, like, in the recent, like, yesterday of, like, some kind of a circle in the sky in Gaza, and they basically saying the IDF is experimenting a new chemical weapon on Gaza, and then everybody's like, yeah, Jewish space laser. Like, seriously, every day there's like a new story.
Like, I just got done watching. I used to be a fan of his up until primarily Russian Tucker Carlson.
Oh, me too.
The Russian, it's with the Russian and Ukrainian war. I couldn't understand why he was more or less siding with Russia. But I still listen to him, and he seems to have something to say about Israel and foreign policy. I would say for the last at least several weeks.
He's become really cringe. Like, I adore, or I really liked Tucker Carlson, but lately, like, I'm very disappointed since I saw his performance with Ted Cruz and how biased he was. I don't know. I think way less of him.
Going against Israel gives you clout. I see many users that were anonymous before the war, like I don't know, a few thousand followers, that now became like me. Look at this pop villain. You heard about them? They were like nobodies, and now they're like me. And the entire platform is like death to the IDF. And even this Mandani in New York, the ticket that he goes on is not about anything to do with New York. It's about like being anti-Zionist. It's a way to. It's a political power now.
Yeah.
It's become. Yeah.
And people are voting for Mamdani because of his stances with Israel. It's ridiculous.
Well, what I wonder is that. Well, I question foreign influence. I understand that like it could be in like for Russia's Russia might find it it'd be in their favor to kind of just cause turmoil, amongst United States and its allies. And of course, there's they're going to be the Middle Eastern countries like Qatar that don't like
No,
Israel.
dude, I might be naive, but I don't think Russia has got any interest in playing against Israel. That would be very tough.
Excuse me? Russia started it. The KGB was basically Yasser Arafat went to the KGB, and kind of like this story about the Palestinian nationality started there.
Well, I wonder like how much of it is like people like Tucker Carlson and a lot of the other, as you say, online influencers. They maybe they've always had these feelings. Maybe they've just been convinced of them, or maybe they're being,
I don't think Tucker is necessarily anti-Semitic or anything.
I think it's clout. It's riding this wave and benefiting over it. He has like his own show now on YouTube. He wants to get followers. The easiest way now to get like many followers is like being against Israel.
Yeah. And I agree that he falls into this narrative and that he uses it on the wave, but I think that, and I was speaking with Meyer earlier today about this, my feeling is that there are a lot of people that are not anti-Semitic. However, they start going into this very slippery slope, when they start becoming isolationist. And so in order to become isolationist, they start talking about Israel being a negative power and a negative influence over the US. And then they start going into this rabbit hole, in which like they start pushing or trying to justify more and more their stance by being against Israel. And in order to make their argument stronger, they start like grabbing all these kind of like anti-Semitic narratives, and it's a very slippery slope. I was speaking with Meyer about this earlier. But I don't think that Tucker is anti-Semitic. But in order to push his argument for isolationism and going against Israel, he grabs everything that is near him,
Well, why would he have definition on his Martyr made? I was kind of shocked he brought him on, and he's somebody who on X Martyr made. I forget what his real name is, but he had him on his show. He's the one who was saying. He went on Tucker's show when he was painting Winston Churchill as being the bad guy.
Brett Cooper?
Yeah.
Brett Cooper.
Brett Cooper, yeah.
Brett. He's he's a historical revisionist. He's a debunked historian who comes up with these. He wasn't even denying the Holocaust. He was denying the entirety of World War II. He was basically saying that Hitler.
No, dude, Brett Cooper is the girl from the Daily Wire. This guy is another name.
Daryl Cooper,
yes.
You're right. Brad Cooper. No, she was fired or whatever. She's I think she's starting her own thing now.
Yeah, no, she's actually, she started a week ago with Fox News as a contributor.
Yeah, okay. Did she just give birth?
Yeah.
My daughter used to listen to her. She's like a Gen Z hip.
I like her, yeah. She's smart, very smart and funny.
Yeah, that sounded
anyway,
like
Daryl Cooper.
Daryl Cooper, you're right. Daryl Cooper. He not too long ago sent a very anti-Semitic tweet at our old friend. What's his name? Who would have called himself the clubhouse rabbi?
Our clubhouse friend?
Yeah, the clubhouse rabbi from Kentucky. I can't believe Littman. He sent a very anti-Semitic tweet at Littman. Littman probably loved it, but he got himself in trouble, Daryl Cooper, for that. But he's a revisionist. He basically argues that Hitler only wanted the Sudetenland, and he would have stopped. And what's his name from England? I'm losing my mind. The Prime Minister of Great Britain was a warmonger.
Blair.
No, not Blair. Churchill, sorry. That was Winston Churchill.
Churchill.
Winston Churchill was a warmonger, and had he responded more intelligently, they could have ended it. And he bombed the Black Forest with the intent of killing civilians, to just murder German civilians, and got the entire globe. And he's the true villain of World War II, was Winston Churchill's response.
But that's a very common narrative in neo-Nazi circles. That is the narrative in neo-Nazi circles. It has been for decades.
Okay. Well, it might be in neo-Nazi circles, but in like these alternative views and like let's look at history from another level, Winston Churchill has come under a lot of ire for his response, which we can discuss, and there's reasons to say that, you know, with the luxury of hindsight, maybe you could have done things better. But outside of a very small neo-Nazi skinhead circles, calling him the villain and saying that Hitler would have ended the war is a revision on history that's completely retarded.
And even the American, like General Jack Person had said that like his biggest regret after.
Just give me 1 second. Kelly, I invited you up a few times. I thought I saw you raise your hand. Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, I put it to not need the hand raising so she can come up and down whenever she wants.
So that his biggest regret was not putting American troops or boots on the ground in World War I, because he felt that the Nazis were going to start invading Europe again, which they did. They, obviously they had taken over the Netherlands, Poland, France, Belgium. I mean, they were. I know outside of, yes, these ideological like Nazis, I guess you can say. I mean, nobody really doesn't think Hitler wasn't the bad guy. It didn't start the war.
Well, yeah, that's what Daryl Cooper is trying to make the argument. That's why he came up with like a 10-piece documentary. But
I want to listen to that. That's what Dave Smith is referencing in the Joe Rogan thing, right? When they spoke with.
Yeah, it's You've never been.
With oh my god, his name. I'm bad at names as well. The hot gay guy.
Ted Cruz.
No.
Douglas Murray.
Douglas Murray.
Talking about Douglas Murray.
Yeah. Well, see, I said it while she was saying it. I didn't think it was possible.
No, yeah, that he did like a 12-hour podcast or something like that, or 12-hour episode or something like that.
What?
About the Second World War, and I want to listen to it because they claim like, oh yeah, well, he is just being talking about history, like he's not being a revisionist, he's not a Holocaust denier, he's just kind of like investigating and doing research and saying what he found. But I want to listen to it. I found it. I bookmarked it, but I
shouldn't have like non-academics, just like armchair fucking historians. doing this kind of shit.
Listen, I don't care much about the credentials, but when you're consistently wrong on facts and you say things and then try to walk it back and then repeat them, it's time to stop listening to you. So,
but is he going? But where? But in academia, at least, it's gonna like your work goes in front of your peers.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying, if it was well researched, listen, if he would have came out with a well researched piece, and other historians would like critique it and not find factual errors, and he would say something more to the lines of, with the luxury of 70 years of hindsight, had we done X, Y, and Z, it could have mitigated the forces of war. There's a good utility to such a study, and we can try to learn from that for future history of how to deal with tyrants like Hitler. And the reason I'm saying this is because this is what the people like not really Tucker Carlson, but more Joe Rogan are trying to hide behind. I just want to ask questions. We're just reviewing. Like, there's a place for that, but that's not what Darryl Cooper is doing. Darryl Cooper is claiming that the true villain is Winston Churchill and Hitler's just being misunderstood, and that's dangerous.
Sorry, I was texting and I couldn't unmute it. Yeah, that's what I have heard, but I have never really listened to him. So that's why I'm curious about him. I don't think I've ever heard him speak, not even in the Tucker one. I haven't watched that episode.
He's not in the Tucker one.
Yeah,
He's discussed. No, Tucker interviews him, but
yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay.
That he's on Tucker. Yeah, I haven't watched that episode.
He was on Joe Rogan at least once, I believe, more than that as well.
Yeah, I've never heard him speak. The guy that I heard speak the other day, because also I was curious, is this Finkelstein or something like that? What is the name?
Finkelstein.
I mean, his guests for the last. I mean, he has on several guests a week that have something to say about Israel and their I guess.
Who are you talking about right now?
Tucker Carlson.
Oh.
He has people on every week that will talk about Israel and their influence and how they shape our foreign policy, basically.
I think that what he is trying to do, and again, like, I don't think, well, it could be, but I am still willing to give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt, which is, I think that he tries to bring to his podcast or to his show the opposite, the unheard voices, the non-mainstream ones. And so, for example, I appreciated that when he brought Putin, for example. I really was interested to hear what Putin had to say, even though, and he went against the whole current, the political current, the mainstream media. They were threatening him and whatever, and I did appreciate that. I also like to listen to this guy that I don't agree necessarily with him, but it's what's his name? For fuck's sake, he's an economist, and he speaks in favor of Russia, but against Israel.
Jeffrey Sachs?
Yes, Jeffrey Sachs. I do enjoy actually listening to Jeffrey Sachs. He's a little bit cuckoo, in certain things, but I think that he's someone that has been out there and he has got a legitimate opinion. It's not just someone who has been fed media and then he builds an opinion. No, he has been out there in the rooms, like being present in the conversations and being part of negotiations, and that to me is really cool to listen to their point of view.
He's by far the most. If there's gonna be somebody who'll speak against Israel and talk about how basically how Israel's not, our relationship with Israel's not good, and the negative things the Zionists are doing, he's probably the only one. I would say he's the one who puts forth the most convincing arguments. Of course, he's been a pundit for a long time. He's a university professor. He's a very sharp guy. And he doesn't seem necessarily ideologically driven.
Sucks.
Jeffrey Sachs.
Yeah, but I think he's got it wrong when it comes to Israel. I like to listen to his point of view when it comes to Russia and Ukraine and stuff because he has been in the rooms. And I think I do like that. But then when it comes to Israel, I just think that he has built that opinion based on what he has heard, but he has never really been involved in the Middle East.
Well, I can't. How do I put it? There is something that makes me feel kind of uneasy about Netanyahu in particular. I mean, he does seem to. How do I put this? I'm trying to think how to say it.
I think he's hot.
I think he's a very influential person, and especially when it comes to when we have Republicans in office. I think he has a way. I do think he has a way of really getting support from America.
But I don't think that's Netanyahu. I think it's the case that makes the point.
Yes, I agree with that.
Netanyahu.
Well, he is a good politician. We'll give him that.
Yeah,
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's an amazing politician.
And he knows how to speak and he knows how to make his case. But his case is not, I'm dying, please come help me. His case is, this is in your best interest.
Exactly. But he presents the case, so it has to do with him. The narrative, the way that he influences, or the way that he.
I can't think of I can't think of anybody in Israel that's ever been as comfortable or persuasive with Americans than him.
Well, he didn't really get the chance to meet so many other people because he's been prime minister for like.
I don't think that's true.
No, more than.
He's prime minister, but it's obvious true. Golda Meir did a very good job discussing.
No, I mean about Pepe's experience, exactly.
Yeah, if you're going back to the 90s, he's been pretty much prime minister straight. I mean, he lost a couple of years to Barack, who was a terrible politician in that way. So
there was 1 year of Lapid and Bennett.
So
Pepe is not that young, okay? I mean.
No, but I get it. But it's he's been around for a really long time. Because Barack was really bad. We could talk about Barack as much as you want, but his speaking to the Americans was really bad. His accent was bad. His lingo was bad. He just wasn't good at it. Naftali Bennett was actually really good. I mean, he had other issues, but he was very good at speaking to Americans.
I think most Americans kind of turn the conversation mostly around Rabin.
Well, I think Netanyahu was obviously he's a very charismatic person, and you can tell he's very intelligent. He speaks very well, which shouldn't be surprising. He's prime minister, but I don't know.
No, it doesn't mean we have prime minister.
Having a hard time.
No, Barack was terrible in communication.
Yeah, we had prime minister that didn't really have good, like also Sharon, like. But yeah, Bibi is a performer.
Bibi is a performer. He's American educated. He understands
media
human psychology. He understands media, so he knows how to talk. He's definitely a great communicator. I mean, he began his career by speaking in front of the UN. He was like 26.
I think he's the first prime minister that really understood the media's role.
Maybe some Israeli prime minister had this like Jewish belief that my case will stand for itself, and I don't have to say it well. The facts will just talk for themselves. He really understood how to speak it. I don't know why that's been translated to a negative. If someone knows how to make their case, it's not manipulative. It's not.
They think
just does it well.
They think it's manipulative. This is why it is, because they don't believe that the case is you know what they believe. So they think that they have some kind of, this is why they say that we have like the Epstein files, and we have a case against each one. And basically, what Moses is saying, that the AIPAC is buying them. The American politicians are all corrupt, and all are held by Netanyahu and the Israeli government, whatever you want to say. And because the case, they don't believe the case. and they don't believe like in terrorism and all those. They call it resistance.
I want to ask Daniel this, right? Trump just took out a bill called the Big Beautiful Bill, and in that bill, one of the things it stipulates is more money going to defense. And people might, I'm just saying from their sides, they would be presuming that that's just America being controlled because you're literally cutting medical aid, yet you're sending more money to defense, and obviously that would include supporting their allies, which is obviously Israel and what's the other one? Ukraine.
Why is it not supporting ourselves?
Why people be angry at it?
Well, this is a really stupid talking point. The Republicans have been talking about cutting social services and increasing military spending literally forever. The neocons wanted it even stronger. They just didn't have the guts to cut social spending. By the way, he didn't cut social spending. He cut it for illegal immigrants. But that's, you have to actually read the bill to know that. So the fact to say that is for the benefit of Israel and Ukraine, it's been the theory of peace through strength for sure since Reagan, and really way before that, of a Republican Party stance that the economy, a free market economy, will take care of the poor, and we should have crazy spendings on the military so we never have to use it. So I don't know what that has to do with Israel.
Kelly saying that.
You know, I'm just saying that's what they're saying.
Yeah, but it's
I don't think that's what.
Here.
Huh?
I don't think that's what. I don't think the bill had much to do with Israel.
Everything has to do with Israel.
Also, I'm tired of saying that Ukraine and Israel, you cannot compare one to the other. The money that is sent to Ukraine is charity money. The money that goes or is funneled to Israel is part of a partnership. They're getting stuff in return. From Ukraine, they weren't getting shit. Not even a strategic position in Europe. They're getting nothing.
They're diminishing Russia with their enemy. Some are diminishing.
It's hurting Russia.
I'm actually 100% on board with helping Ukraine. I don't understand the people who are against
Ukraine.
Let alone,
well, here's the issue, Issa. It's going to depend how much you don't like Russia. So if you're okay with, if you don't like Russia, if you're in that camp, then I'm very happy to support Ukraine.
That's fine, but the thing is that, so for me, and in this case, I copy what Simon says. Both countries are thugs. Both countries are run by thugs. Both countries are very corrupt, but still, I think one is more corrupt than the other. And in my opinion, Ukraine is worse than Russia.
Yeah, but
it's just my own.
And fucks with us and sides with all of our adversaries.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
Propaganda throughout the world.
Maybe, Pepe, but I mean, it's an adversary. It's a big country as well. It's a power play. So of course, you have to play strategically. You have to play strategically, but you cannot just claim that Russia has it all wrong just because they are opposed to you. I mean, they are also playing their game, you know.
Sure, that's fine, Issa. So let's take this moral relativism. I'm fine. Russia is an adversary. Russia is portraying strengths that it doesn't have. What this war in Ukraine was exposed them. It broke the illusion of China, which is the strongest of our adversaries. It made them distracted from being able to prop up Iran. If they would have taken the breadbasket of the Middle East, namely Ukraine, they would have been able to feed the Middle East in a way that would have hurt American interests. It was in America's best interest to have Ukrainian blood fight our war. Now that's cold and harsh, but that's what we did. We gave weapons and artillery and allowed Ukrainians to get slaughtered so we don't have to fight this war and expose Russia. Now, if you like Russia and you don't want them to be exposed, that's fine. But if you don't like Russia, and this is a long-standing Republican idea also of a great fear of Russia, Reagan called them the evil empire, then what the U.S. did in Ukraine was very beneficial to the U.S.
Maybe, but yeah, I see this, it's very difficult for me to explain. And I don't want to get into it. But I do believe that Russia has got also hegemony in its own region. And just as the US wants to be respected in its own region, Russia wants the same. I'm not saying that they're correct or that they are morally better than the West or anything like that. I'm just trying to see things objectively. And if I were Russia, I would also defend. If I were Putin, I would also defend the interest of Russia. He is Russia first, which is what every country should be, you know. And then what I see is that. Well, as Kelly is saying in the chat, like the money sent to Ukraine, yeah, it was not about Ukraine, it was about Russia. And that's the reason why I see it kind of like invasive or kind of, I don't know, like manipulative, you know? And it has harmed Ukraine in a huge way. It's a proxy war. And I've always had it clear, you know, that Ukraine was used as a battleground for the US to fuck with the Russians. But in the end, the big losers there are the Ukrainians, because they're losing their people, they're dying, and they're being fucked really by everyone.
I actually strongly disagree. I believe that the Ukrainians strongly fucking hate Russia, like most of the Eastern Bloc countries. They absolutely are not willing to put up with Putin or their shit.
Yes,
or deal with his
I'm
shit.
not saying that the Ukrainians don't hate Russia, of course, but they would have never gotten into this. Like, this war was, let's say, exacerbated or instigated. They were encouraging Ukraine to stand up to Russia when there was no need in that moment. And Russia, yeah, well, whatever. But if you know that they're going to be the small dog, you don't encourage them to go on and poke the fucking bear, because they're going to be obliterated by the fucking bear.
They're obliterating Russia.
Well, they're not obliterating
The old argument. They would literally took Georgia and they did nothing about it. I mean, at the end of the day,
There's part of what she's saying that's correct, though. She's not wrong in all ways. I mean, but I don't think that the conclusion that you're coming to, at least in my opinion, is correct.
Yeah, but
I do think that it's. Hold on just a second. I do think it's fair for Lisa to make the point that Ukraine has been damaged, and I don't think that that's good, because they are like they're literally like a buffer zone, and we need Ukraine to exist, right? We need Ukraine to come out of this as a nation that can continue to get stronger and get back on its feet. And if the ultimate goal, if the only value that America had in this conflict was defeating Russia, then like that, we could have given a lot more to Ukraine. We could have not held things up. Like I don't know why. I can think of many reasons. I'm sure all of us can, but I'm not going to presume to know what they are. But I think it's true that that Biden held a lot back, and maybe that's because Biden saw that America would benefit more in the long run. Even if Ukraine suffered more deaths and more devastation, America would benefit in the long run by keeping the body mill running over there, just keeping more Russians going into the grinder. I don't know. Like, I think that the only way you can really cleanly look at this is to decide to either take Ukraine out of the picture and just look at the calculation of Russia. I mean, I guess there's multiple ways you could do it, but I think you do have to step back away from like some kind of role America is playing and being, a benefactor to Ukraine. I don't think that that's an honest way to look at it at all. And I think if you're honest about the whole thing, even if you're saying that, yes, this was all in service of America's best interests, which I am A-okay with, you have to be honest and admit that Biden could have done a whole lot more, a whole lot earlier, and there would be more resources for Ukraine at this point to be able to take advantage of some of this.
I will agree with you that the U.S. should have done more for Ukraine, in my opinion, because the U.S. in a way instigated or exacerbated the position that Ukraine took against Russia. And so, since it was in the interest of the U.S. for Ukraine to stand up to Russia like they did in the case of NATO, they should have gone full on with Ukraine, because what they did, as you were saying, is that they just instigated, and then Ukraine was fucked. Now, I also see the other argument that you're saying, and I'm not sure whether the U.S. is winning more in the long term by getting more Russians into the grinder. That could be one argument. But the other one, I think, is also kind of like the media war, you know, because the longer this war lasts, the more they are demonizing Russia, which is the enemy. And in the end, what the US strategically also wants, or at least in Biden's era, is that everybody was against Russia and they sanctioned Russia and whatever. Although I don't know how well that played, because Russia didn't necessarily become economically much weaker, but they just changed their alliances and they are forming blocs with the enemies or the opposite side of the US and creating another very strong economic bloc. So I don't know how well this is going to play in the long term economically for the US, but I do believe that, yeah, you're right. If they were instigating it, at least give support to Ukraine so that they would smash completely Russia, but they didn't. And now the ones suffering are the Ukrainians. They're killing their people, their land is destroyed, they're losing territory. It's a shit show. But I also believe that Russia has the right and they have the hegemony on that region.
Of course, everyone has the right to fight, to defend, whatever. Like, this is just a reality. Israel is a great example of how all of these, like, suppositions about what people should or shouldn't be doing aren't necessarily in their best interest, and it's good when you don't sign every treaty that comes in front of you. But I think that the point you just made about this is all damaging Ukraine, I think that's fair. But I also think that the one thing that you can't really Monday morning quarterback is the extent to which more help could have been given that and how much it would have helped Ukraine. Like, it is true that even through Congress, Biden was not giving everything to Ukraine that he was supposed to. There were things held back, like it was obfuscated, it wasn't talked about, whatever. These were like numbers you had to sit and crunch to be able to appreciate that he was holding things back. But I also think it's fair to acknowledge the people that worry about going like full hog on a nation like Russia. I don't know if it would be nukes or what, but there is a risk there. So I'm not saying that you're wrong to say what you're saying, but I think you have to put that caveat in there. Russia, I don't think there's any guarantee that they would have run home with the ball.
I agree, but that's the reason why there wasn't a need in the first place to start this war. Because in the end, the only thing it created is destabilizing the region, is fucking up a smaller country. And I think the better approach would have been having a diplomatic relationship with Russia and trying to, in a way, kind of balance the power, just like they did in Europe at some point when everybody was killing each other and they created balance of power. So I get it, Russia is an quote-unquote enemy of the US, but it could also be a frenemy, it can be someone that you are an adversary, but you can also compete in a healthy way. You don't need to start this shit. So yeah, I agree with you. I mean, maybe they have nukes. Maybe it's not their most responsible thing to go and attack Russia, power like Russia, because you don't know what they're what they're capable of doing. But it's more irresponsible, using a little guy like Ukraine to start this stuff. I mean.
Yeah, but that's continuous, guys. America has said multiple times, if China tries to take Taiwan, they will be fully available. And China is a nuclear powerhouse.
Oh my god, now you want to take us to China and Taiwan, dude?
No, what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, you're not scared of the nuclear thing because China can threaten you with nuclear, but you're willing to go to war with them. But you're not willing to go to war for Russia. And the second part, you forced the Ukrainians to give up their nukes. You told them to give up their nukes, and they did. And instead of helping and deploying soldiers, you're all talk. And then next time, now you're talking about even taking down Canada.
Yes, Usana, I agree with you.
Okay, let's take this conversation back to reality.
They gave up their nukes, but then, in the first place, if you make them give up on their nukes, then you protect them, but then you don't push them into creating a conflict and exacerbating it with Russia, because you know that, unfortunately, you cannot take Ukraine and move it from geographically to another place. They are going to be always the neighbors of Russia, and you gotta respect and play the rules of the region where you are. And it's in your benefit to play smart with the resources you have.
Well, and resources, I wanted to say, Isa, it's good to see you, by the way. How are you doing, Isa? And it's good to see Kelly and Pepe and Caleb, Daniel, everyone on stage. The way I look at it, too, is you see the strategic point here and what it's doing to the resources? What's going on between the Ukraine and Russia right now? Resources are being used. Who are we supplying resources to? Ukraine, right? Russia's using their resources. What happens when you keep using resources and spending money? It weakens that economy. And I feel like that's kind of one of the things, that's one of the first things I said to my girlfriend when September 11th and it hit us. I said, this is to get us to go elsewhere and spend lots of money, resources, and lives going to another country to expend our resources and put us in debt, in greater debt. So what I see is a strategic point of using countries as chess pieces, like Ukraine to Russia, to tire the resources out. Similar to Israel and Iran, same thing, right? Are you seeing what I'm talking about? They're weakening. These countries are getting weakened. Russia's getting weakened. Iran's been weakened exponentially. Their resources are getting weakened, and I think what that's going to do is benefit what we want as Americans. Not that I feel like I want us to continue to be out there, but I think it's. Well, I think Russia is going to get weaker and weaker and weaker, and it is at a certain point. If the war doesn't stop, we will see either Putin or Zelensky or both dead by the end of this. If it doesn't stop.
I mean, it's a very happy, slappy sort of thesis you have, but the fact is, the ruble is historically very strong right now. Russia's GDP is at an all-time high. Their foreign reserves are at an all-time high. They have more cash savings than ever before. Their military-industrial complex is stronger than ever, and they are on the front foot as far as this war goes. So, I mean, these are really happy, slappy American theories you have, but the ground realities kind of point to something.
Do you think what we did to Iran by bombing the nuclear facility was a sloppy maneuver?
Sean,
What do you think about what we did to Iran, S500? I'm curious.
It's a
What's
very
your take on that? Was that sloppy?
What you have with Iran than what you have.
Yeah,
I think what it did is it made a statement. I think what it did is made a statement that we can do things and you can't do anything to us. We made a statement that we don't play.
Let me just make a quick parenthesis here. Hey, hold on. SV500 or you. Where did you get that photo from?
I stole it from someone. I don't know who. Regardless.
AI generated, probably.
Because I did that frog, and so I'm just surprised that you have it because I
someone else had it up.
I did it for Chat FBI in the Beat Corner. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, 1 second. You're correct. SA 600. You're 500. You're correct, and the ruble is strong. Russia is doing well. That was like a little bit over exaggeration of their depleting the resources. But to say the war is going well for them is grossly inaccurate. They went into a much smaller country. They were supposed to walk in and take it. They're having tremendous difficulties. They're bombing civilians and still not getting anywhere. They had a truck full of drones attack them in their place. The only reason why they didn't get worse hit was because Biden was afraid, and maybe justifiably so, to allow the weapons to be used, and they had to have only certain ranges. So they weren't allowed to attack. Once Ukraine started attacking with inside Russia, they are not doing well. They have exposed themselves to be a very incompetent country.
If I may respond, currently, Ukraine is getting pounded harder right now than at any point during the war. Okay, and I get it. Ukraine launched a successful sneak attack offensive a couple of months ago, right? They've been losing the war, but winning the media narrative for years now. And finally, they've managed to launch a successful operation through this sneak attack with the help of Western intelligence. And I will credit them for that. Russia did lose significant assets during the sneak attack, not to the extent that the media was portraying, but Russia did lose assets. However, the fact remains, the manner
sad and pathetic, and like honestly, for the Ukrainian people, they are getting slaughtered.
That's fine. We couldn't hear the last paragraph you just said because you went into the matrix. You might want to repeat.
Was anyone else able to hear me?
No, you lost some, but you're not responding to what I said.
No,
I know that Ukraine is being pounded. That's not the argument. The argument is comparatively they should have been captured by now. There should be Russian flags flying over Kyiv.
I mean, F500 is right. You're just telling words at this point, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, well, at least they weren't able to do this in 20. Like, bro, they're dying. They're dying now.
Okay, that was about the dumbest take I ever heard.
Everything is the dumbest thing ever.
Respond.
People's lives are ending and you're just selling words. You think I'm the dumb one? The fuck?
Okay, you have to. I mean, you don't have to, but if you want to continue, you should respond to the actual argument. The argument here is that Russia should have been able to annex what they wanted years ago, like 2.5 years ago. They've been exposed as an incompetent country. Their army is not modernized. Their army cannot stand up to U.S. tech. They cannot even take Ukraine. So whatever level of dominance and hegemony they thought they had in the area, forget NATO, forget the U.S. They can't even take Ukraine.
I don't even think that they have used their best weapons yet. I don't think they have used their best
Deploy soldiers are not Ukrainian. No, I mean, deploy soldiers. If everything you're saying here is true and the Russians are so weak and whatever,
why would he deploy soldiers? You know what a non sequitur is?
You said you were trying to speak and Kirst didn't understand it.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that I don't think Russia has even made use of their greatest weapons yet. I don't think that they have felt the need to do that.
It comes down to that because Iran was a strategic partner for them for weapons. I mean, they both benefited each other in many ways, but they weren't even.
Blonde, you're sounding very blonde right now.
Dude, don't speak over people, please.
Hold on just a second. We need to do a thing. and then we can do this thing. So anyways, please, by all means, come back up, but since you need help shutting the fuck up, Russia wasn't even strong enough to help Iran.
But I don't think their intention was ever to help Iran. Like, they were not going to get in that mess. I don't think that they ever spoke or had the intention of getting into that conflict. I mean, they have a weapon relationship with Iran, but they have never really directly attacked Israel. I mean, and you can see, for example, when the whole Syria thing happened, they had the opportunity to attack Israel or whatever, because all of them, I mean, had certain administration or control of parts of Syria. And when the whole Syria, when Assad left Syria and the whole mess exploded, like, they even coordinated with Israel so that there was no misunderstanding and they were not going to attack each other.
Totally. I'm talking about something totally different. And listen, I don't know exactly what it tells us, but it tells us something important, and people have to accept that one of them is true. Russia and Iran were important to each other. Iran was supplying Russia with weapons, like important weapons, right? Obviously, Iran suffered greatly. I'm not sure, to what extent they could have continued supplying Russia, but if the argument is that what was going on with Iran was like not that big of a deal, right? Which, if you consider Iran, Russia, like China, if you consider these people kind of like this loose alliance of assholes, then these questions matter, not just about Russia, but about the other countries too. So if Iran was like, not really all that damaged, but maybe they couldn't keep supplying Russia with weapons, but they'd be able to get back up to it soon enough, Russia would be giving up a lot to turn its back on Iran at that moment, right? But if Iran was damaged and Iran's of no use to Russia anymore, that's important because that means that Russia is even weaker than they previously were.
Iran was just a territory for power projection. You know, the Middle East has been a territory where Russia and the U.S. have been competing for power projection. You know, there are times when Russia has been dominant in the last few years. There are times when now the U.S. Is more dominant in this power projection. But you know that, and then I'm talking about just in the last decade alone. You know, it's been a seesaw. But you know, to say that China is Russia's ally, you know, this is just a misnomer amongst Americans.
Well, I mean, maybe it's English as a second language issue. I said loose alliance.
Yeah.
Loose alliance.
And you're not responding to anything that Kelly said. So allow me just to address what she said, and then you can say whatever the hell you want to say. I agree with you that the whole thing that happened with Iran right now indirectly or directly affected the position that Russia has because of their weapons agreement or partnership or whatever. Now my question is, and I have no, I don't know what the answer is, but maybe you guys know because I just haven't looked into it. Is Iran? I mean, like maybe they had a good partnership because it was convenient, efficient, or cheap, or whatever with Iran, but aren't they able to get weapons from their other partners? For example, like North Korea or China or any other country producing weapons for Russia? I don't think that they're necessarily handicapped just because of what happened to Iran. It's like, for example, if you tell me that if right now the partnership between Israel and USA breaks in terms of weapons, Israel can still get weapons from other markets, right? I mean, they have a partnership with the U.S. where they're getting 70% of their weapons from the U.S. But what about the rest of the 30%?
So Issa, again, like who knows what the fuck I know? Like these are just. I'm just telling you what I think, and that's probably about as valuable as like a pair of old shoes that I threw away. I mean, so just to start there, but. Like the reason I would never call these nations like quote unquote allies is because they're like in the service of themselves. Like they're not the same kinds of nations as the United States and some of the people that we consider allies, whether that's on paper or not.
They're more mercenary, right?
Yeah. Israel's a great example of like one of these people. Like we have the kinds of values or like things in common that are not nearly as transactional. And so I'm not trying to like place a value on it per se, but I mean I think depending on your look on the way you see like the Western world, etc., like you probably could assume one. But anyway, sorry, there was a whole other point I wanted to make.
You were talking about
that, and now I forgot it.
Or was a different one?
No, it was in response to that. Like, I mean, like these alliances are loose, and what you can get from people is meaningful. And Russia's capital is Russia's strength that it's bringing to the table. Like Russia has been exposed. So sure, maybe they can get weapons from somewhere else, but what is that nation going to gain from doing business with Russia?
I agree. But in the end, I mean, and again, I don't know much either. I'm just trying to kind of like think, what the picture would look like here. I don't know what the actual relationships are, but yeah, I mean, Russia, maybe they can get weapons from someone else, and I mean, they have shitloads of energy and oil and natural gas and all of this that they can trade, and they are trading with China. Like, again, this war, in the end, the big losers are Europe, and they were also enticing the whole Ukrainian thing of joining NATO. And I'm not saying that this is the only reason why Russia attacked Ukraine, because of course there might be some expansion objectives and whatever, but that was definitely the drop that made the glass overflow, the NATO thing. And we started putting a lot of sanctions on Russia, whatever. Right now we're being fucked, literally, in terms of energy. Like, we don't know what to do. Like, Europe, on top of that, has gone like completely retarded in terms of electric energy and sustainability and whatever. And now that we lost the energy from Russia, our energy is super expensive, like tripled or more, over the past couple of years. It's ridiculous. And so Russia is sending all of his energy, of their energy to China. So yeah, maybe their economy has been affected. Maybe the weapon stuff has been affected. But I don't think that they had all the eggs in one basket. And they have been able to still keep going, despite of all the sanctions and all the stuff. I don't know.
So
I just think that the narrative they give us in the West is that Russia is weak, Russia is evil, Russia is shit, da 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 da. But we don't realize that we're living in an interdependent world, and we gain more from actually having good diplomatic relationships than actually entering in war with a big country like Russia that we'll need in the end,
So if I can just add, provides literally nothing to Russia that Russia actually needs. Russia has zero dependence on Iran. Iran relied on Russia for this false sense of security, which obviously Russia has no reason to go out of its way.
You don't think that Russia needs all the Syrian soldiers? Russia doesn't need the drones, the missiles?
I very patiently listened.
No, you're right. Carry on.
So, Iran, what do they export? They export crude oil, natural gas, urea, for fertilizers. They export like some degree of missiles and drones that have been used in Ukraine, but such a minuscule, we're literally talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, like such a small number that it's not really even a talking point. Russia, so the things that Iran exports, China is primarily the main consumer because of the U.S. unilateral sanctions against Iran. China is the one who's almost has a monopoly on Iran's resources. Russia has absolutely nothing it needs or really wants from Iran. Russia has plenty of natural gas. Russia has every resource you can imagine. They don't need anything from Iran. So that was not really Russia's battle to fight to go and defend Iran. These people saying Russia has been exposed or whatever, like that's just false.
You do realize that Russia's still in a war with Ukraine, right? One that they said would be over in 2 weeks. Like within the first push, they lost tanks because they couldn't even read a fucking weather map.
Is that something you read on CNN? Like, what's this word? So yeah, there's all this like Russia propaganda floating around the West. What did they say? Like Russia rigged the election in 2016. They called it Russia Gate. I don't know. Someone is talking. But regardless, look. There were internal documents leaked recently where Russian bureaucrats stated they consider China as a top enemy, as a threat. The Chinese are considered a threat, but because Russia is cut off economically from doing business with the West, doing trade with the West, Russia has to do trade with China, right? Russia does trade with India, but the difference is Russia only shares certain technologies with India, a distant country, that they don't share with China because they don't consider China as a friend. So when you said a loose alliance, that was an accurate term in that sense. But yeah, like Iran was not like some kind of strategic partner that was very vital to Russian interests. So to say like, because the U.S. went over, like bombed a weak country like Iran, suddenly Russia is exposed. That was like
that's not okay. I'm gonna interrupt you. That's not what I said.
No, that's what not you. Sean said that.
Well, I just looked it up because I wanted to get a little bit of an idea of how important is the Iran partnership with Russia in terms of weapons. And just like Israel buys 70-75% of weapons from the US, Russia, the percentage that Russia gets from Iran in terms of their whole weaponry is 5%. So yes, in a way they could have been weakened because I don't know, it's mostly like tactical weapons and stuff like drones and things, and a few and missiles. But in the end, it's just only 5%. The rest of their weapons, let me see where it comes from. I think that they have got a lot of production in Russia. But also it says that, sorry, I need to keep reading the rest, but it mentions North Korea and China as well for partnerships in this sense. But so Iran really doesn't represent a large portion of the weaponry of Russia.
Listen, I don't know what the true percentage is. I also don't know how we would know exactly like what that true percentage is, considering you're talking about Iran, North Korea, like you said, China.
You're in the matrix a little bit. I think she stopped talking, right? I don't know if she heard me. She was in the matrix. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I thought I was in the matrix. Well, this thing says that unlike Israel, Russia is not heavily dependent on Iran for weapons. Russia is largely self-sufficient in conventional weapons. It's the second largest arms exporter globally. That said, Iran has supplied drones primarily. Estimates suggest hundreds to possibly thousands of drones have been delivered depending on the source. Let me see, the actual percentage of Russian arms coming from Iran is very small, likely well under 5%, and mostly limited to tactical and asymmetric weapons, like kamikaze drones. And then it says that the relationship, the nature of the partnership with Iran is mainly transactional and opportunistic, not deeply institutional like the US-Israel, which is also more aligned in terms of values, and I agree 100% with Kelly with what she was saying there. So it's very transactional. It's very, yeah. So it says they have an anti-Western stance, sanctions pushing both to cooperate, and Iran's drone tech offering them. There is no formal treaty or alliance equivalent to NATO or US-Israel frameworks. Some intelligence coordination, and yeah. So Iran has no leverage over Russia either in broader military terms. It says here Russia is superior power military, using Iran as a gap filler. Yeah, of course, in the region. And also a gap filler during sanctions-induced shortages, like microchips and stuff like that. Yeah, and it's a minimal strategic risk for Russia.
Okay.
I think this is very interesting. So yeah, Russia is mostly self-reliant.
Okay, so you remember the hypersonic talk from Iran? Remember when there was all this concern about Iran pulling out some new technology to try to use? What a fucking joke. Let me just tell you the Minuteman 3, and then I'm trying to remember the name of the equivalent that Israel has. It would take less than 30 minutes for us to send a nuclear warhead that they would have no response, no chance to respond to into Iran or any other country. Yeah, I'm talking about the Minuteman 3 intercontinental ballistic missile. And we have things that you don't even know about. And I'll leave it at that. And I can't go more on that. But I'm just gonna tell you.
Iran sent
When I'm gonna stop something, we'll stop something. I'm talking down to Mikhail, who thinks he knows
What do
everything.
you know?
Oh, Iran sent
I have connections in the military, motherfucker.
missiles to
U.S. Air
Israel.
Force and Space Force Base, my friend.
Good. If you want to talk to Mikael, then go to the chat and respond him there. Don't have like
I had to come off mic for a second.
bilateral conversation.
Explain.
Sorry. Yeah, well, if Mikael comes on stage, then you can have a conversation with him, but don't derail the whole room conversation just because he is talking about something completely different in the chat.
He said that Russia never declared war on Ukraine. Do we agree or disagree on that? I'm curious.
Who cares? I don't care what.
Was it an attack on Ukraine a declaration of war? That's all I'm asking. Was it the attack on Ukraine a declaration of war?
Oh my God, Sean!
All right,
That's not what we're talking about.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail. I'll go quiet.
Just go to the chat to discuss with him.
I just get
Anyway,
irritated by idiots. Fucking idiots. That's all I can say. There's fucking idiots out here in Clubhouse.
I think it's time to do a thing.
Kelly, are you back? What thing?
I don't know if you can hear me. I'm in Costco, so I have a terrible.
Yeah, we can hear you now. You were saying something, but you went in the matrix and we couldn't hear you.
It's in it.
Let me check it. I'm in Costco. My signal ducks don't interrupt, please.
No, about that.
So they don't have that loose alliance anymore, and given
one more up. It starts with the not just weapons, and then the next.
not just weapons, but soldiers via proxies. Also, the point is they are weakened enough that it's not in their interest to help Iran. I agree. So they don't have that loose alliance anymore, and given what they've gone through, are they a good investment?
Meaning, is Russia a good investment for anyone else? What do they have to offer?
Well, that's the thing. Like, I think also, and maybe I am wrong, and maybe I am completely naive, and I'm just a woman that doesn't understand war. But I refuse to think that all they have is what they have shown in the Ukrainian war. I don't think that they have used their most powerful weapons yet. I refuse to think that Russia is that weak. I mean, they are the second largest weapon producer and seller and whatever in the world.
Is that true?
And so, I don't know. Maybe this is kind of like also psychological type of war, let them think they're winning, and once they are thinking that they are going to make it, just like slash them completely. I don't know. Also,
That's what they tell the Iranians as a soldier, so we want to let them think we're winning.
Putin, to me, doesn't come across necessarily as a warmonger or as a war guy. Like, he is interested in cooperating with the U.S. He doesn't come across as like just a guy that is thirsty for blood. I don't know. Again, maybe it's just because I think he's hot, and I refuse to think that he is like that. I don't know. But again, I think it's in his best interest to just negotiate with the U.S. He doesn't want issues with the U.S.
Should let him booty clap.
Yes. I would let him clap his booty. Anyway, I don't believe that all the weaponry of Russia is old and useless and that they're weak or whatever. They wouldn't be the second exporter of weapons in the world, and if their weapons were shit.
Yeah, but if these Americans believed what they're saying, they would have deployed soldiers around them. That's the thing. I mean, words are worthless in the game of war. If you are what you are, you book from the ground, man. You just talk a good game.
Words are not worthless in the game of war.
So you're saying that we would want to basically see if we can get them to launch nukes. That's what we would be doing. Just because on it, deploy the soldiers, so you just completely try to overtake Russia.
Russia wouldn't deploy any nukes. It's a foreign. It's not like you're entering Russia. You're just defending Ukraine. Why? The reality is they know the consequences too of nukes. In fact, you guys have made it clear that if there's ever evidence of them using nukes in Ukraine, I mean the Russians, you would fully give the full throttle of NATO. So you've already made a declaration of saying you're willing to attack Russia, even for Ukraine, just obviously on the absence of that you nukes. The thing is, you just don't care about Ukrainians. Which is, I don't know why you just want to be honest. Yeah, you don't care, and you just don't want to.
We've actually been saying that for the last hour. We don't care. That's true. But you take that and then you turn it into incapable, which is what makes it retarded.
That was the entire first point I made. I don't know, maybe you took a nap or something, or maybe you're just
His brain is just asleep.
Okay, look, I won't completely say they won't use nukes, but I'm saying I would even have to say that you're too scared of the repercussion that a nuclear war would have. So
do we not care, or are we too scared? Because you gotta pick one.
No, Mayor, we exist in a fucking world.
Let me give you one. You.
He's contradicting himself.
You're too scared. Yeah, I'll go back to too scared. Yeah, like everybody else. Yes, you're too scared of them.
Well, everybody should be scared, dude. This is the reason why Trump is trying to get into an agreement of denuclearize the countries.
Well, let me just point one
it's too
thing
high
out.
risk for the humanity.
Yeah, let me just point one thing out, and then we can have a real conversation. If the U.S. would take over every country that we are capable of taking over, then there would just be the U.S. left. So the fact that there's not global dominance just kind of proves that the U.S. doesn't just invade countries willy-nilly, and it's not because we're scared, because we could literally march through Latin America and just take about as long as it takes to drive.
Nah, man, obviously the world.
Leave your hands off Latin America.
Somehow we got that we won in Afghanistan. We lost the will to stay. We had a couple thousand soldiers that held that country steady for. They haven't been deaths in that country for 8 years before we left.
How many wars?
and replace the Taliban.
How many wars?
No, we spent billions of dollars, we won the war, and then we got bored, and we went home. We didn't lose that war at all. It took a bit of time to put down the insurrection, but for about 10 years before the Biden decided to withdraw, there were no more American soldiers dying. So no, we won in Afghanistan. We won well, harder.
We were never in Afghanistan. 0 people would have died.
Yeah, that's a whole separate issue. But
I can't say that's a win if Americans aren't dying.
You literally can, because being against war doesn't mean that you lose every war that you're ever.
We're not deployed you. That's why you.
Listen, if you conquer,
Hold on, Mayor, I'm gonna hand it right back to you. I'm not a rule kind of person, but I'm gonna make a rule. Unless your next comment isn't stupid, I'm gonna kick you off the stage.
I can save you some. Kelly, I can save you some time. But if you conquer a territory and you hold it and people stop dying, you won that conflict. What else is their definition of winning a war?
How is that winning? How's spending millions of billions of dollars, getting nothing out of it, and replacing it with the Taliban winning?
Okay, I can't.
Yeah, but that was not I get his point. I mean, but retiring voluntarily and allowing that to happen and having a bad strategy for leading a country is not the same as losing a war. It's like, for example, if right now Israel would decide to retire from Gaza, for example, Gaza, that doesn't mean that Gaza won the war. It just means that Israel decided to take a step back. Now, if they did it in a poor way and half of the IDF was killed by Hamas while they're at it, that would be a bad strategy, but it doesn't mean that they lost the war. But I mean,
I get it. It was not like a big win for the U.S. because they could have done it better.
Or not at all.
Yeah. But I guess that the only thing that the U.S. has ever lost is the Philippines, right? The Philippines is the only thing
You
that
could
they
say
lost.
the U.S. lost Vietnam. It definitely failed to win Vietnam. But that's a whole separate issue. Was the juice worth the squeeze? That doesn't counteract the point that it was a decisive win. Meaning, the dialectic going on here was the U.S. is incapable and scared. No, the U.S. is very, very capable, and we took Afghanistan and won that war. Now, should we have? A whole new conversation.
And I don't think that Gaza is the same situation. I mean, the U.S. could just leave Afghanistan and fuck it. And Israel is a bit different.
Yeah, but what I mean, I just was trying to make a comparison that if right now Israel decides to retire and in the process they get a bad strategy getting out and get half of the IDF killed by Hamas, that doesn't mean that Gaza won the war. It just means that
even leaving is, but I cannot really agree with this. Leaving Gaza, like basically just giving up in a way, meaning like also leaving the hostages, it is losing, I think.
Yeah, but if you would decide to leave Gaza, even after you got the hostages back, you get the hostages back, and then you decide to leave Gaza without taking possession of the territory. That doesn't mean that you guys.
We don't need to take possession of the territory. That was not the objective of the war. Winning a war is meaning if you reach the objective that you set out to do. That is winning the war. It's not about conquering, or it's not about killing everybody. It's about like what are the objectives? It's like, for example, the war in Iran was to like harm the like nuclear. Like it's not about like taking down the regime or destroying Iran or like no. So for us, it's like it's a win. We came, we did, we left. We did what we needed to do.
All you have to do.
Can you make the claim that Afghanistan is better off now than it was 20 years ago?
No.
After the U.S. took control.
Well, we put up the mission accomplished banner. I mean, we won.
But did you guys? And I'm honestly asking this question. Like, I have no fucking clue. It's not rhetoric. Is Afghanistan? And regardless, taking aside the Al Qaeda thing, like, is Afghanistan better? Like more, more developed or better?
No. Actually, the worst, because when you fight something and you don't like destroy it, it actually kind of becomes even more immune. Like a disease, it kind of becomes stronger.
But that's winning.
Well, again, depends on the objective. It depends what is the objective.
That's the thing. Winning versus what? To me, is winning versus being defeated. And the U.S. was not defeated. They retired voluntarily. They did very poorly, and they lost a lot of money in the 20 years. But they were not defeated. So that's what doesn't make them lose the war.
And to the loss, I said it wasn't a win.
Yeah, it's not.
It was a tie. It wasn't. Okay. I don't know where this cognitive distance is coming from.
Just from winning.
I don't understand how we won.
What was the objective? Again, the question wasn't whether it was a good idea or you consider it winning to have a ridiculous pullout and hand it back to the Taliban. The question was, is America strong enough to take the war? They couldn't even take Afghanistan. That's not true. America took Afghanistan, won in Afghanistan, held Afghanistan, and then got bored and left. Is that good from an American standpoint to say we won the war? No, obviously not. But you cannot say the American military was incapable of conquering Afghanistan. It's just not true.
I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, that is what we were addressing, because somebody was saying about something about the U.S. being scared of going into
I was in the matrix where I'm at. I couldn't.
And Meyer was trying to make the point of no, the U.S. is not scared of it. They are choosing not to do it. And then I asked, okay, what war has the U.S. lost? And that's what got us into this winning or losing dilemma. Like, what is winning? Because what they did in Afghanistan is not necessarily a win, but it's not that they were defeated either. It was just very stupid. And there were a lot of lives lost, and money, and and time. What was the objective of Afghanistan again?
To remove the Taliban from power because they gave safe harbor to Al Qaeda.
The general focus in Iraq should have been in Afghanistan in the first place. The problem was that the president announced they're going to go to war 2 weeks before they went to war, so it gave plenty of time to move anything of any capabilities when it came to bombs, whatever natures, from the kind that put out disease, mustard gas, or even possible any kind of nuclear material. It gave them plenty of time to move it. And so then there's a lot of suspicion that it was moved to Syria or possibly Afghanistan. But Afghanistan was where we went to war in Iraq over September 11th, where the war should have been taken to Afghanistan, not Iraq, right? I mean, I'm just giving a generalization, a quick summary without having to go so technical. A lot of you go very technical, and I just stay with the bullet points on what I feel, and if I'm wrong, maybe I'm wrong.
You do know that the U.S. invaded Afghanistan like months before Iraq, right?
We do know that the weapons that were used in Afghanistan against American soldiers are the weapons that we supplied to them in the Afghan-Russian war.
Yes, but that's not relevant to anything that was just said.
Yes.
Yes, but that's not relevant to anything that was just said. To say that we should have gone into Afghanistan and not Iraq, we went to Afghanistan months before we went to Iraq.
See, Iraq was severely destabilized by going to war with them. It's the same with Syria. Most of the Christian Syrians that live in my community actually said that getting rid of Assad would have been the worst thing that could have ever happened when Obama drew the red line. That it was better to keep him there than to remove him. The same with Saddam. I know, but there's a lot of shit going on. There's a lot of shit, and everyone keeps forgetting about the shit that's happened in the past to where we are currently today.
Yeah, but Iraq is in a lot better shape today than it was before we went in. Afghanistan is not. Iraq is.
Right, and that's Biden's fault with what happened to Afghanistan. We lost a strategic base and billions of dollars of assets. But the thing a lot of people forget is that we do leave billions of dollars of assets when we go to war anywhere. Typically, we do dump a lot of stuff. So it's not just that one point. That's happened over time. Just like, again, the Afghan-Russian war. You see where I'm connecting with?
No, I'm getting whiplash.
Okay, all right, that's cool. I'm just going to sit back again. Continue.
May I speak about that point specifically, Iraq? Because I'm from Iraq.
So what's your take? Are you currently in Iraq or are you in the US?
You don't have to answer that.
No, I'm in Iraq. Yeah, no.
You are in Iraq?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm from Iraq and I live in Iraq.
What is your take on the war to Iraq that the US did?
Well, sound like.
Well, first of all, what happened in case of Afghanistan? Afghanistan was under the control of extremism, which is
just like it is now.
The Islamists, the extreme Islamists were controlling the situation in Afghanistan. When America went in, and Al-Qaeda specifically, which is the responsible side of the problem, it was already in Afghanistan, and it was controlling the situation there. So that would give a good reason for the Americans to attack Afghanistan. But Iraq, specifically, Iraq was under Saddam Hussein, who was a dictator. Yes, that's right, and he was a criminal, and that's also right. But he was not Islamist. In fact, he was an anti-Islamist. He was more like a traditional Soviet dictator. He was non-religious, and he was non-Islamist, and he was more into having control of Iraq with his ideas of Ba'ath nationalism, which is more like a traditional Arab nationalism type of thinking. and he was not involved in September 11, by the way. And he was not also part of Al-Qaeda, something George W. Bush cabinet was trying to prove, but they could not. At the end of the day, CIA could not connect or prove any type of connection between the extremist Islamists in Afghanistan and Saddam Hussein's government. That's number one. Number two, what happened after removing Saddam Hussein and taking control, simply that Iraq now is under the control of Islamists. Back in days, Iraq was not under control of Islamists. After American destabilization of Iraq, Iraq is now under control of Islamists. And that's really bad news for people like me who do not believe in Islamic rule and they do not believe in Islamic government. Nowadays we have to live with it. We have to accept it the way it is, because simply America decided to bring every Islamist to Iraq. The time that before 2003, Iraq was under control of a non-Islamic type of dictator. It was more like a Soviet. It was more like a Soviet type of dictatorship. It was an anti-Islamic type of dictatorship, and not a single guy from Al-Qaeda was living in Iraq. That's something America could not prove it, simply because Saddam was very anti-Islamist, and he knew that it is a bad choice to be an ally of an Islamist. And thirdly, what I want to talk about that point specifically, Iraqis cannot nowadays, be against Islamists. You cannot be in Iraq and stand and talk about how Islamists and Islamic militias are killing people because they're different opinion on their non-Islamic opinions. So what America did simply, that it decided to remove a secular type of dictator and bring an Islamic type of dictator. Now Islamists are controlling the situation. Go there and talk about Islamic symbols in a negative way and you will be killed, simply. So now we are living under dictatorship, but in a different way, which is an Islamic dictatorship. So America, and what I want to say here, and a lot of Iraqis believe that America is a country that's supporting Islamic type of rule. They are supporting that type of rule because wherever in the Muslim world America came in, always you can find Islamists controlling the situation. And an example of that, by the way, is Afghanistan. Because before American support to the people like Islamists in Afghanistan, Soviets were controlling the situation. They are dictators, they are killers, they are bad people. Yes, that's right. Soviets are bad, okay, but they are not Islamists. They do not support Islamists. Who supported Islamists? Who made Afghanistan Islamic? Who made Islamists? As a fact in Afghanistan, it's America. And unfortunately, until this moment, Afghans cannot get rid of Islamists. But the most important point, who brought Islamists? Who made Islamist fact in Afghanistan? It's America. And unfortunately, nowadays Iraq is going the same way. Now Islamists are controlling the situation in Iraq, and you cannot do anything about it. If you were a liberal, if you were against Islamists, you have to keep silent or leave the country. Or otherwise, if you talk about it, you will be killed. And that's because of the American policy in Iraq. I'm sorry for taking too long to talk about that point, but I found a lot of American friends cannot have a lot of information about the situation here. They don't have a lot of information about it, and I tried to explain the situation the way it is from a guy who's living already in Iraq and who's suffering from the American choice in Iraq.
No, Ali, that was a great intervention. I actually think it's very interesting to get your perspective and understand like how Americans are perceived, right, after their interventions in their countries. And as you're saying, I mean, like, it seems like after America intervenes in a country,
the government or the regime that comes right after they leave is worse than the one that they were fighting at the beginning. And yeah, that's
Well, this is a serious question. Like, who cares? I mean,
Simon, if you don't care, then shut the fuck up. We're having a conversation here. If you don't care and you don't want to talk about it, you're free to leave, dude.
Yeah, fucking.
Did you really answer my
Honestly,
sentence?
nobody cares that you don't care.
No, I asked. Did you hear my question, or did you just
Yeah,
want to
you
act
said,
like a
who
woman?
cares?
Yeah. Well, there was a couple of other words after that.
Was there?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said, well, who cares? Why is that the problem of Americans when they go into a country and then they get taken over by Islamists?
Well, because they shouldn't have gone there in the first place, dude. This is the reason why. I mean, it doesn't matter if you had a couple of words later. I mean, if America, who cares, then America shouldn't go there in the first place, because they're just fucking up the countries and the lives of people that didn't give a shit about Americans before.
And what if America cares? I mean, but Simon, there are people living there. I mean, the world is not start and end with America or the West. I mean, there are people there that now are forced to be living under Islamists, and they don't have any other choice. And it's just sharing and saying like, we are now paying a price for this thing.
You can say the exact same thing about what Israel's doing right now, though. You're like,
Yeah, well, Simon, hold on, guys. Let me make a hold on. I need to say this on Simon's behalf. Listen, we can moralize this comment all day long, but anyone who takes the Russian position in this particular war, they have to prioritize Russia's interest, and so they essentially are saying that who cares too. I'm not saying it's all the same or it all looks the same, but regardless of how it makes people feel on the inside about what Simon said, it is at the end of the day the ultimate part of the calculation.
But when you say no one cares, it's like, but there are millions of people that live there, so some people do care.
No,
he doesn't care.
That's not what I said. I said, why is that the problem of Americans that they have to the whole point is.
No one said it's the problem of America. It's the problem of the Iraqis, actually.
Hold on, yeah, but okay.
That's my point.
Yeah, Daniel, he's trying to make a broader point. You guys stop responding with the emotional part, which I totally get, and give him a second. We all know that Simon.
No, it's not emotional. It's not my thing. I'm just thinking there are people that.
I'm simply saying if you for example, we can just put this on Israel. If Hamas are a problem for you guys, and then you go into the Gaza Strip and you eliminate Hamas, and then there's some other group that comes about, and then they completely and they stop attacking Israel, but they oppress their own people. Why is that on Israel? If you guys had an objective, you did the objective that you sought out to do, and then it just so happens that there even a more oppressive regime that doesn't go into Israel. Well, now you can say, oh, well, you should have just kept Hamas, even though Hamas was attacking you.
I'm not saying that this is. I'm not saying this should be the priority. I'm not saying that because so we will not do anything. I'm just saying about the no one cares or who cares. That is the black of it's blaming them. I'm not blaming the Americans that it happened.
Well,
they came with the goal.
Americans that it happened because the case that Simon is missing here is
what are you saying? That you
the reason, the objective of USA going into Iraq was precisely a regime change. So if the U.S. is taking upon themselves to change a regime because it's not convenient to them, and then they take the regime off, but what they leave for the Iraqi people is something worse. Yeah, you might say, who cares? Why should America care? Why did America care in the first place that they had the regime that they had?
Because they were getting threatened. That's the whole point.
No, the whole point.
That's the point.
America cares because it has to do with our American interests, and when American interests are invaded, we take the stage and we interfere because we are the leader of the world. And when you fuck with our interests, we're gonna fuck with you. It's easy as that. It's a simple solution, simple answer. You want to understand? We spread democracy. We do want other countries to be respected. We take it. But you fuck with our interests, we're gonna fuck you.
Too much now. John,
I know. Okay. All right.
Kick George Bush out of here.
Sorry, can I just?
Yeah, go ahead.
George Bush.
Yeah, go ahead, Ali.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, let me just explain this point. And it's very sensitive because I found a lot of people talking about that point. Why would America should care about what was happening in Iraq? You know. Let me say in a different way. Why should any other country or other superpower should care about any situation in third world if they did already came in and destabilized the situation? They have to finish what they already started, because that's the ethical and the political and the strategical aspect of the problem. You already came in and decided to destabilize the situation. Then you have to re-stabilize the situation. That's the most important point. Sorry, what?
According to who? I'm saying if the U.S. has a clear objective of just saying we want to go in, eliminate who's threatening us, and then they achieve their objective, and then there's an entire regime change that's even more oppressive. I'm not saying people shouldn't care. I'm saying that's not up to the American military to just be like,
it's up to them.
Now we have to finish.
Stabilize the situation.
So that's irrelevant, though. That's my point.
Yeah, exactly.
Irrelevant to the American population.
Yeah, sorry, but I have to. It's simply if someone decided to destabilize any place, and make it more like uncontrolled area. You nowadays you don't have a strong type of government that could control the situation.
No, I agree. I really think it was our problem, and we should have cared. First of all,
Well, then, Pepe, let him finish.
Jesus Christ, Kelly.
Yeah, so.
Listen, this is not about religion, Pepe. Just let him finish, and you can jump.
Yeah, so the point here that the Americans, the American military, they came to Iraq and they, knocked out Saddam Hussein, which was a good news, by the way, for a lot of people believing in, being free and getting rid of a dictator. People like us who do not like the dictatorship, they want to live in a free situation. That was a good news. But the bad news that thereafter, when every single Islamist came to Iraq, America decided to leave Iraq the way it is. And now what happened in Iraq, simply that we are under the control of Islamists. For the first time of the Iraqi history, and if you read the history of Iraq, you would find that Iraq as a modern country, it was never under Islamic rule. It was under a kingdom of Iraq back to after the World War One.
I want to make sure that you're getting your points across. Hold on,
Kelly, let him finish.
But make sure they're like brief enough that people can consume them. That's just advice because your voice.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm going to finish. So Iraq now is under the control of the Islamists, and Islamists are controlling the situation the way it is. They like it because they came in and they for the first time they are controlling the situation in Iraq, and they knew that already. They have a good ally, which is the United States of America, by the way, that who would support them. You can find, if you follow the formal speech of any American cabinet, whether it be in Democrats or Republicans, after any Iraqi election, and which would always end with an Islamic cabinet, because you don't have any other choice. So only have Islamists. Any guy who's standing against the Islamists will be kicked out by the Islamists. And then you'll find the American cabinet, whether being Republican, whether being Democratic, they would go and announce that they are supporting the Iraqi government and even back to 2019 when Iraqis went in a big protest in Baghdad against the Islamists. Those Iraqis were killed in front of all the cameras, and what America did simply that unfortunately decided to do nothing and let the Islamists get back the situation in 2020. And
sorry, it's a little too much. Like, my only point was just to say that if the American military goes in for strategic purpose in a country and says we want regime change because this regime is threatening us or whatever, and they go and implement that.
People are saying the objective maybe should also include that you restabilize it.
Okay, no.
Disagree.
Why? Yeah, of course I disagree. Why is restabilizing a country up like to the American
maybe it would
for that?
Maybe it would be an incentive. I mean, it's like why if it's destabilized. Although this guy's saying that Islamists take it over, and I don't know, did not lead to potentially another fucking regime that will threaten the U.S.
And it did lead to. And when you're fighting cavemen again, and when you're fighting cavemen again, it's even easier to go in and obliterate them. And it's the same thing over and over and over. It's not as simple as just sending over a couple of B-2 bombers and 4 days away and just bombing their facilities. It's not that easy.
Simon, okay, first of all, ISIS would have never came into power and been able to do anything if it was not for Iraq being, basically destabilized. A lot of people, including myself, will say Saddam Hussein was a bad person, but he did rule with an iron fist. He did not allow Islamists to gain any kind of influence in his country. He did have to go. And why you say why should we have destabilized it? Well, we can look at the ISIS attacks that occurred primarily in Europe. We can look at
if you think they would have shoved the Constitution in there, if you shoved the Constitution down the Iraqi people's throats or whatever, do you think that they would have accepted that?
Well, I think that it would have been in our best interest not to have Islamists take over the country.
I disagree. I think Islam is a plague on the world, but that's a separate discussion. I'm simply saying my position was if America goes into a country, because someone mentioned every time America goes into a country it gets taken over by, and then they leave, it gets taken over by Islamists. I'm saying that's not the problem of America.
It is.
And if you want to say no, it isn't.
It's an American created problem.
May I ask you
again? I'm not
stabilize the situation
again.
You guys are missing
destabilizes.
This whole whose fault is it? That's a construct, and yes, it makes sense to all of us. And so in that way, it's true. But Simon is speaking outside of that. He's talking about realities and the blame game and what's righteous or what we think is moral. It really doesn't have a great mechanism for enforcing it.
I mean, the bigger question, what you guys.
I interrupted Simon because I feel like you guys are trying to look at this through.
I think the bigger part should be.
Hold on, I interrupted Simon first. There's no way.
I'll be quick. I just want to also.
Yeah. Okay, so Simon, go ahead. First, Jesus Christ, just let Simon finish.
I leave him out of this.
He could have fucking been.
That's what she said.
Yeah, I know. I'm just my entire position is just if America, just because America goes into a country and destabilizes it, okay, again, that's not up to the American people to go and restabilize a country. Regardless of the things, if America says, listen, these guys are threatening us, for whatever the justification they give, okay, regardless if it's a good or bad one, I'm just simply saying, if they go in and then leave and then something else happens, the principle is not, oh, well, now this is up to the Americans to fix it, and they have to put this Band-Aid on and whatever.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. It's not in our interest, and we're not obligated to. I understand that. but I mean, generally the reason the slogan you break it, you fix it has long been something that.
That's just
call the store manager. What are they going to do about it? That's the ultimate point.
Well, we get it. I just think we all understand that what you're trying to convey. I guess we're just telling you we disagree with it and think it's stupid.
Well,
I think it leads to more people chanting death to America over the long run. I think that's what the world hates us. But you can know the rest of that. They're gonna hate us regardless.
The world hates us because they hate like Western civilization.
Bullshit. They hate us. They don't talk with them.
Yeah.
Well, I'm from the eastern side of the world.
They hate us because they ain't us.
It's not
One of the dumbest things, like George W. Bush would say, they hate us because of our freedoms. I get it, like, suck a fucking dick. They hate us because they look at us as constantly fucking with them. I mean, if it wasn't for that, what would they care?
How many people over there, like if you look at Syria, if you look at all of these places and you do a tally, is it America killing more or is it like their own regimes killing them?
They understand that we play a huge role in it, and I'm sure all of the Alawites and the Christians that were living in Syria absolutely fucking despise America for their role in lending support to the rebels that were fighting Assad. Now the only man that protected them is out of power. Now they have in power people that want to kill them. So yeah, there's a lot of people that are gonna be upset because of our role.
I mean, this has been going on way before even America's intervened in these countries. So, like, I mean, just to put the blame on America is, I mean, it's completely useless. It's a talking point for sure. But
you're telling them how to feel. Like, they're gonna.
I mean, I'm actually stating the reality of it. I mean, I don't care how people.
Yeah, he's not telling anyone how to feel. You guys are implying by telling him how you feel, which is fair. I think a lot of us feel that way, and I think Simon is just stating a reality.
Yeah, okay. No, that's a reality.
Sorry, I just want to explain this point. Simply, if you are going to take any child from his father, mother, people that are taking care of him, and then you throw him in a motorway full of cars and already out of 100 kilometer per hour, then if that child is going to be killed, by road traffic accident, it's your responsibility. That's number one. So what happened by taking the government, the dictator out, and that dictator was just like any other dictator type of government. The dictator always connecting all the power to him or to her in case of women. So the dictator is trying to control everything, even the policy, even the sometimes even the way people are thinking. So when he's knocked out, everything will be out of control. And from ethical point of view, you have to take care of the community, arrange it the way it is, or at least do not let the criminals in. So if you knock out a dictator and then decide to call every Islamist to that country and let those Islamists control the situation, and then you say, I'm sorry, we are not going to, we cannot control the situation, we are leaving it the way it is. From ethical point of view, this is unacceptable. This is number one. From strategical point of view, those Islamists will never, ever be a real ally of the United States of America, because they do not believe in democracy. And what America did simply, that it's brought its enemies to Iraq and let them control the whole situation. And it decided to kick the people that they can, think, negotiate, or accept, or at least respect the Western civilization. So if you bring in Islamists, for sure, you will not find people that respect or like the Western civilization. the time that you are kicking the liberalist and the non-religious type of people out of the country. So that's number two. This is from the strategical point of view. And
Can you make sure that this last point is pretty brief because people are going to get lost in this? And then when you're finished, Curse, go ahead and jump in because I know that we kept getting in your way. But try to keep it brief because I want everybody to actually like understand your perspective because it's kind of the only one that is relevant or informed in here. And the more concise it is, the better it will be.
Okay. First of all, I'm sorry for taking too long explaining the point because
there's a lot to explain.
Just
so
go
you're
to
definitely
number
forgiven.
3.
But the problem that you had some points to talked about some points that first of all, we do not hate the Western civilization. We may not accept it the way it is if we listen to people talking about how to destabilize a country, then leaving it the way it is. Sure, we will not like that type of thinking. But we will not hate others. That's the point, number one. Number two,
Don't start again with the number 2. You were already in the number 3, dude.
It was more about the ideas already people were talking about, so I had to illustrate those points.
Okay, can we let Curse get in and then you can finish your points because Kelly's right about the length. Curse, you wanted to say? Curse, it's now or never. Musanda.
Yes?
It's now or never.
Why are we letting this guy speak?
And why is he gay?
Why are you gay?
Who think I'm gay?
Curse. We want. You've been shut down a few times, so we wanted to give you a chance to. I feel like you were doing something. I don't know. Were you having a private moment, Curse? If not, please.
You don't finish
He doesn't get it. Jesus Christ, it's horrible. This is horrible.
Jesus Christ. We don't want to
I just wanted to say, well, Curse decides to interrupt someone again because he didn't take advantage of his own space. Let me just say to what? Oh, Q, do you want to say something?
Yeah. Should I call you Mister?
No, call me Mister.
Anyway, Ali, I agree with you what you're saying and to Simon's point, to bring it back to like, oh, who gives a shit to what these guys or the regime change or if it's worse. Well, strategically, as Ali is saying, like, it's not in the interest of the US that Islamic regimes take over these countries because they are the ones that are trying to kill the Western civilization and the US people and the Europeans and everyone. You know, since 9/11, there have been over 40,000 terrorists and... Oh my God, Lou! Since 9/11, there have been over 40,000 terrorist attacks that have been funded and backed by the IRGC, the Islamic regimes. So I don't know if it's really a position to take of like, oh, who gives a shit? Why is America's responsibility of what happens after they invaded? Well, in a way it is, because they destabilized a country that turned worse, not only for the people of the country, and you can say, okay, who gives a shit about the people of the country, and maybe you're right, but ultimately, strategically and in the long term, is not being positive either for the interest of the US, unless that is exactly what they want, and they want more Islamic regime, maybe in order to try to justify more wars in that region. I don't know, but having IRGC and Islamic regimes doesn't play well for us in the West.
I mean, there's also like a bunch of countries giving aid to like terrorists.
Yeah, but I mean, don't jump onto something else. I mean, we're talking about these.
Well, I mean, if you're going to talk about concretes, I mean,
yeah, we're talking about a concrete in this case. So yeah, I know that there are a lot of things that we shouldn't be doing, but I'm talking about your who cares, and I'm addressing the who cares specifically.
Okay, fine. Okay, well, the reality is that it's not up to the American it's not up to the American taxpayer to just be like, oh, well, just because we went into a regime, we wanted to change a regime, well, we're gonna have to just, make sure that that's a separate discussion. Like, if
Dude, but are you listening to what I am saying? Because you're saying, okay,
yes.
just because we went to change a regime doesn't mean that we should care. Well, guess what? The taxpayer is also going to be impacted, because when you have a shitty regime that is worse than the one that you took down, then yeah, it's going to be on the taxpayer as well to fight that terrorism that is being put in place there because of the actions that initially the Americans took.
That's another. But again, that's another thing. You have to take it one step at a time. If I go in, I eliminate the threat. You can assess. I'm not saying like just completely eyes closed. Don't pay attention to the facts on the ground. I'm simply saying, if your position is that, well, America went in, changed it, now it's up to the Americans to fix it. It's like, no, it isn't. That was my only point.
Okay, so Simon, may I ask you a question? You can
Absolutely, go ahead. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell me, please, what was the type of the government controlling Iraq before American decision to destabilize Iraq?
How is that relevant to the principle?
No, I'm just asking. It was a simple question. The type of government controlling the situation in Iraq before 2003. You don't know.
I don't know.
So you think that America went in and it decided to take a good decision by, knocking out the government of Iraq, and that was a good decision? You think so?
So again, that has
before
nothing to
back
do
to
with
2003.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I said.
What did you say?
I'm merely stating the principle of what's going on. That's why when Daniel was in the room, I also kicked it back to him and I said, I applied the same principle to Israel.
It's not about Israel or non-Israel. We are talking about American decision to destabilize
That's
Iraq.
why I said, but that's exactly my point. I said, I don't know the particulars of what happened in that conflict. I'm simply stating the principle of what should. Well, thank you for what.
Or explain.
You're asking me a question that has nothing to do with what I've been saying for the last 20 minutes.
No, you said that America has the right, to go and remove the risk related to that type of governor or dictator in Iraq, and then if their country was destabilized, it's not the responsibility of America to re-stabilize the country.
So I know, and I gave the example of Israel, and I can give the example of any other government that feels threatened, and it has nothing to do with that particular concrete. I'm merely stating the principle of if I'm a taxpayer and my government says there's a legitimate threat in another nation, regardless if it's Iraq, regardless if it's Iran, regardless if it's Gaza, regardless if it's Israel, it doesn't matter. The principle remains the same.
China?
If it's China, we fuck them. So the whole point is that you can go in, do what you need to do, and then you leave, and whatever happens after, it is what it is. It's not up to me, it's up to you. Take control of your own lives and to make sure that you go and you fight for your own freedoms. If you don't, and then there's another dictator that takes their place, that's on you.
Then we have to continually keep doing this over and over forever.
Well, no, but hold on. You guys, here's the thing. Everyone's hold on, Simon. Everyone's pretending like Simon hasn't made a point. It doesn't need to be a point that people are comfortable with, but literally the situation that exists today is a product of the point that Simon is making. I mean, for sure, there was this whole long period where America existed in Afghanistan, but it still did not succeed at restabilizing the country. So there, regardless of what any moral structure or I don't know, any kind of like righteous belief about how people or nation states should treat one another. Beliefs do not dictate reality. The reality is that America destabilized the nation and did not pick the pieces up out of aisle 5, glue them back together, and hand them to the store manager. And there's nobody doing a goddamn thing about it. I mean, like, not that people can't do anything about it in the future, not that if America were in a weakened state or from some other nation that something couldn't be done about it, but like there is a way in which these rules that everyone wants to have faith in because it makes us feel better only go so far.
And we're all saying no one should have gone in the store in the first place.
Okay, well that's a whole other argument.
I know, so let's talk about something else, because this is kind of boring.
This is how really boring. Like, holy shit.
So I just wanted to say something. At last, I'm going to leave the room. Thank you very much for having me at the stage, and that was really. And thank you for accepting my broken English the way it is.
Thank you so much.
How old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm 44. Yeah, I'm 44.
Okay, so you were like a teenager when you
I'm 44. Yeah.
No, but you were a teenager when the U.S. went in.
Okay. So first of all, we did not have any Islamic type of dictator here in Iraq, and so nowadays we are having Islamic dictators, and we are having even more than dictators. We have a lot of militias killing people because of their ideas. If you look away different, maybe if you think away different, that's what we'll face. You have a pistol and you'll be killed. And simply that's because American invasion and decision to destabilize the area by removing a secular type of dictator, and who did not, stand against any American decision in the area, because he was more like a big mouth speaking a lot but doing nothing when it comes to fighting against America. And he did not represent any threat, and he did not participate in September 11. In fact, he was very professional when it comes to killing extremists, and that's why Iraq was a clear country, had no extremists. From strategical point of view, America just created an area of extremism that was free of any extremists by invading Iraq. I wish that people, when they say that why would we face a lot of extremists from Middle East, they should always remember that it's part of American previous bad decisions, like in case of Afghanistan back to the 1980s, and in case of Iraq back to the 2003. And then America should not, ask why we are facing a lot of people asking to have asylum, trying to be refugees in our country, because those people are the people that are trying to escape or run away from Islamists that were supported by America into that country. Thank you very much for having me at the stage, and all the best for everybody. We do not hate any other civilizations. We respect all of the people in any other part of the world. We like it, and we try to communicate to all people. One day, if Iraq was re-stabilized by other maybe country, I would invite you all to be in Iraq, and maybe we will go out for a drink or enjoy a good time in a cafe. And that time we will not be responsible for what we are already facing because of American previous decision.
Thanks, Ali.
Thank you.
Anyway, so
what would have happened if Saddam had a stroke and died, though? I mean, was it stable enough to where the Islamists wouldn't have come in?
I think his sons would have taken over.
you think the Islamists would have taken over anyway?
No, his son.
His sons were crazy, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I was
Did you guys kill the sons as well?
Yes.
I think he killed one of his sons, right?
Yeah,
Like going around raping people.
Oh my god, just one. Did you guys kill all his sons?
Nobody answered because she gets upset.
No, it's that all of you talk at the same time.
No, I think you're in a delay or something.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe you should think about that before you actually go crazy.
I have the answer.
No.
She's a woman.
I'm a woman and I'm allowed to act the way I want. And on top of that, I'm a Latina, so I get a pass for that too.
You know what I'm for, the Islamists. Someone.
Here's the answer. Saddam Hussein's sons Uday and Qusay Hussein were killed by U.S. forces on July 22nd, 2003.
So he has, there are no descendants left.
No.
Wait, no, he had a grandson, right?
Oh, yeah, I don't know about. Let's ask.
Yeah, I'm sure he was fucking up.
Sorry, we have to say he's gonna die like a dog.
Like, you keep saying that, I don't get it. The Trump or something?
Yeah.
You haven't seen that video?
No.
Oh, I'm gonna send it to you right now.
What's his name? Barack Obama died like a dog.
Yeah, let me play it because it's amazing. Let me play it. Let me record it.
Shane Gillis reenacting that. That's like even funnier.
Saddam has grandchildren and at least 5 great-grandchildren.
Here it is. I found it. I know. Wait.
Most people knock on doors and go in, but our soldiers know. They just bust through walls.
My daddy died like a dog.
They're trying to give me the virus. Beat the virus.
Here it is. Okay, let me put the music thing. Music. Okay, here is the.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. The United States launched a targeted operation against that compound.
They did a lot of shooting. Even not going through the front door. You know, you think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you say knock, knock.
After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body.
He died like a dog.
It does not mark the end of our effort.
A beautiful dog.
We give thanks for the men who carried out this operation.
And I don't get any credit for this, but that's okay. I never do. Here we are.
May God bless you. And may God bless the United States of America.
And I'm writing a book.
Yeah, it's a comparison of how Obama delivered the news and how Trump delivered the news.
Trump is funny. He died like a dog.
Wait, how did he die? Son,
He died like a dog.
Beautiful dog.
You believe that circus that happened?
You actually believe that circus that happened?
Where is Lou? Ah, here it is.
The big, beautiful.
Wasn't the bill that they passed while all that shit was happening and everybody was distracted?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, it was called the Genius Act. Maybe people need to go look what that.
Wait, what are you mumbling about?
Nice.
Yeah, it's on stage now.
You're the last person to
There are major things that happened during this whole Iran thing. Genius
That
Act
wasn't
was
a lot of
passed.
money. That was the boom and it's over.
Digital currency is now under
Who's talking about Iran? Who's talking about Iran?
No, he is. Only he.
No, she is.
Who mentioned Iran?
No, so the Genius Act is between, like, from what I understand,
They're comparing the victory speeches of Trump and freaking Obama. Like, hello.
yeah, and the point just being made of the Genius Act.
Dude, like, Simon, are you like some things up, man? I don't know why you always do this. You always ask me like, what are we talking about?
Well,
Because she's trying to show a joke, and you're talking about policy. So it's like I'm trying to figure out.
Understanding is.
And you also say
Good understanding.
keep fucking interrupting me too, Mikhail.
Accomplished. Like, that was
Mikhail,
all
if you
shown
were-
on the ship. The nuclear
if you
program
were
hasn't
not-
been destroyed.
Mikhail, if you were not the only hot Palestinian in this app, I would block you.
There's no reason why you can't use me anyways, Esau. Like, ask Pepe. Do Pepe, are you even there? Pepe.
I would let it clap.
Pepe.
Oh, between me and Esau, who do you think would win in a debate
On anything geopolitics.
Between whom?
Between me and East.
I mean, in the Middle East, you would win in the Middle East.
You would destroy me?
Absolutely.
Not even
It would be just beating a little kid.
He knows a lot more about the Middle East than you'd likely would.
Yeah, that's fine, but I am not. I'm not putting my arguments either like all based on history, facts, and Quran and whatever. It's just on common sense. You know, and
Can you like ever engage in like geopolitics and not talk about like religion? Is like possible?
I don't know even who you're talking to. I am. You're not listening, Goose. I mean, I don't know if it's just men that don't listen or just you. I am saying that you might be more knowledgeable in terms of history and religion and all of that. But my way of tackling what's happening right now in the Middle East is not necessarily rooted on all the names and dates and all the figures, but it's more a philosophical argument and a common sense. It's more rooted in common sense. What I said is that I wouldn't root it in religion and history and all that, and figures and dates and whatever.
I'm just saying, Trump didn't really accomplish anything. It was more smokes and mirror than anything. Really didn't hurt Iran. Iran's on its way to buy a whole air force from China. Their nuclear program.
Yes, honey, you are gonna win the war. You're going to destroy Israel. That's gonna go back to you again.
That's the facts. That's the best way to say that. You need to avoid best practices in a way that can be up. And I know you want to be. Jerry, you there?
Yes, thank you, Marshall. You're right. We may, or at least those of us who have spoken so far, be wrong. It could be that it was totally obliterated. By the way,
Say when it's gonna be big, and then it just isn't big. It's really little.
You don't see Netanyahu literally almost got the parliament almost dissolved the government. The Knesset almost dissolved the government.
Yeah, I know. You know why they didn't? Because he was too busy dissolving your.
The next day, so Netanyahu could prevent another vote. He starts a war. Like,
Do you do this
People
also
think that's
in
just
your?
a coincidence. They think.
Do you do this also in your personal life that you're going to promise that it's gonna be big and it's just a little small thing?
oh my god.
No one is promising anything big other than Israel. Israel's the one promising to regime change and destroy nuclear programs and eliminate
Do you think this
Hamas
isn't
and
this because we really
rescue
haven't seen
hostages
anything
and
big?
Iron Dome and all those stuff.
Mikhail, if you guys are
there's a
winning the war,
Seems like they're
if you
talking
guys
about a
are winning the
ceasefire.
war, if you guys are winning the war, why do you keep whining? Well, shouldn't you be very excited?
No. There's winning the war, just like how the Viet Cong won. Yeah, there were a lot of villagers and people that were murdered and burned to death, but they still won.
But it was worth it, right?
No,
I
it
mean,
wasn't
you
worth
won
it.
the war. According to you, you're winning the war, so
Delaying
it's worth it,
it's
right?
satanic. It's satanic to prevent inevitable results. Like you're not gonna change the landscape of this.
Miguel, I'm just asking a very simple question.
Israel
Was it
will
all?
eventually be.
Was it? Were the
it's a small
50,000 deaths worth it?
What? No deaths are worth it.
Well, it seems they were because I mean you were winning, right?
However, if you think you're gonna do the inevitable or something, you're gonna do the impossible, and you're gonna try to like force that people into something. Even godless people won against tyrants. Vietnamese and many other people disadvantaged that lost huge casualties and still won. You can't break the will of a people. It's not gonna happen. These things don't happen anymore. America couldn't do it. Why people think Israel could do it? It's crazy.
It's not America couldn't do it. I mean, that's America can do whatever it wants. The reality is that the leaders are just fucking weak bitches, and America just looks like a has been a paper tiger since World War II, and that's just that's a more philosophical issue.
World War II, the style of World War II is the military is prepared for a total war. You go to war against China or Korea and you level everything to the ground. The American military isn't equipped for these long-term occupations and nation building and trying to mind and heart the people. It's just not prepared for that. No.
But that's my point, and America is not willing to do that anymore. That's my whole point.
You can't just do total war on any group, especially if it's not like a democracy.
Says who?
Says who? Yeah, I mean, what do you mean? Of course you can.
Yeah, you're gonna lose your legitimacy in the world. The United States has legitimacy in the world because it's supposed to guarantee open markets and trade routes and naval routes. That's what America's supposed to do. That's why people invest in America and they tie their currency with the dollar. It's supposed to be your stability and order in the world. You can't just go and nuke Afghanistan or carpet bomb all of Afghanistan and call it a day. Why not?
I disagree with that. People turn to the dollar because they don't trust each other, but they trust the US dollar.
Because what happens when you go and you invade Iraq? Oh, guess what? Iran starts developing weapons and a program.
Okay, and other nations going to Iran to do the same
because there's no more trust in the world. There's no more trust. You see what happens.
What does trust have to do with
Iraq?
nations?
You see Russia and Ukraine. You see all this that's happening. This is what happens when you just go and commit these illegitimate wars.
How is an illegitimate war on an illegitimate regime illegitimate?
Do you have North Korea right there? If you think every illegitimate
is North Korea
perspective,
is North Korea trying to make to America?
What makes a regime illegitimate?
If it doesn't uphold individual rights.
Individual rights and
what's your standard?
What is that?
What's your
states? How many states in the world hold your ideal version of?
It's not about. Okay, so
why are every country being invaded right now? Oh yeah, it's not about individual rights.
I'm asking you. What's your standard?
Spreading American hegemony, and even now we're not spreading American hegemony. We're putting America in these useless wars that America doesn't benefit from.
Spreading American hegemony. Israel just spread Iran's
For the sake of this maniacal dream of some greater Israel where they hold some sort of hegemony in the Middle East.
I don't know.
When they don't even have the population.
Are you saying that North Korea is a legitimate, or government?
I mean, kinda.
Are you gonna go invade them? Let's say they're not. Are you gonna go invade them? Should we go invade them?
I'd say you should. Why are you putting words in my mouth? I just asked you. Do you think you personally?
I don't think that's a justification to invade a country. I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I gave you my just. You asked me a question. What makes a nation or a government legitimate? I said if they uphold individual rights. Okay, and then I asked you what your standard was for legitimate government. You didn't answer me.
I think any government that can maintain the order and a standard of life and war wouldn't bring a better life or a better regime is a legitimate regime.
Does Israel uphold people's rights? I mean,
yeah, exactly.
And Palestinian Christians, they have it so great in the West Bank. Amazing.
So you're saying people don't flourish in Israel?
No, I'm talking about in the West Bank.
All of it, what Israel considers its territory.
West Bank is in Israel.
No, it puts it on its maps, considers it part of its territories. Netanyahu brags about that all the time.
I just read about what Christian Palestinians that live in the West Bank have to say about it. In fact, look at what the churches. There are a bunch of different denominations.
Why are you're not a Christian? I don't know what you're appealing to.
Well, no, I mean, just he thinks that like I'm just being biased or some shit. I mean, and just even just chat GPT it. Why have Christians been leaving, and why are they? What do they have to say about the Israeli occupation? But you talk about like human rights. I mean,
like now everybody wants to act like Saddam Hussein wasn't a pawn in America's hand. Like they didn't arm him. These chemical weapons just came out of nowhere, and like this army of his came out of nowhere, and they didn't back him up against Iran. Meanwhile, backing Iran against him, like just played games the whole time. America's not doing.
About concrete and like garbage politicians. I'm with you all day.
Destroying states and ensuring hegemony.
No.
And like I don't even mind if that was the strategy. Like if okay, the petrodollar, someone threatening the petrodollar, whatever. Okay, but when engaging in these wars that literally don't benefit America, or don't really increase American hegemony, and we're doing it for the sake of this entity, and we're doing it because it's on this like biblical fantasy of like fulfilling some sort of Abrahamic covenant. Like, give me a break, man.
Just a legit question to ask: what evidence does anyone have that America is losing any hegemonic power, either on land mass in the sea or financially? I mean, I keep getting the talking point, but I don't see it in real life.
I mean, just the rise in BRICS alone, just that initiative
alone showcases that the world is not unhappy with how America is running things. They want options. They might not be like in fully accelerating on this endeavor.
Look at the countries who aren't. I mean, like the fact that you're pointing to BRICS. I mean, look at BRICS. Like obviously those are the countries that are unhappy, but like obviously I'm not saying America is a perfect country like the way it's being ran, but like don't contrast that and say some of the world's worst nations on the planet are unhappy with America. It's like I don't care what China or fucking South Africa thinks.
China is the worst country, and then in the I would say China has done huge leaps. I think it's insane.
Huge leaps in terms of what?
Advancing their people and their technology and their sovereignty.
Well, I mean, I can say the same thing about the Soviet Union, but like
no, China is much more successful.
But like again, we're talking about individual rights, like human flourishing. You're talking about like some.
I think the standard of life in China is increasing, and I don't think anybody can deny that.
Well, I mean, if you're comparing like in 1950 China to today, yeah, obviously, but like. You can do the same thing with like Hong Kong and be like, well,
I'm live streaming the room,
Hong Kong
but
versus China, like China did an absolutely like piss poor job.
But this would be a good place to get the kale.
Huh?
Can you find the room?
Sure, probably. If I...
Let me see if I can.
Sorry, I picked myself up. Probably if I'm not blocked.
Yeah, let me see if I can find. Well, I can't copy and paste it here, but it's called.
What's the name of it? You can text it to me. You and I are connected.
No, that phone, I'm blocked, so I can't see the room. But it's Barely Friends, Russia, Israel, Iran, USA, Love Entanglements, Issa, Sarah, Pepe, Kelly, Simon.
Okay, hang on. Let me look.
Simon, Mikhail's in that mode where he's been talking for 20 minutes now endlessly, and it'd be a great opportunity to go in there.
I don't see the room. You said
It's
only friends.
It's in the itty bitty titty committee house called Barely Friends, Russia, Israel, Iran.
Hang on a second. Itty, let me look for itty bitty. Russia, Israel, Iran. Okay, I'm going in.
Okay, great. See you soon. Bye.
I think are fighting. The truth is, it's just a game of optics, I'd say. And the Arab nations are just playgrounds to just blow up. That's just how I see it, to be honest with you.
Do you know that, Musaima, when I went to North Korea in 2012, do you know the currency they used in North Korea?
I'm presuming dollars.
In dollar. So, I mean, when I get people say this thing, I just laugh. Anyway, yes.
Yeah, it's like it's all internet, man. That's what I'm saying. People get triggered by things they saw on YouTube.
It's Americans that say this shit. It's America. It's just an American. Like, Americans just say the honest shit and they think they get smart. So just. No country can compare. For the main part, you can mention BRICS. BRICS. Are you not South African then?
The world doesn't really have a problem with the United States. The world doesn't want Russia to be the sole power. They don't want China, but they don't want either the United States. The United States, threatening the way the trajectory it's going, this populist rise in America, this use of tariffs to maintain economic hegemony. Like, people want options, and states are
This is one negative outlook in
China
pessimistic
and Russia are like the average person
not
is
much
very
will
poor
be
in these
there.
countries.
So the tariff looks like problem.
It's not even close.
The tariff
their standard of living is going up.
That's meaningless. I mean, that's a meaningless.
I think
Their standard of living. I mean, like you could basically say like, well, like before the Soviet Union, like Tsarist Russia was like really fucking poor, but like we just basically like the states made everyone slaves. China's the average person in China is poor. Like, I mean,
that's not how you analyze a country.
The average person is not poor. The average person is middle class. I mean, come on, man. Chinese are known as.
The average person in China is not middle class.
Living up to a pretty good standard.
This is not even a discussion. That's not even a discussion.
Increasing military spending, their economy is still growing, their standard of life is still going up. Let's see, China's doing pretty well.
But again, those are arbitrary metrics. Like the fact that military spending goes up. Like, again, this is why I said those are just arbitrary. I'm talking about real human flourishing. Individual rights is the number one metric to signal whether a country will go up or down. To the degree that you're a totalitarian state and you have individual rights, you are North Korea. North Korea is just a dirt poor fucking nothing in the world. And then to the degree that you hold individual rights.
So Simon, I agree with you.
China now is North Korea.
Well, I agree with North Korea as well, but there's missing out here.
China is economically are very free. Like I'd even argue China economically are probably more free than America, to be honest with you. But I can't say that Chinese people Chinese people have civil freedoms. So like you have like what real innovation.
Chinese people use the socialism and communism to orchestrate socially, but their objective is very, very capitalist commercially and towards the rest of the world. And also internally, like they have built fucking Shanghai in 20 years. They completely turned it around.
Because of capitalism.
Yeah, but the way they orchestrate the activities inside of the country is through socialism and communism. Yeah. But
China is a socialist.
The Chinese are very simple. They have 20 and 30-year plan, and everybody sticks to it. But they are very capitalist objectives. But the way that they orchestrate it internally is very authoritarian.
Yeah, again, this is the whole, this is the fascist regime. Like, it's not like they're communist in name, but the reality is that, China just dictates, what people can do, civilly, but they let people be free economically because they know, okay, well, listen, like, central planning doesn't actually work economically, but we'll centrally plan everything, like, when it comes to social things. So, like,
No, they don't
people have the illusion of being free.
So they don't have a lot of economic freedom internally, Simon. I mean, people can I don't know, like do their own transactions and whatever, but they're not really free. And also, it's not only about the authoritarian and centralized authorities. It's also a fact that culturally, Chinese are a collective society. Like when you meet Chinese people, they're always in groups. They don't necessarily have a leader that is like, oh, the speaker or whatever. No, they have a leader of the group, but that leader of the group always saves face. They have another one that is the speaker that coordinates with the leader, but they work as a collective. They have a very collectivist mindset. It's not like us that we are individualistic. So when you try to implement these type of authoritarian models in China, they are all very they acquiesce, to the instructions because they believe in the greater good of the collective.
Yeah, they don't really care.
Not like us.
They
So
want
the mentality and the culture is completely different than ours.
Collective.
They are the collective, but this comes like from their own culture, the way they serve each other, the way that the way that their spirituality works, everything.
For the many.
I was very impressed when I went to China. The type of social dynamic that they have not been forced into it. They have just they were just like born into it, and they just the way that we appreciate individualism, they appreciate collectivism. Like they move in groups. Even when they travel, you see them all the time moving in groups, and all the time having a united voice in that little group where they do tourism. They never speak on their own. And they're very silent and respectful to others, and so it's their culture. We don't have that. And to me, it was a clash when I was there, and you need to learn how to navigate because otherwise you might risk offending them. So it's a cultural clash. And then I was in Shanghai and in other little towns around Shanghai, and it was impressive to me because I was like in these rooftops and super nice restaurants and whatever with people that had a lot of money, like Arabs doing like these sheikhs, like doing petrol business and whatever. And the type of people that I met, I was like, wow, like this doesn't seem like a communist country. I felt like I was in Vegas or something like that, or even more posh than Vegas. It was much nicer than Dubai. Like these rooftops and bars and restaurants, they were amazing. And the people there, not Chinese people, they were all from outside doing business in China. And it's hard to believe that
in China
that this world was in a communist country, I was expecting something like Cuba or something like that, but no, not at all.
I mean, Cuba doesn't have any semblance of economic freedom, though. That's the whole point. Like, the Chinese government recognizes, listen, if we go back to, like, Mao's China, we're fucked. So they said, okay, you know what, we'll change the rules. We'll let people be economically free to produce. But when they produce, it's going to go towards the collective. And that's it. So you're individual.
Yeah, but it was not. But that's my point. It was not engineered. So to the Chinese, it is engineered. But implementing this type of system in our society, where we're individualists, it would be a huge cultural shock. For them, it fits because whether they have this authoritarian regime or not, they are collectivists. They have a collectivist culture.
Wait, are you saying that
Chinese people are fucking cheap? Chinese people are fucking cheap.
Bless you.
For themselves.
Sorry, no, it's coughing. I'm coughing a lot, and my throat is like, I think I'm about to have blood in my throat. Like I've been coughing so much. But yeah, they have a collectivist mindset. since before Mao.
Yeah, what's the point of all the
It's just
fun?
part of the religion, or however you want to call it, like their spiritual approach, the Confucianism or whatever. You know, it's just part of who they are.
Is it China? Is it Congress?
This is how they conceive the world.
Yeah, that's why Chinese people fucking shit just as much as Russians and just as much as all the other rest of the collectivists.
No, but Russians are not collectivists.
Russians are collectivists.
Russians, when they move in society, they are not collectivists. They are very individualistic. They are Christians. Christians are not necessarily, I mean, they're Orthodox Christians. Christians don't move in collectivist world. They have a different mindset. Russia was collectivist because of the government, because of the communism involved there. But it's not in their nature. It's not part of their culture. They were being oppressed in order to achieve that collectivism. China is different. China is naturally their spiritual beliefs and framework and whatever is a collectivist one. So regardless of the government, regardless of any authoritarianism, they are collectivists by nature. It's a different culture. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, I think Russian culture ever been individualistic. You had Tsarist Russia, you had Soviet Union, you had like whatever the fuck Russia is today. I mean, like, at what point does like any Russian ever have any semblance of individualism?
Simon, they're more similar to us than you imagine. They have gone through a lot of problems and ideology issues and whatever, but let's say that their spiritual culture doesn't match their political culture, so they have had to be molded into that. They were oppressed in order to achieve that. The Chinese, and this is what I'm trying to explain, and maybe I'm wrong, but this is what I observed and what I have learned from them, is that regardless of the type of government they have, they are collectivists. Even if you install democracy tomorrow in China, they will still be collectivists because of their spiritual framework, because of their understanding of life, because their understanding of nature and everything, like their whole philosophical framework. It's a collectivist one.
Russians are the exact same.
No.
And I'm asking you to point to me why not? Like what period what period has a Russian known individualism? Like where does that idea even come out of?
Well, just Christianity. Christianity is not a collectivist ideology. Christianity is not a hold on. No, it's not. You are on your own. The fact that you look for community in Christianity, it doesn't mean that it's a collectivist framework. Because people in Christianity, you are responsible of your own actions. You and God are hold on. It is a direct connection between you and God, and it's up to you, and the responsibility falls on the individual. Christianity is not a collectivist culture or framework. You have a community, but you are not collectivist. Chinese are different. Just Google it, dude.
Put aside America. What?
I don't care about America. I'm talking about spirituality. And I'm talking about spirituality because that is an important component of the culture of people.
The morality of Christianity preaches like this is not even up for debate. The morality of altruism in Christianity, it's destined in the nature of the philosophy itself to be collectivistic.
Oh, dude, Russians are so much like in the West, like
they are very Western, yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, I actually think they have more in common with us than even Latin Americans that like grew up in proximity with us.
When you say Western, what does that mean?
Western people from Western Europe and the New World.
No. Like idea-wise, what does that mean?
Western is
nuclear family,
Western
Christian,
Christian values. Hold on. Christian values, Roman law, and Greek philosophy. That is the definition of Western.
Is it China? Is it Congress and debt slavery?
Say that again. Roman law, Greek philosophy, and what?
Greek philosophy, Roman law, and Christian values.
No, I mean, so would you say like Middle Age, Dark Ages, like 10th century Rome is Western?
It's what we have adopted from the history and from the past. We have adopted Christian values that were spread through Christianity. Maybe you can call them Aristotelian or whatever you want, but they were still spread by Christianity. Then you have Roman law and you have Greek philosophy, which is really all of the Enlightenment.
But no, okay, well that's the part you missed. So that's why I asked you. So those three were all present in the Dark Ages. So like, would you say like the Dark Ages is Western Western civilization? No, the biggest part you missed out. You missed was the Enlightenment, which is that's kind of like a rejection of Christianity itself. So to say like it's based off of like this, it's like yeah, okay, Western civilization doesn't come out of a vacuum, but to attribute it to only those three things when it was present for like 1,500 years, and we had nothing, then it's to attribute it to that.
Dude, I guess, but I don't understand. It's like, do you think that, I feel like, aside from language, Russians are nearly fucking identical to people from the UK. Like, I don't know.
That's my point. The UK is not a Western. Oh god. Like people in the UK don't have an understanding of Western civilization.
Oh sure.
I agree with you that it was the West, but the average person in the UK and in Europe in general have no conception of what Western civilization is built on. That's why Europe is in the state that it's in right now. I'm sorry, you can't.
Do you think they should be more? Do you think they should have stronger immigration laws and? That would make more sense.
And by the way, the Enlightenment, and I'm just reading right now because I knew you were wrong. The Enlightenment was built upon the Greek, Roman, Christian base that I was just mentioning.
I said that.
Then the Reformation is, but the Enlightenment didn't reject Christianity. The Reformation
is a direct rejection of.
The Reformation was what secularized the Christian authority, meaning the separation of state and church. And then we have the Industrial Revolution.
We're here at Julian SeaWorld.
But yeah, well, it just helped shape, the Reformation and the Enlightenment. But then, I mean, it is the three pillars that I just mentioned to you, were Christian values, which encompass ethics, morality, and personhood.
Who's the
Then the Roman
seahorse? How
law,
many
which is order,
seahorses do we
institutions,
have?
and legalism, and then Greek philosophy.
Wanna listen to
reason,
Lisa speak
inquiry,
English? She's
focus.
practicing her English.
So those are the things that define the Western world. And Russia has this as well.
What was that, Isa? Tell us again. Tell us the important information.
On like the whole Enlightenment, the whole purpose of the Enlightenment is the fact that we observe reality and we uphold the standard of reality, as opposed to Christianity does not care about that. That's the whole point. Like that's why for the whole
Welcome back to Clown House, where people learn to practice English.
Because it doesn't care about reality. So you can't have philosophy, an era called the Age of Reason, the Enlightenment, where the explicit objective of it is to say we're gonna live by reason, we're gonna live by reality. Reality is the base of everything, and then we go and you live your life in accordance to that. Whereas Christianity doesn't care about that, and that's why when I ask people who say, the West is founded on Christian values and blah blah blah, it's like okay, so why is America special in that regard? And every Christian like nation anywhere else on the planet that does not uphold the same values as Americans, it's because America is unique.
Why did you mute me? I am sharing with you important information, more important than the conversation that's happening in this room for sure.
Values that people like to attribute it to his
Our values are still
Yeah,
largely.
this is your commercial break.
I'm not saying there's not a large population of Christians. My point is that
Jacob, are you still upset that you're getting served for
morals and values are still largely based on.
What's going on with you and your love affairs here, Jacob?
I think it's silly to even try to separate the two.
I don't know if it's happening in Congress. I'm not separating the two. I'm simply saying if you look at a Christian in America.
All I'm saying is that if we listen to Simon uses English.
Okay, the way you look at freedoms, the way you look at life in general is not going to be the same. And that there is a secondary value.
You guys want to hear the theme song to Julian SeaWorld? It goes like this.
His name is Julian, it's his SeaWorld. That's my point. That means that there is a secondary value.
We know that it's not just religion. That's why we're not like the Filipinos. The Philippines is Catholic. Just like France is Catholic, but they're two entirely different countries culturally. Right? Nobody's saying that Christianity is like the.
We are floating through the ocean in the middle of time. There's Mangione shining a light that's so bright.
Yeah, that's fine. But I mean, obviously they can't. Okay, so you're saying that obviously Christianity is a big part of our foundation, right, Simon? So is to this day.
Where disaffected youth and people who have been abused come on Clubhouse to go to the SeaWorld. Welcome to Julian SeaWorld, starring Julian. Maybe you've heard of him. He's a Mangione supporter. He believes that what he did was okay with him. And that's called murder, everybody. That violates one of the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not murder. And unfortunately, some of the disaffected youth of today believe that murder is okay because they want their Medicare and their Medicaid. They are willing to kill you for it. Welcome back to Julian's Magical SeaWorld Adventure Time Story Hour with your local Congressman. Julian SeaWorld episode V number 2.
You get a worse off society the more that you adopt to the degree that you promote more of like a religious religious values in any basically from any religion. I don't really care which one. Get a worse off society, and this includes I consider fucking communism a religion, so take that for what it's worth.
I just want to push back on this a little bit. One really quick. Let me just push back on this one thing and say, I don't think it's a matter of rejecting religion. If we use the example of America being like a fork in the road of Christianity and the culture that was created around Christianity, what America did was like individualize the religion. It separated it from the state, and I actually think that that's important because the ability to have more freedom comes with the responsibility of the citizenry to prioritize that individualism in a way that creates self-responsibility. And to be able to do that, you have to maintain trust in a society. And so that means that you need something to reinforce that local culture. And I think that that's really important when we're talking about what's happened in America and how local culture has been, it's actually people are pushing against it being maintained, whether it's a religion that we Christianity as a religion, or if you want to talk about communism or wokeism, whatever it is. I think that the idea that rejecting everything like that is a good thing is wrong. It's individualizing it. That's important and separating it from
the reason I say that is because, Kelly, when it comes to, for example, and this is why I try and separate, like, and I give the example of separating like American Christians to like any other Christian like planet, is because Americans adopted a set of values, like for example, like a different set of values. So, and the example I'll give is like if I were to tell an American Christian like drugs, you know, like people moralize drugs. Drugs are bad, therefore drugs should just be illegal, right? That's just like a simple evaluation. I'm not going to attribute this to every Christian, every whatever, but Americans have a different evaluation, and they're saying, well, does this actually impact my freedom or not? Okay, that evaluation does not come from, that comes from an enlightened value saying, listen, I want my freedom over whatever I moralize.
I understand what you're saying, Simon, but the matter of the fact is, like, at the end of the day, you're just wrong. Not completely, but you're wrong because there's a growing faction of people who are actually Americans who don't do that. Like, you're right. You're right. If you go to the past, you can find a time where there were, like, I think most people would agree with you, but that there's a trend in America where people do not prioritize freedom in any way. They actually think that it's a problem, and that's
No, I'm saying like, this is Americanism, though. I'm saying this is.
Well, that's fine. Hold on. No, that's fine then. If that's how you, that's fair enough. But the reason I'm disagreeing with you is because the ability to maintain one's culture in America is like literally integral to Americanism, and like having that implemented by the state, which is one of the huge problems with the way like wokeism panned out, like murders that. And so that's the point I'm making. I don't think that we're necessarily at odds if you're saying Americanism versus America. But I'm just saying that you like the complete rejection of like the cultural ties that bind put us in this situation where we can have like some new version of religion reinforced by the state that disintegrates our.
Well, I mean, you know, like the creation of America is really like the situation of Americanism, actually, I should say, in America today is just due to, you know, horrendous philosophies that have infiltrated the idea of Americanism, and people have completely warped what that is today, and that's how you get, you know, in my opinion, like Trump, Obama, like all these idiots, and you know that people having horrible ideas and like and compromising on enlightenment values.
Of course, my point though is that when those horrible ideas have power from the state, I don't mean that the state is forcing them down people's throat. When the state gets their muscle, that.
And I would like to say, just bringing it a little bit back to what we were saying before, but trying to kind of like stay in the middle of what you guys are talking right now. When we talk about collectivism and individualism, I mean, like, it's not only about freedom, it's about responsibility. And that is something that comes with Christianity. And the Enlightenment, yeah, you might be right, the Enlightenment didn't touch Russia. However, Christianity did touch Russia. And Christianity, as I was saying, is a religion and a framework that creates the responsibility of your own behavior and your own, let's say, communion with God, and you are responsible for your own free will. And so just like, for example, you had in Italy or Spain or Germany communism or fascism that was implemented, it was a collectivism that was implemented that was more organic but was more reactionary, you know, trying to oppress people in order to achieve a collectivism. When we talk about China, and it's the same thing that happened in Russia, when we talk about China, we're talking about a collectivism that doesn't come from communism. It's a collectivism that precedes communism, that goes all the way back through millennia to Confucianism, or Confucianism, however it's pronounced. And so this type of collectivism is organic. These people are grown, I mean, it's very ritualistic. It's not like a spiritual relationship with a God like we have in Christianity or Judaism. it's completely different. And so it's very ritualistic, it's very kind of like obedient, it's very like the well-being of the collective, because that is it. I was reading about it a little bit right now about the Chinese collectivism, and it says that you are meant to play a role in society, whether it's the son or a father or whatever place you have in the level, you know, in society, and you need to be obedient, and that's it. You don't have any individualistic aims. Whereas Russia, because of Christianity, they do have that component of individualism. So if you want to see it kind of like in a how do you say, a metaphoric, no, an analogy, you could say that maybe Russia is like our estranged cousin, a failed cousin, just like Germany was and Italy was and Spain was, but they kind of like recovered and were reinserted in our Western society. Russia has the potential of doing that because it wouldn't be a clash for them. It would just be a reinsertion for them in the West. Whereas you cannot do that with China because they lack completely the cultural understanding and the framework that we have of the whole individualism. For them, it doesn't even exist. You would have to educate them from scratch because they don't get it. So all of this I'm saying is to make the point that Russia is not as different as you want to make it look, because they still share a lot of the same values with us, and they can still be reintegrated. You know, the collectivism they suffer from has been imposed and not organic. The collectivism in China is completely different.
I mean, again, I think collectivism just as a idea, it's kind of just the same, you know, like to it degrees. But I mean, collectivism is just when you that the group should be above the individual. Like how that manifests, how you think about that, you know, that's like, you know, obviously everybody has a different like idea, but like I see people think this even in America, and even people who think that they're right wing. I hear it, even libertarians. Okay, actually, maybe not even libertarians. I shouldn't go that far, but the idea of collectivism, it runs extremely deep when it to like how people think about the world, and that's how you have all of these political and socio-economic problems like that.
Do you not think it's because they share ideology as opposed to being seen as part of a collective? I mean, you can form a collective based on ideology as opposed to, like, I don't know, a racial or religious.
No, but again, this comes about when you accept the premise that something greater above individual, regardless how that manifests, if it's for the greater good, if it's for society. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think that's true, Simon, but I think that in the same way that we were talking about like the difference between what naturally occurs culturally, like the through line from, you know, far before America was ever created, to like how that's consistent in Virginia or Georgia or Oregon, whatever, today, and there are differences, how these things manifest naturally and socially depending on the environment in which these communities, you know, were created and have maintained. That is very different than a collective that is not like naturally cultural and is reinforced and kind of informed and or just built by the government. And because these groups that at the end of the day are meant to take the place of one's individual existence, one's individual rights, etc. It's manipulated, it's like bastardized by the government's interference in it. I mean, like, I would love for somebody to show me how it's not the government that created these kinds of like racial or ethnic quote unquote collectives that have the impact on like our economy and just the way our like nation and its states interact with one another. Like the ways in which those things occur naturally don't have the same outcome. It's government intervention that does it. There's ways in which like, and I agree with you on this, but I also agree with what you're saying about collectivism. It's just that collectivism, not all collectivisms are created the same way or endure. The ones that don't endure, like in their natural state, they don't because they don't work, unless of course the government is doing.
Wait, so I just wanna, like, I don't wanna like mischaracterize or misrepresent what you're saying. So are you saying that like in majority of cases, like collectivism comes about because there's like some sort of like natural like authoritarian regime that promotes it?
No. What I'm saying is collectivism is a byproduct of having any culture or any society.
No,
like collectivism. Hold on. I mean, I'm being like I understand what you're saying, and I'm saying that I think the disconnect here is because you're limiting what collectivism is to the negative things that are created by government or authoritarian regimes. And Issa was trying to point out that that's not the case. I'm not saying that she said this directly, but this is what I took from what she said, that there are types of collectivism that are literally the reason why you will have a 500-person community on the side of some fucking mountain somewhere. It's because the collectivism literally amounts to what these people have in common, and the one goal they all can get behind to help better ensure their survival. Like that's also a type of collectivism, and these like that's a very like generic like bare bones thing.
I would say that's a bastardization of collectivism.
Hold on, what I was about to say is like that's a very simplistic, crude example, but I'm just trying to make a quick example here because like the point is that there are some types of collectivism that occur naturally, and if they don't work for the people, if they hurt the people, they go away, but literally because they're only created because it helps these people survive, and if it doesn't, the people die. If they don't get rid of it themselves and they keep doing it, the people fucking die. Like this is why there are cultures that die, because they do not let go of whatever thing they're doing that makes them inferior to other cultures that come along. When you talk about a government intervening in that process and deciding what the collectivism will be based on, that's a whole different story. And I feel like that's what you're talking about, and I completely agree with you. And much of the problems that especially America deals with right now have to do with that version of collectivism. But I see collectivism as a tool, just like religion. And if it's used by the wrong fucking people, it's deadly. If it's used for the right purposes, it's.
See, this is the difference. Though.
Just
like,
quickly, I sent you the three of you, Pepe, Kelly, and Simon, just like what I found about what I was trying to say. Maybe I don't know, it's clearer with whatever I found on ChatGPT. Just give a look. I sent it to you on Telegram.
There's good collectivism, and there's bad collectivism. There can be good religious collectivism and bad religious collectivism.
Are you a socialist or communist?
Thank you for your contribution, Ryan.
No, neither. I believe in free trade, but there should be welfare, obviously. There should be
Obviously.
Obviously.
He's German, so he's definitely a collectivist.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
I
obviously after welfare.
Yeah, collectivism is not like bad. It's something you need. That's what a nation is. Okay, then how do you have
nation is not a collective?
It is.
Because you have a group of individuals. Collectivism
on a base.
Okay. On the base level, no. So collectivism is the idea that the group. There are different types of collectivism. If you're talking about politically, all you're saying is that
what is the root? What is the root?
Literally telling you.
What is the root word?
Forget the root word. I'm telling you how it manifests and what it is.
The root meaning. That's what I mean. Like, what's the one standardized meaning for collectivism?
Collectivism.
Hold on, Reinhardt. There's gonna be like, listen. If you want to have like a back and forth, Simon's gotta like be willing to participate in it. And so if like he's not interested in you wanting him to diagram a sentence or a word or whatever, just let him go.
over the last however many years. Like, we're on 18th chances at this point. That's enough.
The social media, social audio, you know, and there's old people that actually hooked up to iPhone. They're, you know, getting their news from Telegram and other places. They don't depend on the CNN or any of these news networks anymore. So all I'm saying is this whole narrative about America says Iran bad, it's just American government narrative. But I think a lot of people know what the real narrative is. And because of the apps like these and social media and whatnot, they see that Israel is the worst enemy of America, worst enemy of Iran, worst enemy of all the countries in the Middle East.
Yeah.
And this is why 52% of Americans are anti-Israel.
Yeah. No, you're completely right. And the funny thing is that you know the whole Epstein situation that just happened recently, right?
Welcome back to another exciting episode. Julius, see world of fantasy and imagination. It's not real, it's supposed to be fun. That's why it's called a Sea World. Julius, Sea World for autistic and highly sensitive people.
Because of a lot of things that have been going on, that number of anti-Israeli propaganda and anti-Israeli sentiment has risen from
I'm good. I'm just
50% and it's about
recording
to
brain
hit
rot professionally now. I didn't think it would be a career choice, but you know, putting brain rot on YouTube has really become. Yep.
I'm gonna press him now. Last incident of Rabaya, whatever.
Yeah.
You gotta say his name right.
Right, yeah. He touched the minor in the butt.
No, I don't know. I heard him somewhere saying like he got accused of like doing something inappropriate on a bus, so he had to like request the footage from the bus, you know, company to like prove his innocence or something like that.
Confederacy, fuck yeah.
Welcome back to another exciting episode of Julian's Fantasy Playhouse called the Sea World. Mermaids get 10% off on all annual subscriptions.
Did you become a brain rot because you hang out with Isa Guatemala?
Yeah, that's the thing. I've realized
Can you
that.
tell her to pay her fucking $100 debt?
Can you just say that my ridiculous 4-year undergrad bachelor's of science in business proves to be more of a highly educationalized program than nearly anybody I've encountered on this app. So I want to really give a shout out to my alma mater for making me less brain rotted out than everybody else here on this app. Thank you, alma mater.
Back to Julian SeaWorld. Look, there's the seahorse. Hi, kids. This is Julian, Mangioni's lover boy. I want to let you all know that being a sick piece of shit on the internet and endorsing the murder of healthcare executives turns out to be a lot of fun, kids. Welcome back to Julian's SeaWorld.
In a new episode, Julian performs fellatio to Mangione in prison while they're under lockdown.
I don't cry, Julian.
Welcome to Julian's SeaWorld.
They're both tops. How does that work?
I like Alpha's PTR and how like you and Alpha are a team. That'd be so
Yeah,
cool.
we're always a team. We're the best team.
That's a cool friendship you
We
guys
used
have
to have
going on.
always like big ass rooms, right, Alpha? Yeah. Like all the men would come in the rooms and then they would fight.
Well, I think my work here is complete.
Thank you. Black cat with what? Which color scooter? I will give you a blue one.
It's an Irish goodbye in Julian's SeaWorld.
That's the answer. Well, I've had people who have language, not a language. What language? English. Okay, let's
part right there. You read it in English, right? That's what you're saying. Right? Yeah. Okay. And what book were you reading that in? Tell us. What book was I reading? It's the first 5 books of the Bible. I beg you, no. Idiot. What was a... Oh, no, listen, you half-wit moron. The Pentateuch. Listen, the Torah is... You don't know. Do you have a copy in your house? Are you stupid, Al? Do you have... No, I'm not. Do you have a copy in your house? Are you stupid? Do you have a copy in your house? You're gonna have to calm down, buddy. You can't have a conversation when you're shotgunning questions. I'm making how normal. Yes or no? You're being a mashugana. Calm down, El Normal. Easy, concrete butt out. You're being a mashugana. Let her speak, brother. Enigma. You're making everybody become. Wait. Enigma, do you have a copy in your house? These are yes or no questions. Very simple. Oh, somebody's gonna have to do it. I have copies of the Old Testament. Get your copy. No. You don't have the Torah. You have the Old Testament. Okay. No, I have the Torah as well. I also have the Jewish Old Testament. You have a copy in your house. Yeah. Please get it off the shelf right now. Tell us on the first page. I want to hear. Who's the publisher? Go ahead. You liar. Sweetheart, you lie halfway. You do realize. Take it off the shelf. No, don't use the sword. Take it off the shelf. Take it off the shelf and open the book. Take it off the shelf and I thought you said you had... Hello? Okay. Jesus Christ. I put it down to the list. Thank you. Okay, so... I don't own the scrolls or an actual Torah, but I have studied it when I was at university.
When was the last time you read a book? Any book? I bet you haven't read a book in 20 years, you old hag.
Okay.
Free us from the boredom of listening to your bullshit about you read a book 30 fucking years ago.
We've got a troll invasion. Some moderation. Got rid of him. Anyway. Poor Outlaw, man. He gets... That's good.
Welcome to Julian C. World, a place for fantasy and imagination and creativity. That's right. Take your local healthcare executive hostage and give him fellatio. Oops, did I say that out loud? Welcome back to the Sea World. Hi, today we're in Julian's playhouse, known as Clown House, where he helps organize ridiculously huge, long wastes of time for people to play. That's right. Welcome to Julian's Sea World. A place where people who were once abused and are very effeminate can gather together to wallow in their misery as they remain low testosterone in the Sea World. It's a fantasy funland. Don't think anything about it. You're here because your life has taken a wrong turn. You're off the derech, as they say. You're no longer on the wagon. You're here in Julian's fellatio room with lots of healthcare executive assassinations. Free Mangione and free Palestine. Welcome to the Clown Show.
The send off.
Free Palestine.
That's right. You see, I helped end the BLM movement by coming up with the CRT BLM LGBTQ DEI dehypnosis script. You know, I single-handedly saved tremendous brain rot in this country. You just got to put out the positive vibrations. Let's say it all together. CRT, BLM, LGBTQ, DEI, CRT, BLM, LGBTQ.
You're making too long. It's too difficult.
He's making fun of us, guys. He's calling us effeminate.
Good vibration. I mean, if you feel like that, it's
vibrations in the Sea World.
ERT, BLM, LGBTQ. We used to hop from room to room and there were like 7 people, and we used to sing all together like CRT, BLM, LGBTQ, and then it took them forever to kick us off.
It's like a form of protest against the quality of content that we are, force-fed like pigs at the trough. I'm telling you, brain rot's real because what people read is stupid, and or they're not reading anything. So, Abby, what did you think?
Oh, okay. What are you gonna say? Go to the gym, fatty?
No, I already went to the gym.
I think she's having dinner.
I'm just saying, we read some poetry the other day. What'd you think about it, Abby?
It was nice. I like. Let's read something together.
What kind of, was it slam poet?
No, we were reading the Tao Te Ching, or Lao Tzu, the Book of the Land.
LGBTQ.
That's the first time I've ever heard that.
Really?
We should read the books.
How do you say Genesis in Hebrew? Isn't it something like Bereshit?
It's not to mean to cuss, but Bereshit, Bereshat, Bereshit.
Okay, this is the El Normo show. Debate the legend. We'll see if we can get El Normo to come into the El Normo show, Debate the Legend. Where is that?
You know what you meant.
Maybe
Let's ask Fawad Jalani. We need to ask Fawad Jalani. Fawad Jalani, are you there? Let's ask Fawad Jalani. What does he think about him?
When is good for you, by the way, to have your meeting?
Meeting with who?
Come here. Just in general, when are good times to
Okay, so Edward, he's giving me a threat for the past week. He said, it's a good time for you to meet up with FBI. He wants to send FBI to my address.
Why would you be so... I never said
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a threat. That's a threat. That's a threat.
Why would you don't have it? Why don't you meet with the FBI, Norm, and keep everybody else out of it? I do meet with the FBI. I'm friends with the FBI. Okay, great. And why are you involving Amir? What's that got to do with him? Terrorism here, as you well know. He's what? Promoting terrorism. How so? As you well know. How? He talked about assassinating heads of state. He talked about... Yes, he even talked about...
When did I do that?
Oh, I have to go back and...
Evidence. Any evidence.
Threats? You don't need the evidence.
Yes, I do.
You don't need the evidence. No, you don't.
Not even you.
Yes.
El Normo has said all this shit.
What did I say?
You talked about killing heads of states. You talked about making sure that we should kill as many babies as possible.
Kill who?
You talked about how we
kill who?
Kill as many babies as possible. You talked about how terrorism is a tool that should be used against the population of people.
No, I've never said that.
You said that you sympathize with the ISIS regime.
You're
You
just
said that
making
you
stuff up.
even said
You said somebody is. You said Teddy was colonized by Islam. That's hate speech. That is hate speech. It's illegal in America. I have to report this. Crimes that you're trying to put your crimes on somebody else, like Norm. Norm, did you not just here in this room say that Teddy was colonized by Islam? That is hate speech. That's hate speech. No, it's not. Yes, it is. I don't yes, it is. No, why? So if you get colonized, that means it's hate speech? So if that's hate speech. So if you say the Palestinians are colonized, is that hate speech? No. You said his religion is colonizing him. That is hate speech. Islam is political as well as religious. No. No. Yeah. He's in Canada. He's in the UK. Right. So UK is not an Islamic nation. So you can't say political. I never said it was. You can't say political. You said that he was colonized by his religion. How many mayors? How many? We have to break this down. Norm Green has broken the law, a federal law.
Yeah, he did. He worked on that. The hate crime, and he gave me a threat that he wants to report me to the FBI.
I never said I'm going to report you.
And he doxed my name. He doxed my name. It's Mawad Talani. Oh my God.
Wait, you have a name?
You called me Fawad with my real name, Fawad Talani.
Oh, I didn't realize that was your real name, is it?
Oh my God! You called me with my real name. That's doxing. That's doxing laws.
Is that your?
You just violated the doxing laws. You called me Fawad Talani, and you even told Rohan. Yeah, you told Rohan to call me with that name Israel. Oh my God! What is gonna happen to me? Oh,
what does violating mean? What language is that?
You violated the doxing laws. You cannot come up here in America. You cannot dox people. Go look up the fucking laws. You know, yeah, shut your fucking mouth and go look it up on Google Baba, ChatGPT. Yeah.
I just looked up threatening to bring in the FBI as a way to coerce or intimidate or harass someone. Intimidate or harass is against the law. I don't know if you know this, but terrorism is because you haven't called the FBI yet. So you are doing it for harassment purposes. Who said I was breaking the law? The FBI. You have not called the FBI. You keep. Who says I haven't called the FBI? Wait. Why are you asking Amir? You're asking Amir. When is a good time? Is it up to you? When is a good time for the FBI to meet with Amir? No, it's not. That is harassment, and that's against the law. Oh, that is against the law. I am totally offended. I'm going on mute now because I am totally offended. This man is breaking American law. He's broken multiple laws in America, federal laws, and I am disgusted, so I'm going on mute. You're disgusting as well, but that doesn't change your behavior.
I'm disgusted. He called me with my real name. He doxed me.
Oh, I didn't realize. Is that your real name?
What?
Wait. My name. You called him that name, but he's saying you don't know it's his real name or not, Norm? Oh, that's more harassment right there. Okay. I'm so disgusted. I don't know what to. Okay, I think you guys are shaking in your.
And he said that I got arrested trespassing a property. I think I got arrested trespassing a clubhouse room.
All right. He did bring up trespass the other day too. You are trying to intimidate and harass Amir, and this is against the law. We need to keep a record of this, Amir. Every statement he makes, we have to write it down, the time and date, and then we'll put all of it to the. I urge you to do so. Let's both do that, okay? Go ahead. All right, I agree. We have a deal.
Okay, so normal. I'm gonna ask you point blank, right?
Yeah.
Do you condemn terrorism?
Of course.
You do? So do you also condemn anyone who supports any terrorist entity?
Say again?
Do you condemn anyone who supports any terrorist entities?
Give me an example. No, it's yes or no.
When you gave weapons to ISIS.
Say again?
Do you condemn it?
Say that again?
When Israel gave weapons to ISIS, do you condemn it?
Israel never gave weapons to ISIS. That's a bullshit story.
Okay, so you're telling me Abu Shabab was not a part of ISIS?
That's correct.
So when everyone else says he was a part of ISIS, do you say they're liars?
Hang on. Do you know otherwise?
Yes.
Okay.
Every single Western outlet has even said he is an ISIS member.
Show me one. Right now.
Okay.
Wait.
How about this?
This is
Hold
the
on,
article
because
that's
there's
saying
two.
no,
Hold on.
You made it.
Hold on. I'm gonna ask you this.
Show me now.
Normal.
Wait, no.
If you do something with ISIS, normal.
Show me now that every Western media says that Abu Shabaab is a member of ISIS.
Look at what
It's my understanding.
It's a link.
It's my understanding that he's got Palestinian authority.
Your own government even said that he is linked to ISIS.
My government or somebody in the government?
No, it doesn't say link, Sam. It says they are the ISIS. Go check the. It says Islamic State at the bottom. Just put Islamic State, find on page, and go scroll all the way down, and read up the part where it talks about Islamic State.
I think it said that he may have links to.
No, it doesn't say may have link. It doesn't say may have links. Go read up on it. Stop lying. Stop lying.
Right. So wait, I'm lying now?
Yeah, you're justifying Netanyahu gave weapons to ISIS.
You told a lie.
Yeah, terrorist.
Bibi gave weapons to ISIS.
You are a terrorist according to the U.S. laws.
Now. You feel ashamed now.
Terrorist.
If I were you, I'd feel ashamed. I agree. I would be ashamed if I were you as well. So you were going to show me how he's in ISIS now. Show me.
Not in. It says it right here.
What's that? I'm looking.
Netanyahu, who has transferred billions to Hamas, has in some cases, whatever, that paragraph.
What?
It literally says here, army, gods and militias with ties to ISIS, as one political politician wrote on X. And then goes and talks about Netanyahu.
No, they're not in ISIS. They're
dangerous.
not in ISIS.
Netanyahu is dangerous to Israeli security.
Okay.
He charges this
So
as
they're
a
not in ISIS.
mistake. This is systematic. Netanyahu has allowed for funding to someone who is linked to ISIS. Is what this one politician is saying. If you look, and that's at the bottom, right?
Somebody has a link to ISIS.
Hold on. I'm pointing out to you. One second. I'm pointing out to what. I'm pointing. Eleanor, you learn how to shut the fuck up. If you read the entire article, one second. If you read the entire article,
I'll read it out to the room. The CD is not going to let you read. Normal, mute the fuck up. I'm going to read it out. I'm going to read it out.
Is that fair to say you're lying?
Just mute up. Thank you. Mute up. I'm going to read the article. I'm going to mute the. I'm going to read the article now. Okay? Come on, mute up. The Israeli government. The Israeli government is giving weapons to a group of criminals and felons identified with Islamic State at the direction of Prime Minister Lieberman. Charged to my knowledge, this did not go through approval by the cabinet. It says in the fucking article, go read that, motherfucker.
Which article, motherfucker?
ISIS supporter. ISIS terrorist supporter. Fucking ISIS supports ISIS.
You're not going to talk your way
It's the same one. It's the same one in the Times of Israel. Go read it.
You're not allowed to promote terrorism.
The Guardian also said the same thing.
Promoting terrorism is against the law, and I'm just trying to save you, Amir. I don't want you to get in trouble. Okay?
No. What Amir just read was in the article, and that was actually what I was pointing out to you.
What article is you talking about?
Times of Israel.
What article are you talking about?
Times of Israel. It literally says that they are ISIS.
But it says that Abu Shabaab. Hang on. Does it say that Abu Shabaab is a member of ISIS?
Yes,
I'm going to make it so easy for you.
Yes, it does. It says.
Okay, read me that.
They are using ISIS.
It says he's a. Read me that. Read it up.
Amir has just read that to you, right?
It doesn't say it.
He's running. The reason why normally I'm trying to get on this entire thing. He's running away from the actual question of if you harm someone who's a part of ISIS, does that make you a terrorist?
Does it say he's an ISIS? Or does it say he made a link to it?
I love how retarded you are. It says it clearly in time of this.
It's one of the names he's a man says he's a jihadist. I want to hear the line where it says he's a member of ISIS. Read that line.
So I want to ask you something.
No, read it out loud.
English? Do you not know English? Do you not know how to read English?
Wait, you made it.
Do you not know English? Do you not know how to read 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 English, man? You just not know English at all. Oh no, come on. You asked Teddy the same question. Amr read it out to you. I even just read it as well. It's in the article. It's in plain English.
Why are you lying?
I love how you're saying, why are you lying when you can't even read English? So you're illiterate now. You're illiterate. Okay, that's fine. So now I'm going to ask you something. I'm now going to ask you something. If someone funds a terrorist organization, are they now a terrorist?
Say that.
Just a yes or no.
Say it again.
If someone funds a terrorist organization, are they not terrorist cults?
So, which is the terrorist organization you're talking about?
Any terrorist organization.
Okay, so you don't really know the answer?
No, I'm telling you, any terrorist organization. Why is it so hard for you to
You said everything is ISIS. So
normal answer the question. Any terrorist organization, if you fund them, or don't they doesn't that make you terrorist?
Would you like to make a statement?
If you fund any terrorist organization, does that not make you terrorist?
Let me make it so simple for you.
You still don't condemn terrorism. I love how the fact that you still can't condemn terrorism, and then you sit here saying, "Oh, you condemn terrorism."
I already condemned. That was my first question.
I am asking you a direct, pointed question.
I condemn terrorism.
Should you not condemn terrorism? You're a terrorist yourself.
I condemn terrorism. Is Abu Shabaab an ISIS?
Okay, so tell me this, right? Is what do you say? If you condemn terrorism.
No, now I ask you a question. You ask me, and now I ask you. Is Abu Shabaab an ISIS? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, show me.
It's in the.
Show me.
Motherfucker, it's in the article.
Show me.
I read it out to you. I read it.
The article.
I don't understand why you bring this terrorist stuff up.
The article says that Avigdor Lieberman.
Thank you. Sit in the audience like a good boy you are, or leave. You know, it's like that's enough.
I love this circular reasoning.
It killed my brain cells. Every time I talk to him, it kills my brain cells. Not a genuine person to have a conversation with.
The two other anon accounts left. After he started saying that he doesn't
Steinhardt? What is Steinhardt in the audience? That's probably a non-account. I think he came with his real account because he wants to start typing in the chat. He's a keyboard warrior. By the way, Edward, the ceasefire ain't gonna happen. Oh, Randy wants to come up. Randy, do you support ISIS? Let's talk to Randy. Do you support ISIS? Netanyahu giving weapons to ISIS, Randy? It's an article from Times of Israel. Randy, you're on mute.
Yes. What is the question?
So look at the article in the chat I posted from Times of Israel. It says Netanyahu gave weapons to ISIS, the Islamic State people. Do you support that? Abu Shabaab is.
And I posted it on CNN too.
Inside Gaza. Inside Gaza.
Inside where?
Inside Gaza.
I don't know much about it. I mean, I'm glad he did it in Syria. He sent the Assad regime back to Moscow where they belong.
No, but I'm talking about Gaza. That's stealing the aid from the Palestinians.
It'd be like a whole neighborhood. Assad is in Moscow now.
We're talking about Gaza.
Khamenei is going to be in Moscow. Randy,
Randy,
It's going to be like a little Syria and little Iran.
Randy, did you not listen to the question? It's about Gaza, that these ISIS members are stealing fucking aid from Palestinians and selling it in black market.
Oh my God. What do they think? They're Hamas? What do they think they are? Hamas?
Netanyahu giving weapons to ISIS. It's the article in the chat. Can you please read it?
Yes, I read it. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If they can kill Hamas for Israel, then I think it's okay.
We have another terrorist organization.
There's other things though, like
So I put a CNN article. Oh my God.
I put a CNN article that talks about how Netanyahu actually went behind the back of his cabinet minister as well to arm and support this.
That's what presidents can do. That's what prime ministers do.
No.
They don't have to notify their cabinet of everything they do.
No, the article said.
Like AOC is upset that Trump didn't tell her.
AOC has nothing to do with Gaza or Netanyahu.
I know, but they don't tell everybody everything.
Because it was
that's how it is. When you're head of a government, you don't have to tell everybody everything.
But everybody
Trump
knows.
Didn't tell AOC.
But now everybody knows.
Okay, well now they know.
He armed a ISIS faction in Gaza. Look at the CNN article. Look at the one that Tamir posted. Both of them.
Okay, but so what? This isn't the end of the world. That's my point.
That's illegal.
It's illegal according to the U.S. laws and Israel. It's in violation of the U.S. and Israeli laws to give weapons to fucking terrorists.
Now you will call the FBI on you.
Okay, yeah, you definitely. Do what you have to do, okay?
No, Norm has to. I mean, that's why he he's calling the FBI and everything.
God, you really are into controlling other people. Now you want to control who Norm calls. I mean, what's the matter?
Is Norm, are you going to call?
Oh, Randy, I forgot to tell you, he doxed you the other day, Randy.
Yeah, I know. Let's see if you can control yourself, okay?
Oh, yeah, he didn't dox you.
Yeah, I know.
Did he apologize to you? Did he apologize?
It's between him and me.
Okay, because
this isn't Iran where you get to listen on
people are animals on this app, right? There's a lot of people
we know about the animals on this app. We know about them.
Yeah. There's people from the Zionist side, they're animals like Shuki and all that,
I'm not worried about a Zionist.
They know your information, Randy.
Really not worried about a Zionist. Thank you for your concern. Zionists don't hijack planes. Zionists don't shoot up airports. That's
what if your comments come out
Zionists
public? How would that affect your
Zionists don't shoot up the Olympics.
Zionists don't kill
Zionists don't shoot up schools. That's
17,000
Norm is not a Palestinian. I'm not worried about him, okay?
Zionists don't kill 17,000 babies, right?
Yeah, I know. Hamas kidnaps and kills babies.
Collective punishment on aid, right?
Yeah, I know. Hamas kills and kidnapped 1,250 people on October 7th.
So only 1,200 people, you're going to kill 60,000 people. Okay.
Well, just free the hostages. You could free the hostages any day.
What is it?
You could free the hostages today. You could free them right now. You could end the war right now and free the hostages.
No, Netanyahu doesn't want them freed yet.
Do it. No, Hamas is holding them.
So President Herzog said hostages don't matter. Same thing, Smotrich said the same thing. They don't matter.
I'll take things that didn't happen for $2.
Smotrich is a government official. Okay?
Yeah,
he's a finance minister.
Say hostages don't matter.
He did. Do you want to put
sound like a big liar when you say hostages don't matter.
in the chat for you, right?
No, I can read myself. It's okay. You do what you want. You keep asking for permission. You can post articles.
I'll post it in the chat.
This isn't Iran. This isn't Egypt. It's not Gaza. You post whatever you want, my friend. It's a free country. Okay? It's not Gaza over here. We're not worried about the government killing us. We're not worried about Hamas killing people for posting an article. You do what you have to do, okay? It's not Gaza.
From the historical ship that was just taken down by the Yemen missiles that's never been done in world history.
I know. The Houthis are really incredible. Now, maybe they can help Iran, because Iran is like, Iran is in the shitter, Khomeiни's in the basement. But the Houthis will come and help Iran.
Is right there.
Right there.
Iran, the Houthis better help Iran. It's all good, bro. Anything else? Any other material? Any other material for us? What do you think about
Israel was devastated by Iran's attacks.
What do you think of a little Syria and a little Iran in Moscow? But next to Assad, and then after that, we gotta have a little North Korea.
You mentioned little a lot, right? Is there something you want to tell us?
Yeah, little. That's how little I think of you. What about a little Hezbollah? Little Hezbollah. Little Hezbollah. You know what? We'll have a little West Bank.
We'll have a little Randy the Candy.
We'll put PLO there.
A little PLO and Randy the Candy.
We'll put Hamas, we'll put Qatar, we'll
Israel to Juarez, Mexico.
I love it.
Claudia Scheinbaum running.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I think we'll move Israel to Tehran, and they'll be helping the people of Iran setting up a new government. Guys, I gotta go. I gotta go make a living. It was fun.
You're going to get drunk.
I'm sorry.
You're slurring your voice.
Whatever you say, my friend.
Make a living. Get out of here.
I'm going to. Shalom, okay? You're right. You'll be okay. You'll be okay.
No,
you're gonna learn Hebrew. You're gonna be all right with this. It's gonna be good for you. In the long run, it'll be good for you. You're gonna let go of your Palestinians. You're gonna let go. You'll be able to move on.
You're not using intellect.
The Palestinian children will be able to move on. They won't be hostages anymore. Good luck, my friend. All right. Shalom. Bye-bye.
That's what you call making a living. That was fun.
Guys, I just have to fucking apologize for all that. Like, I'm so disappointed in my fucking country because people like that fucking exist. They just feel they're so bloodthirsty. That they don't even.
Sorry, I got a call.
I think it's more immature than anything.
Yeah.
It's ignorance.
So, I put two articles in the chat. I wanted this idiot to read it.
No, he wasn't reading it. He was too drunk, Emir.
He's drunk all the time.
Yeah, I know. He said, I'm going to go make a living. I said that you're not using your intellect. I know that because you're already drunk. So I don't know where he's. If you're getting drunk in the evening and then saying you're going to make a living, I don't know. Maybe he's a call girl. Randy the Candy.
16 artists, 16 shares. The reason why he gave them the shares was he was using their star power for leverage, right? Mm-hmm. And it says PR and cultural power. Not only did they get those shares, they got higher payouts for their streamed music. So Tidal was giving them more money than other platforms. Those particular 16 artists. So pretty much, he gave them a sweet ass.
Also, when you look him up with his full name, you come across stuff, you know? The cat musician and a whole bunch of other shit.
That's a weird one. I mean,
that is a bird.
Does he write songs and sing them? Does he sing? I can't imagine.
Yeah, he does. He sings as well. I think he was I don't know, he's a singer as well. But it's all low life, you know. Like he's not that famous. Just because you have a page, it doesn't make you that famous. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. I mean, if you're just singing about cats all day, that just makes you a guy that just likes cats. I don't know.
Yeah. Even without AI, with AI, they could do it for you. I wonder how many. I don't know. I don't even know where to begin.
Well, anyways, I got a call. Otherwise, I would have told him some certain things to read up the.
Welcome back to another episode of Super Stupid Hypnosis of people wasting all their time being political and super stupid. That's right, it's the Flat Earth Gang.
Doc, do you support Netanyahu giving weapons to ISIS?
No, I support you because I was in a room where they were talking about you in another room. And I was picking up you and they kicked me out.
Welcome back to another episode of Clown House where super stupid people talk about super stupid stuff and waste all their fucking time in the Flat Earth Gang house. Oh, Holocaust was a hoax? Oh, fucking World War II didn't happen, huh? I guess you ain't got the books. I don't know, I got a big collection by Time Warner. You should probably open up those books again instead of coming on here and being a fucking retard and super stupid. This is another episode of the Flat Earth Gang with Lionel, a fucking rainbow watermelon stupid fuck who wastes all his time fucking with you all. And then you all create a bunch of other super stupid hypnosis to contribute to the super stupid hypnosis buffet of stupidity that you all persist in. Go open a book and enjoy your day. Farewell. Back to your imagination hypnosis superpowers. Bye-bye. I am complete.
But, Doc, who was the moderator? Who was saying shit about
Welcome back to Super Stupid Hypnosis, starring you, where you're gonna waste all your time and not read a book and say, you know what, I'm pretty stupid. I realized I don't know a whole lot, so now I rely on these things called books instead of other people on this app, which are super stupid. Let's all raise our IQ together and open a book today. Bing, 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 bing. Welcome back to the Flat Earth Gang, where more stupidity will persist. They will never stop being stupid because they don't know how to shut up and open a book. Hey everybody, welcome back to Stupid People Room, with lots of super stupid hypnosis that will never end until you end, and that means stop listening to all this.
Alaikum assalam.
Wa alaikum.
Walaikum salam. So we're now 2 for 2 for people condoning terrorism.
Hey, Shaku Maku is Ibrahim.
Oh, do what now?
I'm done.
Welcome back to Super Stupid Hypnosis in the imaginary
I have no idea.
Hello, Turkey is Ibrahim. I think it's on Turkey. This your name.
Anyways, Amr, we're now 2 for 2 for people condoning terrorism in this room and then us shitting on. Great.
Yep. So this is the mind of the terrorist, right? What do we do? And Edward, did you hear about the ceasefire? He left silently, Netanyahu. That's what the article said. He left Trump White House silently, without any commitment or ceasefire. Like, what do we do about that?
And also, they didn't let him go through the main doors when he arrived. They made him use the staff entrance. That's what was reported in Israel.
Is this on his court case?
No. Him being here in the U.S. He was here for 4 days.
Bibi was here in the U.S.?
Yes.
Shit.
So he, I think there's a very high likelihood that the ceasefire will happen soon. I think he has to go back and basically give the agreement to his cabinet. And I think he needs one now too.
He told him, he was telling, according to Times of Israel, he was telling his people that Hamas is going to decide which hostage is going to be released. So that's not a good news. That's gonna piss off these right?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's going. Hamas is going to decide which hostages to release.
Yep.
So that means they're at the stage of deciding which hostages.
Right. At this point, I want to say the same thing about Rafah. We're just going to let certain people who want to live in Rafah.
What?
Well, I mean, if you want to like hold our hostages, why don't we just drop bombs?
You're not Israeli yet, dog. You're not Israeli.
We're not Israelis. We don't want to hold any hostages. Sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Doc, are you Israeli? Do you have Israeli passport? No. Doc,
No, I'm just deciding.
Look, if America was to go against war with Israel, what side would you stand by? For America or fucking Israel?
I mean, there's 6 million, Israelis in Israel, in that area. And then you have like 5 million and a half in America. You're only talking about 10 million people. I would send the Puerto Ricans against you.
I'm not talking about. Doc, if America was to go to war with with Israel, what side would you be fighting from? American side or Israeli side? You're not Israeli. You don't have Israeli passport. You have American passport. You have served in the military. I know you suffered from PTSD. Would you serve in the American army against the enemy of the state? The enemy of the state would be Israel.
Anybody that wants to hurt my constitution, of course.
There you go. So you're going to be fighting for American side, right? You're not going to be booty clapping for Israel.
I mean, there's only like 11 or 12,000.
We don't care what the number is. Doc, we don't give
only like 11 or 12 million Jews in the whole world.
Hold on. We don't care how many Jews are there. If you're an American, if you're a true patriot, and which you are, I believe, right? You've served in the military, you would be fighting for American side. You won't be fighting for fucking disgusting Israeli side because Israel is going to come out.
12 million people fighting 350 million American people. What the fuck are you talking about?
So if an enemy becomes if it becomes an enemy of the state, if Israel becomes an enemy of America.
If a mosquito bites you on your leg, do you slap it?
Okay, Doc, with that same questioning, if Iran and America went to war with each other, who would you support, Iran or America?
You already answered, y'all. You already said you'd fight for America.
No, he didn't.
Bring up populations.
He kept on talking about population.
No, he said if they threaten the Constitution, and that's a really powerful statement. I agree with that statement.
Yeah, I agree with that statement too. But the thing is that notice how we're not talking about Iran's population when trying to bring up that statement.
Yeah, but the Ayatollah is just the Ayatollah. I have many friends that are in the IRD, the Iranian National Guard, and then I've studied Zoroastrianism from 1,500 years before Jesus was born, and it's a religion that's older than in the Parsi philosophy.
We're not talking about religion,
Xerxes. You have
to.
We're not talking about religion. We're not talking about religion.
Culture. That religion is culture.
Focus on the question. I know you're drunk right now. Focus on the motherfucking question. The question is, if America was to go to war with Iran, what side would you be taking? American side, correct? There's 90 million Iranians, right? Versus you have 300 million.
Yes.
Okay, same thing for Israel, okay? You'd be fighting for American side because you're an American passport holder.
Yes.
And if they're, yes, that's it. That's a simple fucking answer. Yes. I don't know how hard it is to say this.
I've already said, you come against my Constitution, I will kill you. I don't give a fuck. There's 193 countries in this world. If you're 192 of these motherfuckers that want to take my Constitution down, bitch, I will kill you.
Okay, that's fine. So, now, notice how we're not talking about population density and what religions they are or whatever. If you're just against America, you will kill them. That's a completely fine statement to say. That's all we wanted out of you.
How are you? How do you support Israel if you say that anybody that goes up against your constitution, you kill? You have no freedom of speech. You can't go up and talk about Israel. So what the fuck are you talking about?
You want me to talk shit about Israel?
No, I don't want you to talk shit about
right
Israel.
Now. I'm an American. I have freedom of speech. I could say,
no, you don't have
fuck those fucking bullshits.
No, you can say anything you want, but when it comes to Israel, you can't talk shit. You have no freedom.
I'm actually retired. I don't have a job. You can't cancel me. And I'll tell you, suck my dick. You fucking you know how many Jews you can put in a VW bug?
You will still get locked up.
It's 10,000. You put 2 in the front, 2 in the back, 9,996 in the ashtray.
They will still lock you up.
It's like 7:13 on the East Coast. Like, where are you that you're so drunk, bro?
Dude, you think that me being coherent is me being drunk? That's you being incoherent. What? You might need a drink.
No, I don't drink.
Anyway, so Smotrich and the Herzog, they both said it. Hostages don't matter. We're gonna keep on doing what we're doing. One said we lost focus on hostages, the machines focus don't matter. The other one said, in spite of the hostages, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. I put the articles in the chat for you guys from Times of Israel, and it's disgusting. We had this idiot called Ahmed here. He's like, release the hostages. Even if you get releases the hostages.
Welcome back to another exciting episode of People Learning English on the Farmhouse app known as Clubhouse. That's right, a complete and total waste of time. Reading any book that you can find in the library would be more high-value information communication, but no. People come here for the dopamine. For the
What are we talking about? What are you talking about?
The big beautiful bill was 9.4 trillion.
Okay. The big beautiful. You support big beautiful bill?
Dude, it's law since a week ago.
Do you support it?
Yes, because it's constitutional law.
Okay. We're taking away funding from the poor people. Is it okay? Taking away the funding from Medicare and the health sector. You support it?
Well, I mean, it
Dude, now I just know you're an idiot. Now I just know you're an idiot. Because no way, as a
what in the healthcare are you referring to?
Dude, just give it a second. Give it a second, right? Like,
shut up, bro. I don't want to usurp with you, dude.
You're so disingenuous. This big beautiful
what
bill.
In the medical healthcare are you referring to?
Hey, listen, pipe down, buddy.
People are being dropped off of Medicaid.
Pipe down. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because 14 to 17 million people are going to lose their health care. Just for what? Just to subsidize taxes for the 1%.
Are they Americans?
Are they
What does that have to do with anything? Because if you cared about Americans, you would understand. If you cared about Americans, you would understand that a large subsection of this country, right, will now have to watch out if they have an injury on.
Dude, in 2024, they spent $3 billion on homeless veterans.
If somebody breaks their ankle in this country,
they spent $66 billion on illegal immigrants.
Dude,
why are we
what the
taking
fuck
care of
are you
illegal
talking
immigrants
about?
before
What
we're
the
taking
fuck are
care
you
of
talking about?
people that fought for our country? You're a pussy.
No, you don't have any understanding about this, dude. I live in LA. I live in LA. You know what law enforcement and the fucking Marines, the armed service are doing? They're coming into MacArthur Park, right, on horseback. What does that have to do with anything? That is what you represent. I don't want anything to do with it.
Hey, Daddy, maybe I got some money.
This guy's a joke. This guy's a joke.
And argue with him. He's an alcoholic. He's drunk. He's suffering from PTSD.
Amir, why do so many drunk people come into this room? I don't understand.
I don't know, bro. It's a therapy room. But not people that want to therapy, brother. You know. I mean, we have Randy. He's just like this. Bob claims to be a Zionist. He doesn't even know what the true meaning of Zionism is.
These people don't know what they're talking about. ICE is going to be more well-funded than the fucking Russian military in 2024. $150 billion for border enforcement.
So, Doc, one question. Are you okay with Netanyahu giving weapons to ISIS?
Honestly, I want Netanyahu to be in jail.
Okay, but are you okay with him giving weapons to ISIS?
But it's not because of like him being like the controller of Israel. It's because of what he's done as a freaking motherfucking guy.
Humanity. How's your love life, Yasmin? It must be pretty stale if you're here in Firehouse talking again.
Who got it open?
But it's not just water. Water is not just one person. It's
We
a
gotta keep an eye on them.
Let's have some walnuts and watermelon and feta cheese.
Dude, I'm down like Charlie Brown. Let's go. Dude, you make me want to go outside and shoot my gun.
I'm just asking, how's it going? We have Aida here.
Who in this room can shoot their own gun in their own yard? Can anybody shoot their own gun in their own yard? I want to know. Like, I'm an American. I live in Georgia, and the idea is like, I can go like 1, 2. I'm just talking to you. I can do 3, 4. And I can knock on your door. You don't. Here, I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna put it on safety, and I'm gonna say 5, 6, and make you pick up sticks. But you already jumped around enough. That's a 9mm. It's a 9mm Beretta. 9mm Beretta.
Don't cry.
The clip on that.
Same thing I carried when I was in Iraq, back in 2007, 8, and 9.
No, but when I was in Greece, I wanted to go to McDonald's.
Holy shit.
I was in Greece and I wanted to go to McDonald's so bad. All I wanted to do in Greece the whole time, and Demetrius' cousin in Athens, the story is terrible. No, Julian, I love you. You said you love me. Shut up, Mama. Love me, Julian.
Noms.
Love me, Julian.
No habla inglés.
Yo hablo español. Yo necesito verde porque estará porque verde estará
Instances of prejudice. Live prejudice.
I did answer that.
Okay, what's the answer?
I said there are some things that are just morally we can't justify also, and that's just wrong that black people do. That was just the gist of his question. Can black people do certain things that are just morally wrong in the context of race?
It was like, that's like was, then the white trailer park guy.
And then you went on to say something like a black person kills a white person, right?
just like, I don't want to like design something like just because I feel like you agree, but just because I think Milton here you said.
Yeah, but do you understand though, like how white men are going to like seep their way into it? I just want you to understand the games.
I think there's like, I don't know. I think sometimes like, you give too much credit to like the kinds of interactions we're having on here and the kind of interlocutors that you're interacting with. Like, I don't think anyone here is that conspiratorial. But just the point is just a simple one where like there's just going to be instances where racial prejudice is going to be worse than racism, right?
And you said a situation, an example would be a black person. You know, we ain't got to say the words.
It could be a non-black.
I'm trying to understand an example where it could be
murder.
What's the context? Everything depends on context. You just give me the context.
Hold on, guys. Guys, you're being so slow right now. Okay, a white guy saying black people can't go to my Arby's is being structurally racist. That is much less bad than a black guy murdering a bunch of white children, torturing and then murdering white children because he loves the suffering of white people. Now, according to Zephyr's definition, that is not racism, that is just mere discrimination. Now, it's clearly way worse to murder and torture children for the love of their pleasure than to prevent someone to going from an Arby's. And you being unwilling to see this or admit this is a deep criticism of both your mind and your personality.
Look at how he's thirsty to get this out. Sam, of course, that's the obvious.
Yeah, that's an extreme
example.
The thing that he was trying to get you to say.
That nigga found an example where a black man kills white children. Think about that.
Zebra murders.
You're being performative, Sam. Yeah, that's an extreme example. He knows it.
This whole idea that black people can't be racist is so fucking. It's the ultimate gaslighting. You can use a revisionist definition if you want to. That's not what people usually mean by racism. People usually mean by racism being cruel or unfair to someone because of their race. Now, you can say, and then you can use the word structural racism to talk about structural racism, but you trying to appropriate a term that we already have, change its meaning so that you get away with being racist against white people is the ultimate Machiavellian fucking behavior. And it's not at all okay. I'm not cool with it. Yes, every time you say to a white guy, fuck you, you cracker, you ugly, your skin's gonna wrinkle faster because you're fucking disgusting and you're fucking getting old faster. If you say that to a white person, you're being a racist piece of shit. Okay? It's not fucking complicated. And you being like, it's not structural. You can just call things structural racism. You can just call them that.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a moment to breathe. Timothy, white people or white men are in danger right now. This is insane. They got Chris. Chris is probably come up here, Chris. This thing.
But
I like that.
But Sam, you have people that'll just call that type of racism bullying. So like that's why I don't get why it's like I don't understand why you have to get so heated about it.
Because it's fucking gaslighting. It's manipulative gaslighting.
It's gaslighting.
Because what you're doing is you're saying, I'm going to redefine a term that already had a standard usage just so I can get away with being racist against you. Okay, Baruch, imagine I said this. If you don't find this creepy, then I'll tell you. Oh, stealing against black people doesn't count as stealing? Yeah, you can call it theft, but it isn't stealing.
Right.
It's only fucking stealing when you do it against... You actually can't steal from black people, technically. That is a creepy thing. Obviously, a person who says that you can't technically steal from black people wants to steal from black people. That's why they're fucking making a fuss about it. That's obvious.
Dude, people do this shit all the time. This isn't some like exclusive thing. Like one, ironically, you're like some anti-prescriptivist, so I mean, technically they can't define things how the fuck they want. But then two, like people make up all these kind of caveats. I'm not gonna say the obvious because obviously you asked not to talk about it, but like there's people that define things like that, or indigeneity, heritage, whatever. Like they make there's reasons why we shouldn't just interpret this thing the obvious way. Oh, this isn't colonization because of like it inserts a random fact. Like,
Timothy, quick question. Racism is, this is even, because most people define these things, right? They have, people like Sam act like they're people in academia who takes years in their lifetime studying and understanding this, and he thinks that they're just saying what he just said. That is insane. Even if you go to a Wikipedia definition, which is horrible, right? Racism is the belief that groups of humans possess different behavioral traits corresponding to inherited attributes and can be divided based on superiority of one race or ethnicity over another. Who is the culture of people always trying to inform their superiority? In society, everyone knows this. Like, I think it's kind of bad faith when people say we don't know what it means. When people are just when people are saying that group is racist, that's bad faith. I think people know generally who's the people who are trying to always enforce their superiority over others of people. Like, let's just be honest.
Look, I'm not saying it's like inconsistent, but like the idea you have about the guy in the trailer park, basically like echoing the sentiment or endorsing, or
those were the dudes lynching.
No, I'm saying today, like a contemporary guy. Like, and let's just say that we stipulate he doesn't do any of that shit. He's just a guy that, like, you know, uses racial epithets and slurs and, you know, tropes and whatever about black people to their faces and about them, and these are the beliefs he holds. It's like, the idea you have is that it may be true that in terms of within the bubble he lives in, he never significantly contributes to upholding this system of racism, but nevertheless, he's racist.
Wait, you just said he's upholding the system by spewing his racial superiority, right?
I said in the bubble he lives in, like, he never leaves the trailer park, and like as a consequence, you know, no one takes
him seriously. You're still reinforcing.
I can stipulate a whole bunch of shit, which basically just means like if he's racist, it's because he just shares, like, there is a what's another word for like isomorphism? Like, there's just like a
difference.
No. What he believes is like what he believes and spouts is identical to like the actual structure. Okay? So that's it. That's the reason he's a racist and he's not racist.
Right.
But in a way, it's like he's not. But like we can just kind of stipulate away that he actually doesn't contribute to it. Like, he's a symptom of it. He's not in fact contributing.
And how isn't he contributing to it? Can you show that? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, like, he's a guy that lives in complete isolation. He has all these beliefs about black people. He says these things and no one hears him. Obviously, we'd call him a racist.
You said he's doing it in his local community, right?
No, I'm saying he lives in a trailer.
You think he's isolated and his racism has no impact? That's what you're creating, a hypothetical.
Yeah, he does.
Or he's isolated with no one. So it's just like dudes in Greenland, right? Let's just do a dude in Greenland to be in the middle of nowhere and they're racist.
I like America. I like a guy.
You want to do America? Okay.
Growing up around people that hasn't really given his expressed views. Eventually, when his views crystallize, he's like by himself and he just lives this complete recluse life.
How does he engage? His views? Does he vote on this? Does he like? You have to kind of give him more now.
I'm literally stipulating. The only way
just
we can determine why he's racist. Why we can determine he's racist is because of the beliefs he holds and the things he says change up.
Yeah, he's reinforcing.
No, I think it's intuitive that he's a racist. And you think he's intuitive he's a racist.
Yeah.
But the reason you think he's racist is because his views match basically the kind of
the status quo. It reinforces the status quo. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it doesn't reinforce it.
Is he reinforcing the status quo?
It doesn't reinforce it.
It doesn't.
Like, in what way?
You just said that he's spewing racial content and saying that he's like basically.
But he's on Mars. There's no one around him.
How does this?
He's on Mars.
You can be on Mars and still reinforce the status quo. You may not have the direct impact. Hold on. You may not have the direct impact. I agree there, but he still has views that reinforce the world that we set in.
In a vacuum?
Is that not right? Is that not right? Can you show me where he doesn't? You're saying he still reinforces the world?
No, because I take that to mean like he's like responsible for like contributing to it. How is he?
Wait, who is he spewing black people? You're just saying he's shouting to himself?
Yeah. So
I thought you said that he was saying that to a black person. Oh, well, I mean,
no, initially I did, but now I'm just interested to know, like, are we just saying that the guy, you know, let's say counterfactually, like, if someone was to interact with him, he would say, like, let's say another white person, he'd say, I hate N-words, right? Would we think that kind of guy is racist? I mean, obviously we would, right? Okay, so I'm saying, but even by your definition, even in the case where he never interacts with anyone ever, you think he's a racist. So you think he's racist, but the reason you think he's a racist is because basically he just has these same.
Yeah, you're just trying to. Timothy, you're just taking away the power aspect, right? That's what your goal is.
Well, no, that's trivial because now we can just we can create a continuum of like less and less and less and less power, and then we ask the question, well, what really is what is the kind of necessary equality in a racist? And really, it's just like,
well, people
have the same view as.
No, we're just talking about the power imbalance. Racism also derives in our language, right? There's a form of language that we use that can kind of reinforce the status quo. When a white person says, like I just told you, you agreed to this. Well, the moment you agree with this, when I say cracker, it does not hold the same power as a white person saying.
That's consistent with my usage.
Wait, but I'm saying at that point, that statement, just in that context, right? A white person, me and you, were isolated. Let's say a person's isolated on Mars, and a white person is saying, "Shut up, nigger," and then a black person is just saying, "Oh, this cracker here, this cracker don't know what he's talking about," you know?
Yeah, but
wouldn't you agree that? No, I got you. Wouldn't you agree that they're still enforcing a racial power system? Because there is still a power system at play.
No, I mean, I think it's very clear with just like context, historical context. So like, I think
right,
and the historical context just does actually.
That's what gives it power, right? That's what gives it power.
Yeah. Look, I'm just to be clear. I'm not like, insane. How are you defining this word like this? Like, whatever. I don't use the word the way you use it. I think it's like far more cumbersome, to use it like that. And just to be clear, there's obviously alternatives to actually kind of the standard usage that can clearly account for that. Like 10 minus 3 is, 10 minus 3 and 3 minus 10 are both instances of performing subtraction.
Yeah, but do you have a term that sociologists use? Because they're the ones that kind of study racial relations.
I don't know that.
They just call it racism. They don't.
No, I'm not. Just to be clear, I'm not necessarily. Like, what you're really talking about is like a conceptual analysis of the term, and I don't agree with that analysis in terms of like it's not to say it's wrong.
No, I know that you don't agree with it. That's why I get that. Yeah, it's clear.
I'm saying it's not just. It's not that when I say don't agree, it's not like it's wrong necessarily. It's that's not how I think it's like the easy, like I don't think it's like the easiest way to use the term kind of thing. That's my understanding. It's like I can account for everything you can account for. I can say cracker's worse than the N word. Not as bad as the N word.
Yeah, I get you. Hey, Timothy, quick question. So you would say, under your worldview, black people can be racist?
Can be, of course.
Okay. Are black people racist then? Because there are historical examples. So I would say, let's say, there was groups of people in South Africa who were keeping white people out. They did not want white people to come in their land. I can find a specific group, but just work with the idea. They literally came at them with spears and knives and stuff.
No, but I think
were they being racist? I'm just asking.
No, but I think that's what I'm saying. I think there's like context that makes like I use violence as an example, where it's like violence generally speaking has a negative connotation, but there can be some violence that's considered good, right? So to self-defense, defending.
Yeah, are you saying that was good racism? I get you. Are you just saying?
No. What I'm saying is you can explain it. Like there's more of a justification if it's like some kind of revanchism or if it's some kind of like reaction to something. Like I think there is far more mitigation. I think
don't you think it's based in most contexts?
Listen to my point though.
Yeah.
No, I think ultimately it's always going to be bad if you don't seek or pursue a diplomatic resolution. I just always think like violence, revenge, like violence as revenge. Like if what's actually happening is like there is a group of white people that have like commandeered or requested or something or stolen land and you need to take it back. I don't even really take that to be quote unquote racist because I'm not killing you because you're white. I'm killing you because you're one of the people that stole my land. You're one of the criminals.
Right.
So that's to me that's not actually racism. If it's like some Idi Amin type stuff, or if it's like the best example would probably be something like Rwanda. That's just racism. If you're on the radio station calling a different ethnic group cockroaches just because of their ethnic membership, I I just think that's racism, to be honest. I don't know.
I'm not familiar with it. Were they doing it to white people?
Just other black.
Rwanda.
He's talking about the conflict that was more ethnic between the. Am I wrong by saying Hutus and Tutsis?
Yeah,
Hutus killed the Tutsis.
That would have been more
white people, right? It wasn't white people.
Black people. Well, I mean,
Well, you'll notice that the Tutsis were richer and had more structural power than the Hutu.
Well, it's not only economic. Y'all be trying to do this economic reductionist ideal. So it's trying to pull out poor people, trying to pull out people who aren't. That does not establish like a form of a system that's mainly psychological and cultural and all these other aspects, spiritual.
Like, weren't they propped up by the Europeans, and that's why the other Africans were like the Belgians, when they left, they gave the keys to these bitch ass motherfuckers, and then, I'm just saying.
Yeah, they look more European. That's partially why.
Racism is stupid. I did want to ask you a question though, Zephyr. Yeah, we have. I mean, I don't think. Let me not fuck. No, we have.
Lady, boy, you sound familiar, bro.
You sound, yeah, man, I don't know, bro. Here's all I'm gonna ask you, dog. Like, so, would you say, because it seems like you're saying, if I'm wrong, correct me, that there has to be a power or an ability to impact other people's lives in order for an individual to be racist? You're also saying culture it has to be systemic. And you're saying, like, since culture is systemic, and if you're part of a culture that perpetuates racism, you don't have to be a business owner to be reinforcing systemic racism, right?
Yep.
That's basically what you're saying. So here's my question right now. Suppose Hebrew Israelites are like, what, definitely I'm gonna say less than 2% of the black people. Like, black people laugh at them and shit. We laugh at them, we don't fucking take them seriously, you motherfuckers are not Jewish, right? But some of them do straight up spew anti-Semitic rhetoric that I would consider racist. Like, would you say that they're not racist?
I would say they are bigots, yes. I don't know if it's best to say racist as a term, especially when you're talking in context of black people. I know right now we don't preach that we should be more careful with certain groups, and I think we should. I think right now the progress is getting slowed down because of this. But yes, they are being bigots in this role.
I don't understand why black people feel the need to die on this hill so much. Like, why can't they just say, "Oh, I'm talking about structural racism right now, not non-structural racism"? Just to clarify. Usually, when there's an ambiguity in language, I go, "Oh, I'm using this other definition, not this first definition." Like, the fact that they're so
two black
they want to die on this hill of like, "Oh no, you were using the term racism in a way that you're using the term differently than me." Okay. It's like as if you are unable to be flexibly use other people's conceptual schemes. Like if someone says, "Oh, I think I'm using the term fucking causality to mean a slightly different thing than you mean by causality," and you just like you can't handle it or some shit. Like you can't handle that someone else thinks about racism differently than you, and you have to fucking police it. Why?
I don't think it's a black people problem. Like literally, 3 black people are talking, 2 of them disagree with Hemedy, right? So it's like, I do think you have to be like either hyper online black person or like in these academic circles where you learned about it in college and you can reference it and you can reference these scholars. But like the average black person is just gonna be like, "Oh, what, are you racist? Yeah, you're racist." But like if most black people you know are like on the internet or some shit, then like I don't know.
I do agree though, like with Zephyr, if you're someone that isn't very reflective, it is very attractive to appeal to this definition. Like that's why you'll find a lot of people do the prejudice plus power and have no understanding of it. Like they can't appeal to any of these sociologists or whatever because intuitively they have the idea that I try to account for, which is like, okay, cracker is far more innocuous than the N-word. So, but nevertheless, by this like just racial bigotry definition of racism, they would both be racism. Then also, racism seems like this connotes some deep sort of like perversion. Okay, but I don't think it's like super perverse when you hear some black guy go, "Hey, cracker," and then, but I do think there's something far more sinister about a white person calling a black person an N-word. And because of that, they're like, well, it's just easier to categorize them differently because in that way, the black person's not like, because we actually probably as a society, most of us reasonable people actually agree something far more benign is going on there in the black to white case than in the white to black case. But the reality is like, that's true if you just are the kind of person that thinks just generally about these kinds of things, like word usages. You'll find that's true for a lot of kind of terms that have similar connotations, like, I don't know, be it violence, be it whatever. I think the math example for me is like a really simple way of understanding it. But maybe that's just not sufficient for some people. Like maybe some people are like, no, my search is going to lead me to like one of the Needy Fuller or someone who's going to give me this fucking comprehensive, just systemic kind of breakdown of bigotry and discrimination, and that's what makes more sense to me. Ultimately I don't have like a massive issue with it. It's just not how I use the term, but I can understand it, I guess.
What I understand about it, although I do disagree. I would never say black people cannot be racist, but I think like say you got a black person and a white person in America, and they're like, we've experienced racism. Like the white person means like a black person who as an individual was mean to them, right? Like the black person, like that's what the white person would mean. Like a black person said some things to me, probably. Like the black person is gonna be like, obviously, since I'm the first generation in my family to be born with civil rights, we have been impacted by systemic racism for centuries up until the 1960s when our parents were born. You see what I'm saying? Where we were like filtered out of opportunities and redlined, because like that's not the same as like, it's like when most white people are talking about like racism is a problem in America, they're not talking about individuals running around doing shit, right? They're talking about like large, gigantic systems upon which the nation was founded. And so it's like when, like, I guess it's almost like you're literally describing different things. Like when a person who's white says they're a victim of racism, they're not describing the same thing. And so that's why some people be like, we should have a different word.
Yeah, and really they're saying my feelings are hurt. People don't know how white fragility happens, so they be like, oh, I feel like I'm getting bullied by black people, and because black people are perceived as cool, there are some ways where a lot of white dudes who are pretty lame that kind of be like, oh my god, he's being racist, and that's kind of how they get, a lot of police officer students, they grow up to be police officers and use this type of idea.
The zebra murders were a string of racially motivated murders and related attacks committed by black serial killers from San Francisco. They killed 15 white people and wounded 8 others.
Oh yeah, they hurt their feelings.
They're racist, of course. Those are racist people. I would never disagree with that. Like,
the white people just have their feelings hurt when they're in the movie.
This is insane. And now we're crying for white lives, right, Sam?
They just have their feelings hurt when they're in the grave, and when the families are mourning their deaths. It's so sad.
Sam's right about that.
People gotta worry about.
No, I'm just legit disturbed by this whole fucking thing where you're just obviously trying to rationalize being racist against white people. It's fucking obvious. You're more concerned about quibbling over a term usage. Like if I say, fuck, this black guy was so fucking racist to me, he called me a disgusting white man. And then you're more concerned, in that moment, you're more concerned about quibbling over a term usage than being like, oh man, that fucking sucks, man, fuck that guy. Like, it's so obvious that you're just trying to minimize the racism that I feel.
Some of the most respectful people. Literally, it's three black guys right now disagreeing on what we should do. So this is insane right now, Sam. I think if anybody you got to worry about is white men. They don't take accountability, Sam. We believe in that, bro.
The lack of social awareness it takes that you would think that quibbling over a term usage would ever be relevant when someone's like, fuck man, a black guy just beat me up and he called me a cracker. And that you would ever think it's appropriate to say, oh my god, this was not racism, it's just prejudice. It's just prejudice.
Imagine a white guy talking about social awareness. Oh my god.
Racist piece of shit. Let's kick his ass. Or let's hear something.
But then you're doing the same thing though. Like, if he just said like, yeah, fuck, like, clearly Zephyr, you think that's fucked up, right?
Duh, bro. Nigga dumb, I know it.
And he said earlier, he literally said like, oh, yeah, obviously it's just trivially the case that the person who does worse to the other person is worse, right? Has acted more morally, sorry, that's what he said. But like, so why would you care if he said racist or didn't say racist in the same way? Like, it cuts both ways. If he just said, yeah, that's fucked up, he's a piece of shit, and then later on, when like you guys sobered up or whatever, he was like, by the way, I don't think that's actually racism, but I think it's like just as bad.
Yeah, what a piece.
Why would you care?
What? That's so. Oh, but it's just as good. Like, why do you fucking care about pressing the point? It's just
but that's what you're doing, Sam. That's what you're doing.
But let's say he never says it to you though. Just like, but then you hear him say like, oh, and he used, like, you hear him talking to Lisa, and when he's talking to Lisa, he says, yeah, like, oh, but I hate when black people are violent. They're such pieces of shit. But also, that thing that happened to Sam the other day wasn't racist, but it was just as bad. Like, why would you care? Like, why would that be a big...
Okay, the reason why I think this is why I object, because when people don't actually literally, when you say it's not X but it is Y but it is just as bad, the literal meaning of that, if you're autistic, people are like, oh yeah, that's fine, but people aren't literal autists, and the sort of pragmatic contextual understanding of that is that you were trying to minimize it. So if you got robbed and I said, well, you can't actually steal from black people, I mean, you can appropriate their stuff, which is just as bad, but you can't steal from them. Like, it's very kind of obvious to me that what's going on is trying to rationalize behavior. And if we were strict logicians, no, it wouldn't be true. But
hey Sam, isn't it more reasonable to cry for a poor person rather than a rich person sometimes in reality?
Yeah, but no one says that.
Oh, real quick.
When you steal from when I steal from a rich person, it doesn't count as well.
Sam, real quick, did you say yes?
Yes,
let's be clear.
Yes, things can be differentially bad.
Okay, cool. So we do look at people who suffer under violence or victims of certain systemic issues. We do kind of lend a heart more than someone who is, maybe the oppressor. Don't you agree?
Okay, then just call.
Like, of course, if a slave master died, we may go kill all.
Yeah, so you can say some racisms are worse than other racisms. Why is that so fucking challenging?
It is semantics, dog. Like that.
But I don't know.
Once they acknowledge it's semantics,
boy, you and I already know y'all games.
No, but I gave you an example earlier, like where it is exactly the same things happening. Where it's like, look, hey, I'm a landowner. I hold this lease to this land. It's like, oh well, I was like related to some dude who may or may not have owned land here thousands of years ago. Like, so I'm taking this. I'm gonna declare this as mine. I'm not stealing it. Because of some bullshit bedtime story I'm going to tell you about, like, why it's owed to me. I mean, that is the same thing as far as I'm concerned. It's like, oh, one's stealing, the other's not stealing. Oh, when the British do it in South Africa, stealing, when we do it, not stealing. You can't just do that. That's the whole point. The whole point is, like, you have a theory, an analysis of what it means to steal, and then you say, here's why I don't satisfy the conditions. And they're doing the same thing when it comes to racism. They're putting forward this kind of analysis of racism and saying we don't satisfy these conditions. But it could be the case, which I hope at least you're reasonable enough to say this. I mean, Caleb's not, honestly, because he's like a psychopath. But, like, it is reasonable to say, look, if I kill every single person here, regardless of indigeneity, what I did was really, really bad. Versus someone who steals land painlessly, they stole, I didn't steal, what I did was worse. What they did is less immoral, right? Like, that's ultimately what is going on here. And I'm saying, okay, it seems kind of like you're both wasting your time. If he's got a different conceptual analysis to you, you got a different conceptual analysis to him, but you agree on which one's worse. If you agree this is worse than this, then it seems like in the relevant sense, it does, like, and then in terms of
Timothy, I think you're being too nice. I think we both agree now on what it is. I just think he's trying to say that in every situation, both sides are just equally as bad. So when he believes, Sam, do you believe that when a black person just calls a person cracker, is that equally as bad?
No, it's not as bad, obviously.
Okay.
I think it is. I would even push back on that. I mean, I feel like
Come on, Lance.
Well, here's. Oh no. Well, okay. Well, I think that, like, because of cultural reasons, right, in the history of America, white Americans are less likely to, like, feel extreme, like.
I don't, but I know the second we tear down the West Bank wall, we'll be able to address all of them.
No, I'm asking you how many checkpoints are there?
No fucking idea, too many. One is too many.
So hold on, 920 checkpoints. Okay. Now, to be able to work at those checkpoints, how are these people justifying it? Anybody in their right mind, hey, let's say if I move from America and I go over there, I know international law says it's occupied. Even as a kid, like a 20-year-old kid, and I see it is kind of, because a lot of kids are very smart nowadays, okay? They check on their smartphone, that what is this happening? Why are just one group of people are being stopped at the checkpoint and these ladies aren't? What's the deal? I look up the laws, I look up a whole bunch of shit on my phone, right away I can tell it's wrong, it's illegal. But why are these people are still serving at the checkpoints? Can you tell the room? Go on, Water. It's for you. Can you tell the room why are they still serving at the checkpoints? In spite of knowing the law, in spite of knowing what's happening over there at the checkpoints, more than 60 babies have been delivered. 60 mothers have delivered babies at the checkpoint, and the waiting period is 1 to 5 or 6 hours, sometimes 8 hours at each checkpoint. We have a Palestinian that comes in here that actually lives in the West Bank. He told us that. And we have another one. We have quite a few of them that come into this room. My question again to you is why is it okay anybody in their right mind to serve at these checkpoints? 920 checkpoints. Can you tell the room, is it normal? Is it a normal thing to stop only Palestinians, not Israelis? Okay, so that's what I was saying. That's the majority of the people, they agree, they have this mentality. It's, whether they're indoctrinated or not, anybody in their right effing mind would be questioning everything. That why am I at the checkpoint stopping only the Palestinians? Why am I doing this to the Palestinians? Why is it justified to shoot and kill a kid that just threw a rock on occupied land that we have occupied? Why is it and this is the problem. It has it's writing communities, writing it's not just the fucking leaders. You keep saying it's Netanyahu. It's not the Netanyahu, it's the whole freaking Zionist entity. And this is the problem. They can coexist like they did before. But at this current moment, I don't know.
Clearly, when
and the solution is remove the occupation, let them live. Let them, live their own life. They don't want to live with disgusting terrorists Israeli. They justify everything. They had a right to raise protest.
I'm talking about his views, his goals, feelings, preferences, beliefs. So it's very annoying to me. It does just feel like gaslighting. If you want to understand my feelings on this, it's just, imagine I said, illegally black people doesn't count as stealing. It's called property confiscation, which is just as bad as stealing. Yeah, it's just as bad as stealing. It's property confiscation, just as bad.
You're gaslighting right now?
It is. Yeah, what I think you're doing is gaslighting, yes.
Do you think white people are going through gaslighting right now?
Correct. Yes.
They are.
Correct.
So we're gaslighting white people.
It's very manipulative.
He said it's gaslighting. Consider the following, though. I think here's an argument for why Stan is right. Because I feel like so the seeds of racism are all equally nefarious. Maybe I'm saying, bruh, and feel free to get me right on another time. If you feel like I'm tripping, we can talk some more. But I'm just saying, the seeds of racism are equally nefarious. If you were to foster racism within particular communities, but we're not even allowed to identify it as racism, then you can allow the problem to grow or build, right? So I do feel like all racism should be called out, right? Because when we act like his racism isn't racism, I'm not saying that you're making it okay, but I am saying that it's fucking racist. You know what I mean? It's and the potential that it has to cause harm in the world is just as real. So I think that we do. I'm saying that's the good argument for actually calling all racism. Racism is
hey, lad, I don't know how to say your name right now. I'm sorry. I do smoke. I be chilling and shit sometimes. But Sam, have you ever been worried for your life under any type of like us when a police officer is close to us or about to pull us over? A lot of black people tend to stress. Do you get like that, Sam?
Well, I've had a gun pulled to my head by a cop. I've had black people threaten to hurt me and threaten to fight me differently.
Fight you at the park or something?
Okay, so here, are you asking about black on white violence against me, or are you talking about just any?
I'm asking in relationship to the state. Have you ever?
Yeah, I have had police officers pull. I've had police officers pull guns on me. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Other than that extreme, because that's an extreme scenario. Have you just casually, whenever you're by the police, how do you feel? Are you nervous?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I do get kind of nervous, but I do try to do little tricks on them a little bit. So here's a little trick that I have. I try to ask them for advice on to where to if I'm walking past a cop, I'll often be like, hey, do you know where the nearest bar is or whatever? Just so that now they're in the frame of I'm helping this guy rather than the frame of I'm gonna fuck. It's really hard to
give someone advice on how to get somewhere and then arrest them, like that's like a very like psychologically difficult thing to do. So I do little things like that. So I'm not really
see a lot of folks with my background, they don't even want to talk to them. A lot of them won't even look them in the eye. You get it?
Yeah, but if you did my strategy, you'd probably be safer. I'm serious.
Okay.
No, just try it sometime. If you think you might get arrested for some shit, and you just go up to a cop and be like, hey, I'm looking for
It may be a good psychological anchor. That may be fair, but I don't think that we're going to see like drastic changes.
No, I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna fucking change it. I'm just saying in your own personal life, just remember this pro tip that Sammy taught you. Is all I'm trying to say. But when it comes to black on white violence, here's ways black people have hurt me. I was walking down the street. I was on my bike. I was walking my bike next to a black guy, and I wasn't looking at him like being in any weird way. We were walking together, and I was just like looking. I was like looking at him, but not staring him down. Just like in the sense that you could look at anything. Like, and then he was like, "The fuck you looking at?" And he starts like taking off his shirt and fucking me, and I was like, "The fuck is wrong with you?" And I rode off my bike. I was on a subway.
How do you know he wasn't on drugs?
Yeah, that sounds like you encountered like a crazy person who happens to be black. But I think like for instance, I think like when black, it's like for instance, I think like what just happened was probably not racism, because if I was to describe, and this will always happen, if any white person has ever done anything that's racist to a black person, if he didn't say the N-word, how do you know it was racism? Right? So it's not, you can't just be like, a black person did a thing. But I'm going to be real with you, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure that like, perhaps you have other experiences, right? That like, because I could be like, these white guys beat me up. Well, how do you know it was racist? How do you know what I mean, type shit. So, like, I guess, so you got, I mean, I'm not saying that you've ever done that, but I'm saying like, if you have ever done that, then you should be consistent. But I don't know if you have done that. But my thing is,
oh, go ahead. My apologies.
Not in theory, that there are.
I guess like, when it comes to like police interaction, one other thought that I had is like, if you're, I think so black people, I've had the police call on me for no reason. I've had the police call on me for showing up to work at the job that I work at, and another person who worked there didn't think I worked there and called the police, right? Now, when the police arrived, now, after they came up, talked to me, I told them I worked there, I showed them what I was doing, they were like, fuck that, he can't possibly work here. Call the police. So it's like, now here's where this shit gets creepy.
Yeah, but it has
never assume that arriving for no reason.
You don't think that lithium does, or olanzapine? You don't think that the heavy psych drugs don't have long-lasting effects?
Explain yourself.
I don't know.
So it's like you can't, but it's not because they're racist, it's because they were called to a scene. I don't know if that makes, I'm not saying that in this case.
I mean, it could be both, but that's fair.
So that probably told something, right? Like the cool saying like, this person joining this place, but okay. But they could have got false information.
Well, yeah, like in this case they did. So like when you see like the myriad of like videos on the internet of like black people barbecuing or whatever, then the police show up. It's like what? Yeah, I mean now we have to convince them we're not criminals and shit.
Hey, Sam. Yeah. Sam, are you by your phone?
Yeah, I'm on my phone right now.
Sam, are you more scared of a black man or the police?
Depends so much on context.
I'm scared of Americans.
Like,
I agree with that.
Like,
I'm scared of every fucking American. You people are nuts.
No, like I've been arrested by
cops in America.
I've been arrested by cops for stupid reasons, but I've also been like bothered by black for stupid reasons. Like, it just depends on what they're wearing, how they're acting, what context I'm in.
Gotcha.
Like, if I'm in a fucking Starbucks and there's a fucking black guy opening
insurance companies don't want you to know this. Homeowners, if your insurance rates keep going up like...
But like, here's the thing that happened to me. I was walking down the street in New York, a black guy fucking bumps into me and then throws his wine bottle on the ground. And then and then he's like, you made me drop my fucking wine bottle, you gotta fucking pay for that. And I was like, what? And I was like, first off, was there any wine in there? And he was like, fuck, and I like, because I kind of knew it was a scam, you know what I mean? So I was just like, first off, I don't think I made you drop that. I think you dropped it, like, on purpose. And I also don't think there's wine in there. And then he got really aggressive, and I had to fucking hightail out of there, like, pretty quick, because it was getting a really fucking sketchy situation. Now, that happens very rarely, but also getting bothered by the cops maybe is also very rare.
My grandfather taken to precincts where they threatened to like. Well, I think that perhaps to an individual, it's like okay, if and this is all real facts. The police have taken my grandfather, threatened to hang him. They've taken my uncle into the middle of nowhere, beat him up when he was like 12 for the crimes they say he would commit in the future. My father duct taped, put on the duct tape over his mouth while they searched his car for no reason. I got the police called on me for no reason at work, right? And that had fucked up police interactions on multiple occasions. So it's like, if it happens enough to where everybody in your family can say some shit like this has happened to me, then yeah, you move looking like, bro, when the police are involved, anything could happen. You know what I mean? Like, if it's happened to everyone in your family, it's like, okay.
But what leaves a bad taste in my mouth is kind of like the oppression Olympics stuff, right? Where like, it's like, you know, we can make excuses somewhat for like BHI people, Black Hebrew Israelite people, because like it's okay that they're like rejecting like Jewish identities or whatever, because like you know they're super oppressed, right? And like maybe the Jewish people are only like super oppressed, right? And it's like that type of thing just is like a silly game to play, right? So like that's why I think like along with what Himothy was saying, like it's like a perfectly okay thing, right? It's probably actually like a more like accurate thing to realize that like everyone can be prejudiced / racist, right? And if you're prejudiced just based on like the other person's quote unquote racial features, right? Then like you're racist. That's it.
Hey, real quick. Himothy, are you by your mic?
Yeah.
Himothy, are you by your mic? Hey, real quick, can you tell me who said it was okay for Hebrew Israelites to adopt and tell Jewish people that they're not Jewish? Can you tell me?
We already shit on the Hebrew Israelites. We already shit on them before you got.
You said it wasn't appropriation earlier.
Who said it was? No, who said it was okay?
No one said it was okay. You said it wasn't.
No one said that.
Yeah, Himothy. I
was asking you, Himothy, because he was kind of in the middle of it, and he kind of heard when he was asking hypothetical questions. No one said that, Billy. No one said it was okay. I'm trying to figure out why you said that.
Yo, Himothy, I want to try out a new tactic. Can you roleplay with me? Can you be a guy that pretends that black people can't be racist against white people? Maybe it's that real?
Go.
Alright, so, this black guy threatened to hurt me. He called me a cracker. He's just such a racist. You gotta say it. Like,
oh, sorry, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, he's an evil piece of shit, Sam, but I don't think that's like an instance of racism.
Wait, you don't think black people can be a racist?
Nah, I think it's like prejudice plus power, and I don't think
okay, this isn't working. Okay, what I wanted to get is you to say black people can't be racist, and then me to say, no, you can just believe in yourself. Like, I believe you, buddy. Like, you got it, buddy. You gotta definitely stick to it in this, buddy. Like, I believe in you, buddy. Like, don't doubt yourself. Sorry, that was so
it's like you know, prejudice plus power is like an instance of like the racism of low expectations. It's like black people ain't good enough. Yeah, like you know what? White people should own that shit. Like you can't be racist. You don't have the minerals to be racist. You don't have the imagination to be racist.
Hey, Sam is laughing hard. Unfortunately, the world agrees that you must have power, and power comes in culture and through like.
The world does not agree to that fact.
Can you show me what the world agrees on? Because I think the world agrees.
You're the one that has a different language. The fact that you have to correct everyone's language all the time is evidence that we are the default way language is used.
That's not true. Sam, I just looked on it. I just looked at the definition that sociologists agree on in academia. Here, give me 1 second. I can give you the institution.
To be fair, that's
not the world. To be fair, I wouldn't say the world. I was kind of being absurd.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't seem like we're engaging in oppression Olympics by bringing up our own experiences. I think that if anything, we're just acknowledging like different nuances. I don't think here that anyone is like, fuck the Hebrew Israelites, black Hebrew Israelites. Like, you know what I mean? They're fake as shit. They're fucking embarrassment. They're less than like 2% of the population. I don't think anyone here would ever encourage that. And most of us in the room don't even agree with Zephyr. So it's like,
Agree. And I'm a Booker T type nigga, so I ain't gonna really care about the oppression Olympic shit. I believe in self-determination, bro.
I do think, like, I'm sympathetic to what Zeph is saying. I just don't agree with it. Because it's like, what we're talking about is, like, language usage. And I just think it's, like, way too, just, like elaborate, or not elaborate, what's the word? It's just, like, too clunky of an analysis of a term to just be like, oh, constantly here's the patch, here I have to tag this onto that, I have to do that. Just seems difficult to me, where basically it almost seems more reasonable if you are like a social scientist, or you are like a black activist or something. It seems more reasonable because at the very least it's almost like a conversation starter, basically, where you get to acknowledge, or you get to shine a light on like all of these kind of systems and institutions that disadvantage black people. It kind of does make sense for them, but if you're kind of a non-kind of activist person and you're not super political, just in terms of how the word is used by like generally by most people, okay, it just seems more reasonable to say, look, racism is just like racial bigotry, and it manifests in many forms, and basically any member of any ethnic group is like has the capacity for it. That seems reasonable. But like what he's talking about isn't like insane to me. Now what is insane are the kinds of people who would answer to the question, do you think it's like racial prejudice is like just in principle less egregious than racism? Those people, yeah, I think they're like a bit unhinged, but I think people are just basically saying, no, this is a technical term and it has a technical usage.
Wait, hey, Timothy,
no, one second. Like, okay, Timothy, do you think black people, what I'm saying, do you think someone who has the power plus prejudice view can, like, think that black people can be anti-Semitic?
I think it's obviously, so it's not like, it's not like a necessary condition or something. They believe that like black people can't be racist towards other groups, but I think they have a general understanding of like white, like how racism works is white to minorities, and because of that, I don't think they think intra-minority racism counts as racism either. I think I could be wrong. Maybe Zephyr will like
Yeah, a lot of times I didn't know, because Semitic people tend to identify as white, so it gets misty and stuff like that. But for the most part, I didn't think Semitic people were also a race. I thought that was the ethnic. So yes, it could be like xenophobic for the most part. And xenophobia is different.
Like native-born Jews. So the point is that like you might want to. Some people might think that Jews have like more power in the society than black people do generally, right? So like you might want to think that like black people can't be anti-Semitic towards Jewish people on the same like basic grounds, right? Based on the same like line of reasoning.
I think that like from my understanding of what they're saying, it's not like power in the kind of like, oh, I can just identify authority, or I can identify like some influence, or I can identify some leverage you have. It's, are you like, is this the system that we live in, was it built to represent you? Clearly that's not the case for the Jews, right? Because in fact the opposite has been true for Jews throughout history. So who does it really represent? And it's like white people. So I guess like the idea is like, for a Jew who identifies as white, then yeah, of course, no, I don't think they're going to.
Yeah, but you know the state of Israel kind of makes that a little iffy.
But I think a lot of people have the belief that the reason, like, the state of Israel isn't an instance of like Jewish institutional power. It's an instance of European and white institutional power.
Wait. Sam, is Israel as a state a representation of Jewish institutional power? Sam.
Yeah.
I know.
But that's true. What I'm saying is that, but what I'm saying is like, look at Israel. The majority of Jews who live there are basically like Arab and Iberian, and basically not like, you know, Northern European white Jews, right? It's Arabs, whatever. But the majority of people who occupy seats of power are Ashkenazi Jews. So even in Israel, what you're seeing is pretty much reflects everywhere else in the Western world, which is white Europeans have all the power. And ironically, something that's very ironic about that is the claim of indigeneity trades primarily on the people who are non-white. So the people who can literally claim continuity in the land, but they don't have as much power as the white ones. That's the point.
You sometimes, wait, how do you tell the difference? How do you know when someone's saying they're white or not?
How do you tell the difference between white?
No, I was asking you first.
No, the same way. No, I'm saying the same. Like, as in, no, the reason I was just being clear. I wasn't prevaricating. I'm saying you don't ask me that question about whites and blacks, right?
I mean, because we can fairly tell the distinction, but I'm just wondering, like, how do you tell that?
No, but we also don't. No, but you don't ask me the questions about, let's say, like white Americans and Saudi Arabians. So if I'm saying they're Arab Jews, what would the difference be there?
Wait, let's look up this population number. Cause I don't even think it's that many of them, right? Like, let me see.
Of what, Jews?
I think mainly it's a European.
No, the majority of Jews in Israel are like Mizrahi, like a non-Ashkenazi, if I'm not mistaken. But the majority of Jews in the Knesset and just generally in power in the IDF and everything, the majority of those are Ashkenazi, if I'm not mistaken.
It's because Ashkenazis are genetically superior.
Exactly. Just in the same way.
It's just a natural like playing out of their genetic superiority.
It's I agree.
Yeah, damn, it's not even telling me the breakdown specifically.
Before we find something.
Well, you're looking at the breakdown of the
type of Jews that are dominating Israel. Because he's trying to say that they're mainly reflective of like Western powers and like being white, basically. And I'm like, there are also like a lot of them that believe that are indigenous, that have institutional power, that are in like maybe. Hold on, give me 1 second. And then like, how do we even make that distinction between like, how do we observe that?
There's a lot of black people in power. There's a black guy who's a president. We're talking about the majority, right? That's what's like representative.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the collective. The collective.
You kept saying there's a lot of the other ones that are in power. That's something.
You're saying the collective power of Israel is in the hands of white, basically.
Europeans, yes.
Yeah, you know what we mean when we say white. What are you talking about white, bro? European white. Yeah. So you're saying it's basically white.
Yeah. No, because obviously some people might say like this Mizrahi guy is white or whatever, this Sephardic guy is white.
Yeah, but
so I'm saying
Europeans and white operate synonymously.
Yeah, they don't tan great.
Okay, but I mean I do believe that these people still kind of identify. Wait. Do you believe they're indigenous? That they have lineage to the indigenous?
That's kind of irrelevant. I'm just saying.
No, I was wondering. It's just a question, bro. Yes or no? Just yes or no.
The answer is yes. Like if you look into their genetics, the answer is yes.
Look, just at the same time, I don't think it's simple. We can have a whole conversation.
No. It's the reason why, because it does play into this cultural appropriation that we were talking about.
Unfortunately, that contradicts my answer. Like some people are, some people aren't, obviously. And then also like indigenous in the kind of relevant sense. It's like probably in a lot of cases no. You know, like indigenous in the sense.
Okay, so do you believe they're cultural appropriating? Do you believe they're appropriating?
I think they're colonizing.
Are they? Yeah, that's a part of cultural appropriation.
Then I don't know.
Oh, so they're also doing what BHI is doing.
No, see, we
I think they're lying about being Jews. I think it's true that some of their ancestors lived there, but whether or not that makes you.
But you said they were cultural appropriating. You agreed on that. You said they were colonizing and they don't really have. Like some of them do, some of them don't. You said some of them do and some of them don't.
No, I said they are colonizing. I didn't say when you.
Okay. Do they have lineage? I got you. Just to be clear. I got you. Do they have lineage from the same group of people that consider themselves Jewish? The indigenous.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so the Ashkenazi Jews. Wait, real quick, because then that doubles on your other point. Are the Ashkenazi Jews? They're really Jewish, right?
Yes. Like you can ask ChatGPT right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be clear because you bouncing, Timothy. You are bouncing.
Stop. I don't like the rabbit style thing. Like I don't mind answering any of your questions.
Nah, it's cool.
You misrepresented me like 2 or 3 times in a row. So in response to the cultural appropriation, I answered directly with, I think they're colonizing, and then you said
and then I asked
appropriation, and I said, okay, I mean, it depends what you mean by it.
No.
If the goal, you can just ask me straight the goal. Like you don't need to get there. If you're asking me, are Ashkenazi Jewish people
indigenous people
linked to indigenous? By that I mean related to people, descendants of people that lived in the Levant and spoke Hebrew and worshipped Yahweh and wrote the Torah. Yes. If you, that does not mean they are indigenous in any relevant sense to me. Okay, because if you're part of some fucking nomadic tribe who stopped off in some place and said, I think we'll build a kingdom here at some arbitrary point millennia ago in history, and then you migrated out and lived all over the globe, that doesn't mean this is mine, this is my land. Okay, so that's just to be clear. When I said the indigeneity point, it isn't to say that they're not authentically Jewish. 100% they are. It's just to say that, okay, that doesn't mean you just have like that you magically get a deed.
My clear that he was not saying that the Jews have the right to
migrated out. Yeah, they weren't kicked out by violent expulsion. They just wanted to go for a hike. They just took a little walk.
Yeah. So Himothy, just so I can be clear, I'm not trying to say that you believe they have a right to this, because I kind of believe that you stand against that idea. But what I was trying to be clear on was if you actually believe they're linked to the alien king.
Yeah, they're Jewish, yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. So it actually is reflective that those people are Jewish. So then that kind of goes back on your first point. Your first point was that it's really just white people that are mainly reflective of the institutional power in those areas. Because I'll tell you, because you believe that those people are actually Jewish people, and Jewish people are not the same as white people in a cultural sense that we think of, right?
That's not true, number one.
Okay, go ahead.
I was like, what
he said Europeans.
Sam, I don't even mind defending this wrongly. Sam, if there's like a box and it's like, tell us your ethnicity, and it's like white, black, Hispanic or other, which one do you take?
I write it Jewish.
I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm
black. And which one do you honestly, which one do you take?
White, obviously.
Right, so then all good, then that's it then.
Wait, real quick. Don't you think that Jewish people who are in the Levant, indigenous to it, would they click white also in America? They do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, what that do? So also the people that you're talking about who are not reflective, that you said in these institutional power, they're also going to pick white.
Oh, sorry, but like
do you get that?
Like some of them,
most of them are still.
Sorry, I thought I was just using this for Sam and because they're clearly white. Okay, let's add another category, which is like Arab. Yeah. Okay, there's a Yemeni. No, but the Arab is one of the.
Yeah, but Arab identifies white. You know that, right? Out here in America.
Some do, some don't. That's not the point. The point is like
most of them do.
No, the point is Arab is distinct from white. Like people don't think fucking South.
Jewishness is distinct from white.
No, it's from fucking white supremacists mainly. Like Jewish people ultimately are an ethno-religious group that have many different phenotypes. So like there's black Jews, there is fucking Arab Jews, right? Like obviously it's not going to be the case that all Jews are the same race in the sense that we use the term, i.e. a set of phenotypic traits or like immediate heritage. Like if your dad's Lenny Kravitz, then you're not like a Jew in the same way Sam is.
I think Jewish people tend to favor each other more than anything.
That may or may not be true. The point I'm making is what I'm saying is in Israel, the power structure reflects the rest of the Western world in that.
And you're saying it's Western European
the people with direct or more immediate ancestry within Western Europe amongst white people, those people are in charge.
Can you prove that?
What was the point? Can you prove that Jews favor each other more? What was that point?
I'm sorry, you may have to say that one more time.
Yeah. So you said something like Jews favor each other more?
Yeah, I said that a lot of them may favor each other more. Yeah.
Like, why do you think that?
I take Jewish people to be people of the Middle East, and I could be wrong, but I think that a lot of y'all favor, ideally, like a lot of fair, lighter-skinned people who have beards and stuff like that favor each other more than actually being like, oh, there's this broad range of Jewish people that look barely fucking different.
I think you're trying to make them a monolith, man.
Did you know Germans actually weren't racist against Jews because Jews had structural power in Germany with like banking and like the media. So there was no actual racism in Nazi Germany. What it was discrimination against Jews, but it wasn't.
Also, like Zephyr, like this type of thinking about Jews is prejudice. I don't want to call it racist or anti-Semitic, but it's prejudice, right?
What kind of thing?
Like saying Jews are more likely to favor each other over other groups.
No, I didn't say over other groups. We were saying as in Arabs. We were just talking about Arabs, and that's it. I don't think Jewish people favor each other more than other groups of people. But
dude, I think you're missing is.
Lance, but I don't understand what he's saying. Can you just so what are you saying? When you said the Jews favor each other more, what does that mean?
He's a landslide.
Landslide.
He means they look similar. That's what he's trying to say. Which is damn near all black people look the same. All them Africans look the same.
I'm saying some of them favor each other when it comes to people in the Middle Eastern region. They favor each other. So when I say favoring, just to get specific, I mean, an example would be, who's to think of? I mean, I don't think of a fucking ideal Jew. I don't think of that shit. But I get how it can be bigotry, so I don't do all that. I get how it can be bigotry. Hey, but Timothy, can you prove that claim though? Because you kind of made. Can you at least take that back? Because I don't think you got proof, bro.
No, I definitely heard that before. I don't think I've read anything about it, but I've heard that from someone I took to be authoritative. That's what I'm confident. I'm just searching it now.
Yeah. What was the claim?
Could be wrong, obviously.
No worries.
He was that the majority of the leadership in Israel are Ashkenazi.
Yeah, he was saying that they reflect European, typically white people more than people.
It says so numerically, Ashkenazis are no longer a majority of the 120 seat Knesset, but they still occupy a disproportionately large share of the very top power posts in government, the courts, the civil service, the security established, academia, and the business sector. And then there's something else I wanted to look for, which is.
Hey, what are you looking at? What's that link?
That's just ChatGPT 03.
Regarding just regarding how most people view racism, because this is going to be one of those rooms where we just talk about Jewish people for hours and hours and hours and shit.
Yes.
So I was just as far as the
To be fair, Meredith brought up Jewish people. We weren't talking about Jewish people, we were talking about black people.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. I mean, you're all good. I feel like nobody here is an idiot or a bigot in the team at all. But when I'm looking at I'm looking at okay.
And a bigot, so I don't know the fuck you're talking.
I mean, well, that's accurate. But I guess what I'm saying is literally, I was asking. I plugged into DeepSeek just for whatever reason. According to most polls, do black people think a black person can be racist? And they offered 2 polls where most black people did say black people can be racist. So I just want to because there was something said earlier, someone said, when black people think black people can't be racist, the polling data contradicts that. So it's
me and you both know how hard black people are on each other in a world that think black people are accountable. Black people are hard, critiquing each other, saying ain't shit, all type of shit. So I don't be knowing where this world at, where niggas can get away with shit like that.
But I will say, significant portions of black people did disagree in response to the poll, and when it was nearly 40%. But I think that's because, for instance, my aunt was born without civil rights. You know what I mean? And she's clocking off work today, right? So if you have people who were born into a country where they were you gotta sit on the back of the bus, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't live here, this is no blacks, there are many people alive today who are going to work and clocking off work.
We want to go to work and come home and smile and have a good time with our babies, with our wives. That's what a man is supposed to do. Y'all supposed to just comfort us. If you can't rest your femininity, you're a whole motherfucker, man. You might as well be one of them transformers. Take your ass out there.
Well, like you said, it's all about that toxic femininity. Don't need no mean. bitch. I'm the boss, bitch. But see, I'm gonna tell you, I work at a company that's very female dominated and all that DEI shit. And all these like women vice presidents are so fucking like unhappy in their life and divorced because, like I said, you'd rather take a girl that makes like $16 an hour more equal than the boss bitch that makes 200.
Hey man, like all I can say is just trade-offs in relationships, and you're never gonna get the perfect cookie cutter shell of or cookie cutter perfect other. I mean, like I said, the sex part lacks in my relationship, but I'll tell you what, everything else is 100%. I come home to some Michelin star meals, and she's all that and a bag of chips, and she's also responsible for transitioning me from a fucking full-blown libtard to conservative. She's a good person. I think a lot of her lack has to do with the female stuff when it comes to like the hormone shit and all that. And I don't hold that against her.
Right, but you're still with her, Sean B.
Yeah, I sure as hell am.
You accept
it, man. You know what? I do. Yeah, I'll trade that off. I'm not gonna hate on. You know what? Like this age now, I'm like, what's more important in my life? A woman who loves me, takes care of me, supports me, wants me to work out, supports my business, supports everything I do, and makes me beautiful meals. My alarm doesn't go off. She's there for me to tap me on the shoulder, make sure I wake up. Like she's everything. Like I kid you not, she's everything. She's a keeper for life. I mean, like I said, if something happened between us, I'm staying single forever. I don't give a fuck about pussy because that shit just fucks everything up at this point, you know. But I mean, I know I have limited relationships, but I've definitely been in 2 successful ones. At least I'd say the first one was a learning experience that took too many years out of my life. I'd definitely say I felt like I had 18 years stolen from me, but this one is not that at all. It just, yeah, it is what it is, but I mean, you're never gonna get the perfect, but you gotta make sure that that's a deal breaker for you, or you're gonna need to make sure you can find some negotiation there. If you're not getting what you need, you need to make sure you're taking care of one way, shape, or form, or become a professional, single-handed handler, if you know what I mean.
You just heard this man. You just heard this man. Sex is the #1 driving factor for men in general. This man's woman. You just heard him. He said, you know what? Yeah, I ain't getting the sex that I want, but you know what? Because she puts me first in all these other areas, I'm willing to concede on that. The #1 driving factor for the male species, he's willing to take a back seat on because she puts him first. I'm telling you, man, this is what women need to realize, man. I guarantee you, more women realize this shit, I guarantee you the divorce rate would plummet and fucking drop immediately in this country. I guarantee fucking to you. And it's something so simple. So fucking.
They said I took it off the table and dating my fiance. I literally took sex off the table. And I looked her in the face and I said, look, I don't know who you dated before, but let me tell you something. I was in the music business for 23 years. Anything you can do in the bed, I can find 5 women that can do it better. I can do it 5 times in a row. So you're not gonna impress me with your acrobatic skills in the bedroom. So you're not gonna snatch me with the box. So let's just take that off the table. You can keep the box to yourself. Because anything you got, I've seen before. And it all is the same color in the night. So keep that to yourself. I'm gonna take that off the table. Now, if you want to build a relationship, then you have to come with something of value that does not begin and end between your legs. Because I'm not looking for a throat goat. Met them all, they cool, I liked them, they straight, didn't want to actually spend any of my money on them. So here's the deal. If you want to have a relationship, you have to bring me some other value. My kids are grown. I don't need you to mother no kids for me. My kids are grown. My oldest is 31. So that's off the table. Don't need you to cook, because Consuela needs her check. I have a cook. My son-in-law is a Michelin star chef. Don't need you to cook. You can't compete with him in the first place. So let's take that off the table. And Consuela actually comes twice a week to clean. Don't need you to clean. For what she's got. Consuela need to feed her 5 kids.
Is that really her name? Is that really her name? No, you.
That's really her name, Consuela. That's her name for real. And she needs to feed her 5 kids. So check this out. You got to bring something else to the table that's not between your legs, not in the kitchen, and not cleaning. Because I have my personal assistant do my laundry. So what you got?
Well, another red flag too is like when you hear a girl like, I don't pump my own gas, my dad still does it for me, and someone else cleans my. A girl like that, you don't walk away, you run away from her.
Why do you say that? Why do you say run away from her? What's up, Big Sean? Good to see you, man.
Because they're gonna be lazy and entitled, and if you don't like buy them the newest BMW, you're kicked to the curb. High maintenance, superficial.
No, Thunder is not feeling any of this. Okay, Thunder, what's up? What's wrong?
No, some of it is.
Thunder is not having anything with this.
Some of it is so funny. No, you know what? What I've come to the conclusion of is that, like, with my husband, I think that really what kind of makes him happy is the idea that he can do whatever he wants. Because for the most part, like, there were all these different things that he used to do before we got married, and, you know, he was always, you know, I always knew him to be just, you know, all over the place. And I told him, you know, I don't have a problem with any of those things. Like, that's how I met you. You know, that's the person that you are. And none of that stuff bothers me. And most of the time, he doesn't even want to go out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he knows that he can, and that's enough for him. He's happy to come home and just hang out with me most of the time. Like, tonight, he is at the gun club tonight because he's got somebody sponsoring him. He's got to go a certain number of times, whatever. But for the most part, unless it's something like he wants to go to the gym or there's like a basketball game or something like that, he just wants to be home. But I think just knowing, you know, in his psyche that it's not going to be a problem for me, that he can go and hang out with friends, or this guy still has his mom, you know what I mean? There's things that he wants to do for himself that has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to be up his ass, to be honest with you. He's not my freaking little poodle companion, and I'm not his. Like, he can go do the things that he enjoys, and he gives me the freedom to do the things that I want to do, and I think that that's what makes guys happy. I don't know whether or not they all want to cheat, but I think this idea that you're not going to give them a hard time if they slip up, whatever, I think that kind of just gives them a little measure of comfort that they're not going to be judged by this standard of perfection that they internally don't know whether or not they can live up to. I mean, am I crazy, or is that just him?
No, you did it all. You're not crazy at all. Like, if you push, like, if you were to push me, like in a relationship, you push me and you give me a bunch of shit for wanting to do things I need to do, constantly checking on me, you want me to send you my pin, where I'm located and all that, hell no, never gonna happen. Like, I'm just not even gonna be in that. You know? Don't let me be.
Thunder, there is a reason why men all over this country come home from work and sit in their driveway in their car for 45 minutes before they walk in the house.
Shit,
it's because of that reason that you just mentioned. That's why men sit in the driveway. That's why you sit in the car all the time. But that's why men spend half of Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. in the garage. And your man doesn't want to actually even leave because he knows that it's not a problem if he wants to. Because Sig said the same thing. He said the exact same thing. I love spending time with my fiance. We live 3 hours apart, but I love spending time with her because I know if I decide, hey, I'm going out with my man Jermaine because he's in town and we're gonna go to wherever. Here's the thing, I don't even have to tell her. That's not a conversation, but I was married for 10 years. And if I wanted to actually piss in the toilet upstairs instead of the one downstairs, there had to be a family meeting about it. And there's a problem. And guess what? I stayed on the road. I stayed traveling because the stress, men exist at a level of stress continually every single day. And we get no break. Nobody's coming to save us. No man can say, well, I won't marry and my life is going to get so much less stressful. No, marriage is even more stressful. Just being a man is stressful. There's no outlet to that. So that's why men, when they have, like Sig and your husband, that's why he doesn't really want to go anywhere. Because it's the one place in the world where he is free to be himself without actually being judged. And that's all men want.
Fucking Jim. Mic drop. Fucking mic drop.
Mic drop. Hell yeah.
Mic drop.
Yeah, I can tell you too. So say one of these boss bitches I work with, she got married, or her husband was older when he got married, and you know she's a couple years younger, and he wants to like retire at 55, so she can be the the working mom boss bitch, and he's gonna stay home with the kids, and I'm like, oh, this relationship's gonna get interesting.
Why does she want to do that?
Because she's got kids that are like 11 or 12, and
Miriam does drool.
She wants him to be like the stay-at-home dad while the kids are in like middle school, high school, and always have someone home.
Yo, GA, you cooking some heat, brother, but I gotta ask you to cash that pink ticket in, bro. We need you part of the club, man. We need you in the gun club, bro.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Lovely. Take your black ass and click that link up top too. Cash that fucking pink ticket.
GA, I got you.
What's up,
I
lovely?
offended you, man. GA, you speak my language, man. You're speaking. I feel like you're like my brother right now. I feel like we do the same shit. So appreciate what you were sharing too, man.
I clicked it, man. I'm part of the club, and I like Turkish weapons. So now you.
Oh man, Turk guy. Okay. Miss, what's going on? Welcome to the stage. Lovely Miss, you guys want to chime in? You guys got anything?
Yeah, I just, I don't know, I guess I'm just looking for an answer to the question at the top. I think what I'm hearing you all say, I do totally transparent. I definitely have some things in the back of my mind I'm going through now. I just don't understand what men want. And I am married, for context. But
Okay, so you're married, you're a wife?
I'm married. I've been married 5 years. I'm a wife.
Congratulations, man. We love married women in this house. So. Married women are protected and respected. Y'all got a ring. You guys are winners. Y'all got W's. So congratulations on a 5-year marriage. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Sid.
Thank you.
Welcome to the masculine, man.
Thanks, nice to meet you. And I appreciate the space too, because I think for me, growing up as like, raised by my grandma, 5 women in the house, like I have to intentionally put myself in masculine spaces to just have some perspective on the world for real. So I appreciate it. I appreciate what you got going on here.
Absolutely. So let me ask you a question. Married for 5 years. That is actually a big deal in 2025 because a lot of marriages don't last that long. So what makes your marriage? What has made your marriage last to the 5-year mark? I'm sure you've got many more years of lifetime in it. You sound like you're very nice, very sweet family. What is incorporated in your marriage with your husband?
President, yes, we need to get
So stop booty clapping for America. Okay. You're not American, you're Asian.
I can love my people. I can love Israel, you racist piece of shit. Unlike you, I can recognize who's Semitic and who's not. Unlike you, you racist piece of shit.
You're fucking Asian.
Very American. I will never understand how fucking American. I was born in New York.
Very American.
I was born in New York and I was raised in California.
You're kicking
You're Asian. You're an Asian woman. You're not American.
Kick him. Let him go with his status somewhere else.
Fucking bitch. And he said the one that pissed me off most was white Palestine. Like the guy literally said that Israel doesn't exist because Israel doesn't even recognize
I think
Palestine.
he's a Zionist. I think he's a Zionist.
He's a Zionist. He's a pure Zionist.
He said Israel doesn't exist because what?
So some brother, I think it was Haji, that said Israel doesn't exist, right? This idiot has the balls to say white Palestine.
Oh, like white power?
Yeah, white Palestine.
See, but like, listening to him talk, I used to, I mean, I think I said this before, but like, I skated. All my friends were skateboarders, train hoppers, like, the works. He sounds like all of my friends who used to like smoke hella weed and trip on acid and like do mushrooms and stuff. Like, that's kind of what it's giving me. Those are the kind of vibes that I'm getting. I'm like, bro, are you okay? Like, are you just tripping? Are you just on one right now? Are you just having a trip right now? I don't know. Makes me nervous.
Take the truck soon, okay?
Okay, this room attracts a lot of mental retards and mental cases.
What up, Wednesday? What up for Jelani?
Hey, what's up, Chucky? I'm going to speak on behalf of Fawad Jelani. Fawad Jelani, did you want to say anything? Watch him unmute in a bit. He's going to unmute in a bit for you, Chucky. I'm going to tell him to unmute.
Okay. Yeah, what up, Pun? The Lulu.
Rich, did you want to say something, Rich?
Okay,
Yeah, we Asians are not involved in this genocide. We're not complicit, okay? We even try to boycott all the products associated with Israel.
Rich, I wasn't saying it, brother, to you. I was attacking this idiot because he wants to protect America, that America is not giving weapons to Israel. And literally, Gazans are fighting a war against the American government. And this idiot has a background from Asia, right? And he claims, oh no, America is not doing that. And then he kept on trying to defend that, deflect and defend that Asia is behind this genocide. You see what I'm saying? And that, it's pissed me off. So it was nothing to attack you or your background. It was to attack him personally. So that way it pisses him off and he leaves. Because I like to piss off people, especially that he said white Palestine. And he said a whole bunch of the crazy shit.
See, that's the thing, though, that I feel like he doesn't understand. Like, a lot of people, myself included, like, we don't want to fight wars, especially other people's wars. Why are we sending our fathers, our grandfathers, our people to go fight wars that have nothing to do with us in the first place? And it's just to benefit, like, it's just to line their pockets. They don't care if you die or you have PTSD or, your family's the one that has to deal with that now. Now we have to deal with that. And you're rich and you're living your life, and the Rothschilds getting their 8th heart transplant or whatever the hell they're doing, like, we're the ones suffering. Of course we don't want war. Like, the majority of us don't want to deal with this, bro.
Well, the problem is like young men go fight young men that don't know each other. These are old men that do know each other.
What is this explanation, dog? Oh my god, this guy, man. That's another drunk.
I don't know. I mean, the common denominator here is when I walked in, the common denominator seems to be Amir.
Why
I don't know what Amir's doing for
these
these people.
man? Why do you attract these people? We got Kush here, he supports Israel. Kush, do you want to say something? Why do you support Israel, Kush?
You said I support Israel.
You support Israel?
You said that.
You were waving an Israeli flag. You were waving an Israeli flag?
Yeah, so what?
So you support Israel?
I never said that.
Okay, then why
he's asking you.
Because I'm using my free will to do what the fuck I want.
Okay, so I'm asking you, do you support Israel or Palestine?
Don't worry about it, doesn't matter.
It matters in this room.
Okay. Do you support Hitler or the Jewish people that were genocide?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, so you're a Holocaust denier.
Why are you so angry?
I attract a lot of people. What is happening today?
I don't know what's going on here. This guy, he's very angry. He comes in the room. Don't worry about it. Don't ask me no questions.
Not in my room.
That's crazy.
Well, you're offended.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't use the N-word, otherwise I'll remove you out of the room. I'm not gonna move you down.
Does it affect you? Is it like?
Yeah, it does. It does. It does.
So it's similar to like me mispronouncing someone's gender, like it offends you.
No, the racial slur is different from. I'm talking about racial slur. Racial slur.
If I call you Nigerian, are you mad at me?
What if I say Nigerian?
If he's from Nigeria.
Say nigger. What if I say nigger?
Okay. Okay, I gave him a go. Have a safe flight to the home. Bye bye. Okay, bye bye. I gave him a warning. Bye bye. Have a safe flight. I'm not even moving people down. Doc, do you want to go next? I don't mind, man. I think I've decided because.
But Amir, like my question.
Do you want to be next? Do you want to be next?
No, please.
Okay. What's your question?
Like, when it comes to like the indifference between all of us, do you try to look for the commonality in between us all?
Wow. What kind of commonality would I be looking for? PTSD? Because you suffer from PTSD, Water suffers from PTSD, and a whole bunch of these psychopaths that are drug. You just got here? You literally said a whole bunch of crazy psychopathic shit earlier. You just got here? Oh my god. Let's see. Everyone can. Thank you, Water. Sit in the audience like a good boy you are. That's where you should stay. Anyways,
what kind of water?
Bro, he literally said white Palestine and a whole bunch of crazy shit. He's driving the whole room crazy. So Doc, did I answer your question?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to ask me anything you want.
Doc is so drunk right now.
Did I stutter?
No, not yet. So you're on your way.
You're stuttering. Words.
Wait, you think I miss my understandings?
Yeah.
So, Turkey,
then
by the way,
you
Doc
sound
has
like irrelevant to my own level.
By the way, Doc has served in the military. I think he's suffering from PTSD, alcohol, a whole bunch of crazy shit, right, Doc?
I might be that guy that knows how to do what it do.
Well, why
Doc, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service, Doc.
Oh, it was an honor.
Are you gonna say free Palestine, or are you gonna say kill Palestinians? White Palestine. Go on, say it. Say it. Are you gonna say white Palestine, or?
I made a mistake for referring to Israel as white Palestine. Are you happy?
There we go. Finally.
I should
See,
have said,
you had a small. Before I was gonna call you small dick energy, a low life, an egoistic motherfucker. But now I'll take my words back.
No, don't fucking.
You're narcissistic, egoistic son of a bitch.
No, you're projecting. That's why your room stays the same size all the time.
I don't care about quantity. I care about quality. I don't care about quantity.
You care about grooming, like a pedophile, like the military.
How am I a pedophile? Go and tell us.
You trying to play the same fucking game?
No, tell me how am I a pedophile? That's a big accusation, little bitch. That's a big accusation.
You're trying to protect.
That's a big accusation. You gotta stop projecting this pedophile onto me.
I kind of dug you for half a minute, but you don't talk about like the.
Oh my god.
You ain't gonna do shit either. Dude. I don't know what you're talking about. What's up, Chuck?
Okay, so calling somebody a pedophile.
I ain't gonna do what.
Provide data now. Go on, Water. You made the claim. The burden of proof is on you. How am I a pedophile?
Who the fuck are you referring to in the military that's a pedophile? Because they're
any one of them that all
specifically because they're in the military, they're pedophiles. That was the claim you
CIA. Specifically the CIA. Specifically.
Dude, I would be the motherfucker that would DDT you on the sidewalk in the daytime, right in front of your mom.
Remember our audience. Our audience knows about the workers that were trapped
our audience. It's also a good human interest story.
All right.
Now, it involves the fire department, our first responders. It also talks about the different type of illnesses or injuries that you can get not only at once, but if they breathe in something, they might suffer a continuous trauma or have like latency effects. I think leading off with the trap workers is a really good idea, but
all right, that's fine with me.
Okay, so hold on a second. So that is
It's also mismanaged.
just a second.
It's also clumsy.
Why am I not seeing it? I know I sent it to you, and then I know you sent it to me. I'm not seeing it. Oh, here we go. That's why I'm not seeing it. My screen is messed up. Hold on.
Yeah, it has a nice view. That's
Much better. Okay, so 31 workers. Also, everybody that I spoke to, both Missy, KABC, and Cal, they like the updated stuff. They like it with stuff's on people's minds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is
spreading racism and
what is number 2?
Yeah, like look at him. He's dropping a
Number 2. How about get ready for Los Angeles County's Fair Work Week ordinance in effect July 1st?
Well, we are a week and a half past it.
Yep.
What about Kroger Albertsons reached tentative pact? That's 45,000 workers. I sent you and you sent it back the undocumented immigrant story.
I've had
No, let's not do it. Let's not do it. Too political, whatever.
Yeah, I had enough to politics.
No, that's fine. What do you want for number 2?
I want to do the Fair Work Act.
Be saying that you
The
said
California, Los Angeles County's Fair Work Ordinance. It's about changes to people's schedules and they're entitled to payment. It's nice.
Good.
Very boring, but nice.
Boring can be very nice. Hold on a second. Okay, it's get ready.
Yes, get ready for Los Angeles County's Fair Work Week Ordinance, effective July 1st.
Okay, number 3, please.
What about study highlights the uneven impact of earned sick leave across industries?
Sure, absolutely. And number 4?
That one we should do. What about back to basics, dealing with common workplace injuries?
Okay, I think that's a great idea. Back to basics.
In fact, maybe we should move that one up. No, it's fine. Number 4. People aren't even awake.
Right. Okay.
Beginning of the show.
Right, exactly. And hold on a second. Let me just, for the hell of it, let me check and see what we have here, if anything. Hi, Richard. Coach wants to give us $4,000 an hour to invest. Sounds good. Flood in Texas is also very interesting. Yeah, but the flood in Texas is not a case. Yeah. And so, hello everybody. We'll start the show in about 7 minutes. We normally don't invite anybody on stage until after the show. The show will finish up in a little less than an hour, and then everybody gets invited up. And Robert, we have an anonymous person in the audience. We have no idea who that person is or what they're doing. So just thought I'd let you know. No way to control that. I think this is our first anon. We might have had someone in before, but I don't know. I'm going to go and continue my setup. We'll start in 5.5 minutes. And here is a little more Francel. So I'll be back in about 4 minutes.
reparations.
You besmirched nothing. You just said you didn't like my style. That's fine by me. I don't care if you like my style or not.
He said you were a danger to Jews.
What's up with it,
That's he's just talking out of his chapeau
Wait,
with that.
how can you be more upset with me, Norm, for calling you like grandpa and
Wait,
advising
who
you
said
to,
that
like,
I was
step
more
up?
upset with a half-wit, a wannabe,
Is Sam a
a
half-wit?
would-be?
Is Sam a half-wit? Is Sam a
You're a
half-wit?
half-wit, yes.
Is Sam?
At best.
You coward. Look how
At
much
best
of a
a
racist
half-wit.
you are. Look how much of a racist you are.
Wait,
Sam
this is a
Jewish.
racial thing?
Yeah,
What?
yes, I'm about to tell you why. Shut up.
What?
I'm about to tell
Wait,
you
what's
why.
your color?
I'm going
What
to
color
tell
are
you
you?
why.
I didn't know
I'm going to
until
tell
now.
you why.
No, what color are you?
I'm going
What
to tell
color
you
are
why. I'm going to tell you
He's
why.
what?
Look.
Wait, so you're a different race than me
This
now?
is why he's impossible to talk to. So it's just like, bro.
Oh, well, I don't know. You don't like that? You don't like to
calling
talk?
me a Jew hater in the chat.
Yes, I called you a Jew hater.
Okay,
Yes.
and my point to you is
And
the
a
fact
half-wit.
that you're, oh my god, bro.
And you say that it's racist.
You're incapable of letting someone just.
Well, right? No, you can. Well, everybody needs to indulge you because you're their token, but I'm not going to. I don't care what your race is. What's your race, Timothy? Tell us.
Hey Sam, this is what's gonna happen. You're just gonna do this like anytime someone talks, I just ask you a question incessantly.
Don't be afraid. Just tell us your race.
Normo, I can help you out as a fellow UK person. Timothy is in fact a legend. Done.
So then it can't be racism. I'm anti-legend.
No, but look, hey Sam, I want to point something out to you. This is funny. It's like you've been saying, look, Norm is legitimately a danger to Jewish people. Okay. Meanwhile, I've been saying, look, I don't think he's a stereotype. I think he's like an annoying old man. It's like very difficult to talk to him.
I think you're a stuttering half-wit, Timothy.
Can you just stop for a second?
Normo, shut up.
You had an opportunity to speak and you wasted it.
No, it's not wasted, Timothy.
You did. All right. I'm gonna.
No interruptions.
When you're done, shut up.
No, you shut the fuck up, you half.
No interruptions. No interruptions. Let Timothy finish his point.
He's going to make personal attacks.
No,
interrupt.
No, you may not interrupt. I'll just move you down.
Well,
that's all it is. Okay, fine. Then I am not budging on this matter. I am not budging on this matter.
Wait. Let's be fair. Look. Wait, no. I promise you, you speak for as long as you want. Say anything you want about me. I won't interrupt you. And when you're done, just let me go. Is that fair?
I don't accept those terms. Here's what I will accept. You want to talk about ideas? Quiet.
He's inbred.
Quiet.
He does
I
it.
said shut up. Shut the fuck up. We'll talk about ideas. We can talk about ideas. You want to make personal attacks? We can make personal attacks. Which do you prefer? You tell me.
I want to make personal attacks. I want you to go for as long as you want. And when you're done,
Uninterested in that. Uninterested in personal attacks.
Look. Go get your slippers and your
I don't have slippers.
Glasses and make a cup of cocoa, okay?
I don't
you
have slippers. I don't drink cocoa.
Old timer.
Go get some crumpets. You worm.
You go. I want to make a point. I want to make a point.
You wannabe. You token.
I thought you didn't want personal attacks.
Yeah, that's an interesting selection of personal attacks from someone who doesn't want to give.
Well, I'll respond.
I sound like, I don't know, can you help him?
I don't need any help.
I just want to make some point.
I think
you need a lot of help.
I don't need any help, half-wit, wannabe.
You're gonna have, bro, in 6 months, you're gonna have a fucking catheter.
You know what? I will long outlive you. And if there's a catheter, with pleasure, I will piss on you.
Can I ask you, I'm gonna talk about ideas. Can I ask you an honest question? Like legit.
You want to talk about ideas? Sure.
Yeah. You seem like a confident man. Are you? Yeah, no. This is. I'm not even pushing it.
You do your best, Timothy. Give us an idea. We're all gonna listen.
Shut up. He'll be able.
He can do his fine. He runs his whole.
I'm gonna mod a bunch of deputies. I don't want to move him down. I'm gonna mod a bunch of deputies. Just mute him every time he's talking.
Let's go with the idea.
Just mute him. We'll just all of us together. We can make this happen.
You're a room full of guys. I know.
Yeah, I need a goon squad.
No female deputies, I noted.
So sexist. Let's go with the idea, Timothy. Quick, go.
If you want to be a female deputy,
how do you know what gender I am?
Look, look.
Let's hear your scary idea.
I'm going back to personal.
You got that
I just want to say,
so you have
funny.
No idea.
This is what's funny about Norm's racism, which is like, instantly, I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying we as endorsing Sam's view on this is it in itself perpetuating stereotypes against Jewish people? And in fact, what we should do is just like speak out against the injustice of bigotry, so that we should target the actual racists who are saying Norm's a good example of why Jews are bad. Like that, I'm saying that's bad. I'm saying Norm is just an interruptive, like, you know, he obstructs discussions, blah 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 blah. I may have called him stupid as well. Sam's saying he is literally threatening the safety of Jewish people. In the chat, no criticism for Sam. Only criticism for me and the justification.
Did he run away?
Is the
He ran away, yeah.
Is the justification. That is an example of just the most extreme tribalism you'll ever find. Where you've got like a fellow Jew saying, you know what? I agree with the racists about you being a bad Jew. And you got the other guy saying, no, the racists are bad. You're not a bad Jew, you're just a bad person. And then you say, you're an anti-Semite and Sam's a good guy. Like, it's insane.
It is hilarious that I thought he was going to give me like a fucking really mad, angry thing of like, how dare you say that I'm like hurting Jewish people? I'm out here on the streets defending Israel and I'm defending the rights of the Jews around the world. And I'm like, but no, he's just like, no, he doesn't like my style. Whereas Timothy is called me old, so I hate him.
He told Timothy to go back to work and a bad shot.
Called you a token, like, what was that about?
He's a racist,
and he's a liar. He knows I'm black because he's made.
He does.
Had random conversations. Yeah, 100% he knows I'm black. It's cool, like.
You can hear that melanin in your voice.
But it's more. What's more funny about it is you can see, like, it's almost impressive, like the extreme tribalism. Like, you actually kind of have to respect it. Like, Zephyr would be proud of it.
I think it's funny that he should be so much more offended. I'm literally saying, you are the stereotypical annoying Jew that makes everyone hate Jews by being so fucking annoying and loud and bumptious and like taking criticism poorly and then like just. And then I'm like, you are making us look bad by being there. He's like, you just don't like my style, but actually, hey, you're the bad guy.
Right, it's sad. It's because you're Jewish. You can say whatever you want about.
Exactly.
It's because that's
really
like
everything.
Alright, but I do want to push back on you guys. Okay, the stereotype of black people is not that they are Uncle Toms. Uncle Toms are rare. The stereotype of black people is that they're loud and aggressive. That is your stereotype. So if you want people to not stereotype you, one thing you can do is get people to stereotype less. Another thing you can do is when there's a black guy who's loud and aggressive, be like, hey, we don't do that. That's not the norm here. In the same way that I told Norm, I don't want you to act like this anymore.
What if some people feel like getting loud and aggressive shit?
Yeah, I think like what we shouldn't do is generalize based on almost invariably ridiculously small or biased examples. So like, if you're using the media or you're using the black people you've met in the world, clearly there's just not a good sample. Like, you said something like about 400 black people or something that are like that relative to, I don't know, even if it's 1,000 black people you met, I mean, that's just like a ridiculously small sample given there's like more black people in the world than white people. Like, you obviously haven't seen the majority. So the idea, and then also when you talk about stuff like media and stuff like, so if the media decides to depict black people in a certain way, should black people see that and take their cues from the media and say, however the media describes us, we have to come, like, there's absolutely, like, we have to behave so dissimilarly that there's absolutely no overlapping features or qualities. Well, that seems a bit unfair, given the media themselves like have a bias in a lot of cases. So, like, in fact, like, even if it's something that like is innocuous, there's like a pairing that goes. So it's like it's loud and like aggressive and violent. Like what was that movie that came out? You remember like My Big Fat Greek Wedding, right? Like I feel like it portrayed Greek. Yeah, it portrayed like Greek women as like super being loud and whatever else, and like, but like in a kind of like effervescent or ebullient, like a really like positive way, right? And it's like, okay, so loudness on its own is just not like a really bad thing. It's like, okay, when you pair it with like being violent, criminal intent. So it's like, okay, and who does that? So you see loud black people, where do you see loud black? I doubt most, people have witnessed black people like actually doing crimes. No, you see that in the media. It's a confluence of factors, and I'm saying like what you should probably be doing is saying like, if I'm a rational person, then I shouldn't be stereotyping human beings in that way. Now, don't get me wrong, maybe it's useful for you, so maybe there's some cases where it's like pragmatically, okay, you know, the inductions worked out pretty good. But generally speaking, you know, it's like bad induction to say like, oh, I met 500 black people and like 250 of them have been loud. It's like, oh, you know, I should assume that like the majority of black people are loud. When you recognize that black people make up a population of how many people, you know, that's like a ridiculously small sample, and it's like there's like a kind of a sampling bias there as well, right?
Yeah, and also it's about like you're not conducting studies.
I think you're in the Matrix, dude.
If she's in the Matrix, I'll just say. We'll go ahead, man.
Yeah, Timothy, here's an interesting fact I learned recently. One second.
You're in the Matrix,
Some people who use Black American Sign Language, a dialect of American Sign Language, which is used by deaf individuals, describe their signing as louder and more expressive than compared to other ASL users. So even when you're fucking deaf, you guys are fucking louder. I want you guys to just take a second, reflect. You know what I mean? Like have a moment of reflection on like, you know, what you're like and what to do about it. Like, you know.
That's a good thing though.
I'm just gonna also point out, like, well, so here's the thing too, right? You'll notice that our personal experience is not a process of conducting a study, and so you're also seeing a lot of confirmation bias. Like you'll go to the store probably a few times a week, walk past like in a month, you'll at least be in a space with like 100 black people. This is a fact, and none of them will scream, so you won't really like say anything. You won't be like, you just saw 100 black people, nobody was loud, nobody did shit. Right? You got on the subway in New York, the vast majority of black people are not like loud and screaming. Like one person does it, you're like, yup, see? Like this is like the confirmation thing. It's almost like if I was to take every experience of racism and be like, see, white people need to all kind of like take responsibility for this person that called the police on me, even though I work here, or like called me in New York with a hard on. Like all of you need to collectively like I don't know.
Yes, I think that
like, it should be. I feel like you're seeing it.
I think
very low frequency saying it's a thing. No, I'm saying like you're talking about things like loud black people, and I'm saying that shit probably occurs even in your life at a very low frequency, but you're only looking when you see things that draw your attention.
Guys, I think that we should police Karens. So white people that are Karens, we should call them out. Also, hey, fellow white people, when we see them, we should tell them to fucking stop being like that. We should call out white guys that call the cops too quickly and shit like that. Like, there is white-specific stereotypes, like being a Karen or being a cop caller or being a shameless. We should call that out. I'm just calling for a reasonable sense of police your own. If your group does certain actions that are bad, disproportionately, fucking rein your own guys in. Like, is that so crazy? Like, is that a fucking crazy standard to ask?
What scale would the behavior have to be occurring on to be like, okay, well, this is a group problem?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have a good answer to that question. I think when it's already a thing that's, like, talked about, and it's also true, so it can't be a false stereotype, it has to be like an actual stereotype, and then also that it's, like, something that's discussed in popular media.
I think that calling like black people loud and aggressive is just flat out racist. I don't even really think it's a stereotype because there are plenty of people that are just like loud and aggressive. So I don't really think we can just attribute something so oversimplified to black people, because if like a white person comes in the room and is just loud and aggressive, is that a good thing, or are you just gonna call them like stop acting like a black person? That could just be like that's just a trait from an annoying person. So I don't get like, I think calling black people loud and aggressive oversimplified racism, because that can be attributed to anyone.
Of course, if a white guy was acting loud and aggressive, I wouldn't say you're acting like a black person. That would be obvious racist. And I'm not saying that a white person being loud and aggressive isn't a bad thing to do. I'm saying there's two things that you can do that are bad at the same time. One is do unethical actions. Then the second unethical thing you can do is fulfill a stereotype and hurt your fellow group members by making other people think you're like that. Because humans have confirmation bias. So like, when or now Normo is annoying, he also hurts Millith. Now, it's bad to be annoying. If you're annoying, that's bad. but it's gonna have less effect. People don't think black people are like really annoying in the way normal is. They don't think that people like, oh, you always complain about like, or like, I don't know what the word. I don't even know what. You guys don't kvetch. No one uses the black people kvetching. Wait. Kvetching. Jews complain so much that we have a specific word for a Jewish type of complaint. So just gonna let you know what the stereotypes are for Jews. Is this KVETCH, kvetching.
You guys don't know what kvetching is? Kvetching?
Is that Yiddish? No, it's like, I think that like I think people that like are even concerned about the proliferation of particular behaviors, facilitating the proliferation of particular biases. I think that those people are, to be honest, maybe not self-aware, right? Because like I said, like if for this whole month you like put a mark on a piece of paper every time you saw a black guy who was not loud, who like if you're in line at the bank, oh shit, 1, 2, 3, right? By the end of the month you wouldn't even have seen anybody yell. To be honest, like it's not like every time I go outside there's that yelling black guy. Like, so it's like I feel like these are things that you just already believe about black people, maybe based on experiences you've had. You know what I mean? Which is like understandable, but yeah, I think it's just lack of self-awareness and projecting your worldview onto the world.
Black Hebrew Israelites. Do we got the Israelites on stage? What do you Hebrew Israelites? Anybody know what it is?
Hey guys, when are you guys gonna police your own guys? Police your own guys.
You don't know what he is. You don't know who he is.
I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with you.
What are Hebrew Israelites at?
Jacob, do you believe that black people are true Jews or not?
Is it Jesus wasn't black?
I don't believe whatever. His profile says a Christian Israelite.
Yeah, Christian Israelite. Like, well,
yeah. Oh well.
Hebrew Israelites.
You're being loud, brother. You're being loud, brother. Come on. Come down a notch.
I believe this is a comedy show where you paid a troll to come in and make a joke about what you just did.
Are they giving Hebrew Israelites on stage?
Okay, I kind of.
This isn't a real. There's no way that's a real person.
Can we appreciate El Noro's power that I had to deputize a goon squad to keep him under control? He's like fucking like I don't know, like one mod wasn't enough.
another.
Yeah. I'm going full mod squad. Just do it for once in my life. Everyone, except for Jacob, you don't get to be mod unfortunately.
I'm so close to removing the game. I can't deal with it.
Are you drunk, Jacob?
I'll have what he's having. I'll have what.
So, one reason why we know black people aren't descended from Israelites is because he's gone.
No, I moved him down. I couldn't do it. Like it was so stupid.
I never considered the thing about like Jews have a history of having a Talmud. Like we have Talmuds from like 200 AD. You know, maybe even before then. And so, if we have Talmuds from that long ago, then we know that Jews like were doing Jew shit for a very long time. Why aren't there like African Jewish writings about the Torah, like from like 500 AD? Like why does this only show up
the 1970s or whatever, like, or even the 1800s, it's still weird that there aren't African. I'm not saying that you need to have the Talmud, but you should have some other text that's Talmud adjacent where you're commenting on the Torah. That's kind of like what I would expect if if Africans were doing Jew shit for thousands of years before they were taken into slavery. Do you guys understand my argument?
No, I get it. I don't know how to like argue against it because the only thing I would just say is, I mean, isn't there like an Ethiopian Bible? Wasn't the first Ethiopian church like established in like 1100 or something like that? I don't know how to argue against it except for bringing that up. I don't know how it connects.
Let him back up.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, y'all are on your own on this one. Like, I just want to understand like what the fucking laughter's about. There's no Hebrew Israelites in here, so I don't get like.
If black people in Africa were living Jew shit, Jacob, were doing Jew shit, you'd expect there to be a writing trail of things like Talmuds that aren't Talmuds from like 500 AD or whatever. But the fact that we don't have anything like that, we don't have any like writings from like early, 500, 200, 300 AD from black people that are descended from Jews is like really strong evidence that you guys aren't descended from Jews.
Oh wait, I can explain this.
That's why you got it, because it wasn't given to you.
Are Ethiopians descendants of Jews though?
Words? I can explain this, Sam. Look, after 70 AD with the Romans, everything fell apart, right? Temple fell. They had to run out of Israel into Africa to blend in, right? That's what they say. And once they got there, they were kind of like hiding out, so to speak. And so we might not have found everything they've written, but we do have some stuff from the Ethiopian church and stuff, right? We have some stuff in
No, but they don't. Sorry. No, I don't think that they claim that the Beta Israel are the same people as the Israelites do.
Oh, no, they don't.
Okay, so then exactly. So just even if the Beta Israelites having Jew shit is not evidence that the Yoruba descended people that claim to be Jews are Jews.
Well, the Igbo claim to be Jews.
Wait, Sam, you know who you need to get in here? Have you talked to Faithful to God yet?
I might have, I don't know. I can't remember.
He's one of my homies from back in G-Plus days. But, yeah, me and him have been, like debating these guys since, 2013, 2014-ish. But he's, way more into it. He studies all their sources and everything in depth. So, I might ping him in here if we have any more.
He said that the Israelites, that they had to blend in with the Africans. That only happened to Jesus.
Your laugh is so fake, though. Can you, at least, make your laugh sound real?
Yeah,
God got rid of the book. Fake people that call themselves Jews.
Oh my God, this is so aggravating.
What's fascinating, I looked this up recently, and apparently, a lot of the Jews that I thought that the Beta Israel, the Sahelian Jews, and the Lemba Jews were descended from Jewish people that just moved to Africa, but there's actually much less Jewish or Semitic DNA than I thought there would be. It looks like some of them are converts. Some of them have a small amount of had a founder population, but it was actually very small. And kind of got swamped by the local population because the founder population was so small. It got kind of swamped really early. They're less genetically there are Y haplogroups amongst the Lemba, which are Middle Eastern. So there's no relationship between the groups, but it's not as much as you'd think. But then when you look at the African Americans, they just have none. They're they're in no way related to bodies you find in the Levant 500. There's zero. No. If they call themselves Jew and they not an Israelite,
I didn't move enough.
Now that was fun.
That was crazy.
That's true, but the funniest part is that they're not like related to like Native Americans either. Like Native Americans are closest to related to like Asian, like I think Chinese. What I'm saying?
I would guess Siberian peoples if I had to guess.
Well, no. I think I remember there's a video online of these like DNA researchers that are Mormons, and the Mormons have the kind of story in their book of I think it's the Book of Mormon, or either it's the Pearl of Great Price or whatever. That the Hebrews moved to America, and that they were the Native Americans. And there's like this scientist who's like, yeah. When I found out that like they're not related to us, they're mostly related to Chinese people, it did hurt my faith, you know. So now I think that's probably not true.
Wait, who's mostly related to Chinese people?
Like Native Americans are like closest related to like because they came over through like the what is it, the Bering Straits or whatever. I mean, they have like the black silky hair and everything. Like, they have the like similar features and stuff, but it's not just that. It's the it's that they're actually DNA is like closest to modern Chinese.
If there was a large contingent of Jews that left Israel and then went to West Africa, what you would expect to see is populations that have extremely high Semitic admixture, not like 1% or 2%, but like, like 40%, 30%, stuff like that. And then what you'd also expect to have is like a whole bunch of writing to Torahs, other like, things that are related to other, like, because Sephardic Jews, Mizrahi Jews, and Ashkenazi Jews do things that are similar. Like, they all have like a shofar, and they all have fucking Passover rituals. So you'd expect to see like things like that showing up in like their practices in Africa, and you'd expect that to rub off on maybe local populations who like see them do it and copy it. If you see a bunch of shofars, even if there's no DNA, we just found a whole bunch of menorahs, shofars, and Torahs in West Africa, I'd be like, oh, okay, yes, they did leave Israel and move to fucking West Africa, like obviously. And then I would just say, okay, then some percentage of slaves are descended from from Israelites. It would just be like kind of open and shut case in my view. But we don't find that stuff. So what do you know?
Well, it's because they were hiding out in Africa until they got sold.
There was a rabbi who said otherwise, and he going around saying the opposite of what you guys are saying.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? What's that about, Sam?
Yeah, that's black rabbi doing that, though. But he's saying like.
No, he's not. No. This is not a black rabbi. This is a white rabbi. He has like reddish hair, and I can put the link in the chat. It's a video of him talking about how there were Jews that were in the transatlantic slave trade. So I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and y'all can tell me who this rabbi is. Hold on.
What's important is like what his sources are, really.
Alright, tribe, come on back up, but this time I hope you have better internet. I hope to God you have better internet.
If his source is like from Babylon to Timbuktu, if it's over.
Alright, how's your Wi-Fi, tribe?
Privileged lovers. The moon has become a
I
dead.
just put the link in the chat if y'all want to look at it. He looked real official too, y'all. He got the sideburns and everything.
Alright, I'll check it out.
He's quoting Luke from the New Testament, I guess. Is that what? they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and they shall be led away captive to all nations. Yeah, so this is probably a rabbi trying to say, like, oh, well, of course there were some in the transatlantic slave trade because they were led into all nations. That means that some guy.
I think the only way to interpret this is to look at all his other posts and see if they are.
Because he doesn't practice his new practice Kitover. But that's someone else on TikTok took his video and made it into their own, and they put like the that Luke verse on there.
More than a month. More.
The logic you're using would be anytime they've had sex, they can't drink for 2 months then.
No, dumbass. It means you know you want to get pregnant. You're not going to use alcohol.
Abby, come on. Is everything a projection about weight control?
Yeah, but maybe it was a oops.
Oopsie, I got fat.
Yeah, just listen to it. She's like one dude.
Come on, Abby. Go to sleep, Abby. Be responsible, Abby. Go to the gym. Eat at the gym. Go to sleep. Stop with the clown house gossip.
Music and the random
Don't stir in the pot.
No
stir in the pot.
John,
No stir.
Your campaign message told me. Like, you know, for people to show transparency.
But it's funny because he's referencing people that are on the street yelling at Jews that they're not the real Jews.
He's not misbehaving yet. You leave him until he misbehaves.
I was just going to say, there's other posts and see
Then you bring up my candidate, please. I'm representing Edwin or Don.
No, he's
not.
We know you followed the tour.
You're a loser. Well, see, that's not an issue. Winning isn't really necessarily the goal for me. My goal is to make him look electable.
I mean, he's just saying that, like, Igbo have some Jewish whatever, but he's not a population geneticist or whatever. Like, the only thing that's relevant, I keep saying this over and over, the only thing that's relevant in this debate is just the population genetics. Like, when we take Igbo DNA, how similar is it to bodies of people that we find in the Levant in 500 BC or whatever? That's the only thing that's relevant. And I looked it up just today about, like, how similar Sahelian Jews were and stuff. And I got some numbers. Of course, it's ChatGPT numbers, so don't take them with a grain of salt, of course. But they said that Beta Israel are like, I don't know, 10 to 15% descended from DNA from the Levant, which is still a lot. Whereas like Igbo Jews are like 0 to 2%. Whereas you compare that to like Samaritans, so like, you know, it's like in the 90%. Like the Druze, it's like the 90%. It's not close.
Sam, your people and Igbos kind of have the same similarities amongst genetic relations to Jewish people. Y'all kind of just the same, honestly.
So you think we act similar, or our genes are similar?
Y'all act similar.
Yeah, we're middle man minority. Literally, there's a whole book about middlemen minorities, about how across the world people tend to stigmatize them. So you've got like the Chinese in Malaysia
working more total hours on the year. So what does that mean? It means that when you feel secure, psychologically secure, that if something were to happen, you'd be able to take care of the bills for a week or two. That will cause you to feel better and then go to work. That's an interesting dynamic here, right? It's a kind of like a placebo effect. I don't know how to describe it, Steve. I hope you could use the words better than I can here. Because what I've found is that when people have income insecurity, that actually causes them to miss more work, not less. Weird result, right? You would think it's the opposite. It's a strange thing to conclude. But earned sick leave allows people to work more often. Now, Steve, there's a second way that I can interpret this study, and it's this. people want to cash out that sick leave. They want that extra week of work paid to them without them having to add work.
However, I don't think that's required by law. Vacation pay, as it accrues, if you don't take it, you're entitled to reimbursement, but generally you're not entitled to pay for non-use sick days.
I think it depends on the states, and it depends on the rules for each employer as well.
But California,
yeah, there's so many nuanced rules when it comes to that. You actually have to talk to your human resources, okay? And but in my company here, for example, when we give sick and vacation days.
Wait, let's talk about your company in 30 seconds. You're dialed into the Workers' Rights Radio Show with attorney Robert Ozeron and myself, Steve Appel. Robert and I have over 45 years of experience in workers' compensation, employment, and labor law. 310-999-9989. The law offices of Robert Ozeron. Phones are open now if you want to call or text to get a completely free, no obligation consult with attorney Robert Ozeron. We're talking about earned sick leave, short-term pay time off for employees who are sick or injured or must care for their family members actually causes employees to work more hours. Robert was just about to tell us what it's like at his employment.
I was just saying, here at my office for my employees, we do have sick and vacation time, and it's all vested depending on how much of the year you work. By vested, I mean it's yours. If you worked a full year and then you never took a sick day or a vacation day, you will get paid out
so
for
it's
those days.
It's like PTO, paid time off.
Correct, it's PTO. Yeah. Correct, it's PTO. Now, so you could look at this two ways. Number one of the largest the types that I handle is I'm underpaid, I'm underappreciated, and I'm overworked. I have a psychological injury. And people call my office, right? We settle those pretty quick. I actually like those cases, right? That's you don't even have to be there at the same job anymore. You could just say it was an old job where they didn't appreciate me, and my self-esteem was impacted, right? And that's 20 grand very often that we settle fairly quick. That's why I like those cases. They may not be the $100,000, $200,000 cases, but they do settle fairly quick, and I like that. So when we do 20 grand, I'm like, talk about that.
Illegal. That's what you said. How do y'all feel about it? You didn't say anything else. What you was trying to say. You said, now take it back when you call me a liar.
Okay, I'm sorry. I take it back. My apologies. Now, I said yes. How do y'all feel about that? Y'all being defined as the city of New York. Because it's not my tax dollars. It's the city of New York's tax dollars. I'm wondering how people that live in New York feel about spending $3 billion on people that have come across this border that Joe Biden allowed to come over here.
Yeah, Matt. You know how they feel about sorry to interrupt. Quick question. Zoran Mamdani into the fucking mayorship in New York City. That's what they feel about it. Because they're
Matt, what were the numbers? Matt, what were the numbers you said that were coming in a month? 200,000, $250,000. Did you see what Dark? That's right. So did you see what Dark Aaron? Matt, hold up. Stop talking, please. Did you see what Dark Aaron put in the chat? A little over 1 million, 1.3 annually. Do you know how many months that there are in a year? Your math isn't mathing. Stop lying.
12 million.
And that's you're right.
12 million. 12 billion.
That's from the Steve.
Everybody agrees upon the 12 million.
Just letting it up.
Ooh, they're popular.
We would have.
That was Lavon. That was Lavon. I muted her.
Fucking liar this guy is.
Can I ask a
Are you telling me that 12 million people did not cross the border throughout 4 years of the Biden administration? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm telling you said 250,000 every month. The CPB literally said for fiscal year 2024, 1.3 million came through Texas for the whole fucking year. Either you can't do math or you're going to fucking hell. Which is
12 million people over 4 years.
You are not the whole southern border.
Divide.
You are not the whole southern border. There is a larger border than Texas.
Where?
For the South.
Where? Oh, I can't wait.
California.
I'll
Arizona.
That's a larger border.
No, you said y'all aren't the only border.
Coming here, flying here. Aren't most people flying here
government doesn't have an idea of how many people are here. Let's move on.
Over 4 years.
Okay.
That's
whatever.
A fact. That's a fact.
Okay. That's not a fact. You're okay. Sure.
God.
Anyway, this girl had a question. Huntress? Yeah, Huntress, you had a question? Go. Maybe she stepped away. Alright, we can go to the next article. I don't know if anyone has anything else. There's a lot of stuff going on because these arguments are pointless.
22.
Anyone have anything?
How long you had on that? 5 years. How long have you had on that?
Scouted Steve, man, that's also big.
Was it with him or with somebody else?
Yeah, I definitely
you and your daughter.
At
least 1,000 a month. 1,000 a month?
So, let me go here to my notes. If anybody has the article, they can read it. If not, I will put the clip about Steve Bannon and Elon Musk is marking up this shit. This list is not going away. It's just not.
I'm just a baby? Or...
81? Okay, I guess I gotta be done.
30K a year on this. And your daughter.
Everything. Yeah, that's not. Oh, guess what? It's a surprising thing.
Family of 3 can survive.
That house is not my entire life. I have to cook, work, clean, put my clothes in the laundry. So that's what I'm doing when I'm talking to you guys, not just sitting there trying to be the researcher for the room. So let me go here and get this. Here, this is the one I was going to play. It is The Plot Thickens, Musk's latest attack on Trump over the Epstein files. So these files are not going away. They are not. This is going to be going on for a while. And I need to find something that explains why MAGA is just so batshit crazy about this. Because I still don't understand. And my comprehension might be a little small and a little slow. Because I don't understand why they're going batshit crazy when this could expose a lot of people that support them. It can't be a morality shit. It can't be. It just cannot be. It's something else. Something else. And it just can't be Bill Clinton because he's not going to be the only target on this list. Can anybody explain it to me? I'm going to find that this clip we can listen to is a little bit too long for me. It's 5 whole ass minutes. But does anybody want to jump on it before I have to play it? You can listen to it.
Listen, they don't care. They care more about their taxes than they care about pedophiles.
No, that's not true. There's something going on with this. It's all over X. Please. They're melting down on X about this whole thing. That's where all the MAGAs hang out. The ones who really are real MAGAs.
It's a performance.
Oh, sorry, Doug.
Go ahead.
It's the performance. They like to attempt to lord over people a sense of morality and higher than thou attitude. They want us to believe that they care about these things. They do not actually care about these things and therefore don't actually think through, Lisa. They just don't think. They are incapable of thinking beyond their own 2 feet. That is why they like to circle jerk around the idea that they are valiant and honorable and just and good people, when in reality, all that they are filthy, mentally diseased defenders of pedophilia.
Alright, well I can give you a little summary. So details of Epstein's alleged secret life emerged in 2005 when several underage girls accused him of offering to pay for massages or sex acts at his Palm Beach mansion. Grand jury testimony unsealed later included accusations that Epstein, who was in his 40s at the time, had raped young girls as young as 14. Epstein avoided several charges in the case by striking an agreement to serve 13 months in prison on state prostitution charges and to register as a sex offender. A Justice Department review later found that U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, who oversaw the agreement, exercised poor judgment in striking the deal. Acosta went on to serve as Trump's labor secretary in the first term. Dozens of additional women alleged that in 2018 that Epstein had abused him. That reporting pushed the Justice Department to open a new investigation into Epstein, and he was indicted in New York with sex trafficking dozens of underage girls less than 1 year. He pleaded not guilty to those federal charges, and then in August 2019, Epstein was found unresponsive in his cell in New York Correctional Center. He was taken to the hospital, pronounced dead. That was quick and dirty, so if I miss anything, please add.
President of the United States, of hiding the Epstein files because he is in them. It wasn't a question, it was an accusation. It implies Trump is a pedophile for my ears. And Trump hasn't responded. Some are taking this as an admission. Not me. I think, again, unless Musk does some serious ass-kissing on the quick, Trump is going to sue him for defamation. And if Trump sues, I think he wins. Now, I don't often like Trump's use of litigation. I didn't like it when he threatened to sue my parents for giving birth to me, true story, and I don't like him suing 60 Minutes. Trump could argue, not only is the allegation false, but that Musk knows it's false. He knows what he said is BS, and then he could force a huge settlement or a humongous award.
Okay, so I don't know too much about that, but we did just read earlier, a couple hours ago, that, what is the lawyer's name? That he said he's actually seen them.
Alan Dershowitz?
Yes, he's seen the list. He knows who's on the list, and some people it will definitely be a problem for some people. And he is bound because he's, I don't know, he says it's a secret. Attorney-client privilege. Yeah. But we keep saying, but who are we supposed to be believing here? Because this is not going away. It's just article after article, clip after clip. Who are we supposed to believe? Is there a list?
Well, yeah, there is a list, and if you do a deep dive on what is it called, Deep Sea or whatever that AI is, it is saying that there's evidence and whistleblower accounts that suggest deeper ties between the Israeli mafia figures, intelligence operatives, and U.S. hip-hop elites. That's what it says.
What? Look, regardless of they're the list or not, I don't think people really truly care about the list. They want to see people being prosecuted, right? These people raped dozens, if not hundreds, of women over and over repeatedly. They were underage, right? The only people that have been prosecuted is Epstein and Ghislaine. Like, do people care about the list, or do they care about law enforcement going after these people? I mean, my thing is, I want to see people going to jail over this.
You guys talk about him talking about giving a pardon to Ghislaine Maxwell?
I wonder why.
Are you? Well, wait a minute.
And maybe even Diddy.
What? Wait. When did you hear this, sister wife?
Let me pull up a link and I'll bring it. You know what? I'll wait, sister wife. I'll be right back.
Oh my God.
They're suggesting that this whole
that
thing
don't make no sense, though.
Yeah, they're suggesting that this whole thing with
when you're ready, let me know and I'll read it and I'll
they're suggesting that this whole thing is really tied up in human trafficking. Like this whole thing. And that's why you see, I don't know if they're actually doing that Abercrombie and Fitch case. I don't know what's going on with that. But there's a tie-in there. There's a tie-in with Diddy. There's a tie-in with Mossad, which is the Israeli mafia. There's a tie-in with the African.
Stop. You need some time to say this.
I told her, what is y'all talking about?
So it's equivalent to our CIA. The Mossad is equivalent to our CIA.
I understand. I'm saying them and the mafia. I'm not saying they are.
Oh, it's not like you said the mafia. My apologies.
What Mossad and the mafia? You ready, Lisa?
Vegas.
Haitian, you acted like that made it
I
better.
also took up painting, which I became
It's
rather
always
good at.
It's a new
Colonel had placed an advertisement in the newspaper looking for
All
models
you're
for paint to
saying
dread.
is give piece of chicken with a change.
Dwarfs, hunchbacks, tattooed
Okay,
women,
I'm gonna read the article.
Addison fishing girls, freaks of all sorts, colored women, only if exceptionally uninformed.
Scott,
I left the room. I thought I really throw his point.
Matt's gone. Damn it, the people who need to hear it never hear. But from the Hill, Trump discussed pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. President Trump considered issuing a pardon to Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell shortly before leaving office, according to a new book from author Michael Wolff. Business Insider reported Tuesday that Wolff wrote in his new book, Landslide, that Trump took a sudden interest in Maxwell's case. Has she said anything about me? Trump reportedly asked about Maxwell. Is she going to talk? Will she roll on anybody? The Hill has reached out to Trump's office for comment. Maxwell was held in a New York jail on childhood preference charges. She's pleaded not guilty in her request about the denial that Judge Jim Kerr explained business not as demonstrated willingness and sophisticated ability to live in hiding, which she did for a long time. Wolff has written 2 other books about Trump, the bestseller Fire and Fury and Secrecy. Landslide is set to be released on July 14th. This is considered to be the last in this trilogy of the Trump presidency. Trump has previously acknowledged socializing with Maxwell numerous times over the years. The former president, former First Lady Melania Trump, of course, this is written, I think, back in 2020. What's this? Article? 2021. Okay. This just came out on some news things that I watched. Let me see where that goes. Maxwell and Epstein were all Melania Trump, Maxwell and Epstein were all photographed together at an event in 2000. I haven't really been following too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach and I just lived in Palm Beach. Trump told reporters last year after Maxwell was arrested, but I wish her well, whatever it is. So, yeah, he had discussed talking about pardoning her even back then. So who knows? We'll see if Ghislaine gets free.
It's crazy, but whenever y'all ready, if y'all didn't talk about Texas, I think it's important.
Cake's breath. Yeah. Yeah, so apparently about a month and a half ago, Hegseth stopped weapons shipments to Ukraine, and he never discussed it with the White House. And so Donald Trump didn't know anything about it. And the media in June published an article about the cause, like what, and President Zelensky wanted to like have a conversation with Donald Trump, like what's going on. We were supposed to get weapons around. And a reporter broke the story. And at first nobody like picked up on it. And it broke again 2 days ago when they were in Trump was having a press conference about something else. And the reporter said, what's going on with the weapons to Ukraine? He was like, what are you talking about? And the reporter said, why were the weapons paused? He was like, I don't know, you tell me. So after that, he got on the phone or whatever with PK, and PK then sent the weapons or authorized the weapons or whatever. But the scandal is that he did it and Donald Trump had no knowledge of it.
as he was communicating to the public that he was sending the weapons and supporting Ukraine because Russia needed to be stopped. Yeah, there are a couple of articles, and I put them in the chat in the other room. I'll find out. I thought I was still talking, but I...
Sorry, sis. I'm sorry. I watched it live. Go down. So I watched it live. And you can't make this shit up. I'm sorry, sis. Hey, I was glad you sorry. Sorry, not you. Let me stop you again. So I watched it live. That's why I was a little triggered. I watched it live, and the question was posed, and he literally, the fact that he didn't know why it was stopped, like it stopped, and he didn't seem to wonder why it stopped, like who stopped it. And when she posed the question, he literally said, "I don't know, you tell me." And then the investigation was done. Actually, reporters had done the questioning and find out that it was headset. So they didn't do an internal investigation per se like that. They uncovered that it was him. They figured out who did it. So it was wild. It was live, and it was like the president was totally clueless. So that's how it looked.
Yeah, so that the whole thing is fucked up, and you know the whole situation in Ukraine. I don't know if you guys remember, like when it first started, and the MAGAs were like, "Oh no, we shouldn't be over there," and they was over anti going over there. I didn't necessarily we should be over there, but once we invested all that money, there's no turning back. It's like Iraq over again. We're spending money in a fucking country, and then now they have to take it back over. Trump is a fucking idiot. They should have never stopped the fucking shit with Putin. For Ukraine, and also the Biden administration should have given them enough fucking weapons to decimate Russia and Putin.
They tried before they left the office.
No. I'm not giving them any fucking props or credit.
No, I'm not.
They should have did it as soon as they got into office, though. Hold on. You see what I'm saying, though? It's not about them trying to do anything. They should have did it as soon as they came into office. And the motherfuckers saying warmonger in the chat. It's not about a warmonger. But if you're gonna go to war, do the fucking job and get it done and get out.
The Haitian. First of all, first things first. Ukraine wanted to fight its own battles, and they simply
Ukraine has never wanted to fight their own battle. That's not true.
Did you let me speak? Haitian.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead,
to be quiet. First of all,
Hold up, bro. I got respect for you, but you're not gonna tell me to fucking be quiet like that, bro. First of all,
I didn't say that. First of all, I didn't say that to you. I didn't curse at you.
I didn't be quiet.
No, Haitian. Let me finish what I was saying, bro. You interrupted me. That's how you
I apologize.
Keep talking. Haitian,
You
just keep
apologize,
talking.
Robert, but you kept talking. It was an empty apology. You should have yielded to Dr. A.G. You should have yielded to Dr. A.G.
First of all, I'm moving around and I couldn't hear what was going on. That's why it came out that way. I'm putting away groceries and shit like that, and I couldn't hear, or nor was I.
No, go ahead. It's all good, bro. I got no beef with you, bro. You know we be good. Go ahead.
So the world was shocked at Ukraine's ability to defend itself. Initially, people thought that Russia was going to come in there and kick their ass, but their people came together. Their men. They came together and they fought for their fucking country. You have to applaud the country and how they respond.
Go ahead.
Right? So the world is surprised. That resolve has to be respected, that they stood up for themselves and defended themselves. And they were adamant about defending themselves. This wasn't an issue of the United States going in there and carrying out military operations, right? That's a whole can of worms. Strategically and geopolitically speaking, it is in the best interest of the United States to have a presence in that area, right? Also, remember, Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons for protection. Oh my God! All right. You know what? Let's just land, bro, because I don't have time, and I don't want to exert that type of pressure.
All right, go ahead.
Out your mouth.
Go ahead.
Stop doing that.
This is what's interesting though, because he.
Robert, I'm trying to dialogue with you. I'm not trying to cut you off like you're doing. But I'm saying if you're saying something that's not accurate, like what's the issue?
What did I say was not accurate? What did I say was not accurate?
If I say something.
Stop.
All right, go ahead, bro. You got it.
No, what did I say it was not? I want to get to it. What did I say it was not accurate?
Got it, bro.
You know, I don't like the conversation if we're not gonna have it. If we're gonna have it, let's have it because it's just
what was not accurate?
It's choppy for me because when I'm trying to listen to you guys who know about the subject, and then you say, okay, I'm not going to talk about it. I never get it. And then I'm sitting here and I have to go Google it. I have to Google and finish the conversation that you guys will finish in my head. It's like, you know, can you guys help the room out and finish out the conversation? Because we're here to get the information from those of you who have it. There's over 100 people in here. Why can't you guys have this conversation so we can understand what it is? It just don't make sense. We're all grown as adults in here. Let's get this information.
I will fact check it. I want the people to fact check what I said.
The thing that was incorrect, or that suggested something that was incorrect, was the statement that the Ukrainians wanted to fight for themselves, right? And it seemed to suggest that the Ukrainians did not want any help. When that I think that's what Haitian was objecting to, because from the outset, the Ukrainians had been fighting with U.S. assistance. It was under Obama, it was like with quote unquote like non-lethal aid, and then it accelerated when Donald Trump, or they got like the javelins, and then it accelerated with when Biden gave them weapons. So all along they had been getting U.S. assistance, U.S. intervention, and that was the issue when the Russians were like, okay, now we don't have a problem because you've given them weapons and they shooting at they bombing out my boats and shit. So I think that was where Haitian was trying to make the correction, because the Ukrainians were not fighting quote unquote alone. They had always had U.S. assistance.
Not only that, right? That was exactly that. But also the fact, how can we make this Disney special fucking movie that Ukrainians want to fight for themselves and all this bullshit when they were trying to get the Africans there to fight for them?
Right.
You guys forget that part? Robert, you forget that part? When they weren't letting the Africans leave, they said, you need to stay here and fight for us? So how is that Ukrainians fighting for themselves? I'm confused.
Let me clarify what I was saying. What I was saying is that they were willing to fight, right? When I didn't say fight for themselves, I didn't mean they didn't want help and everything. I was just saying the country, the men, they stood up and they were willing to fight. I didn't. So I said it in a way that it may have conferred something else. So that's my fault. But the point is that they were willing to fight. People thought that they were just going to cower and that Russia was just going to go in there and have their way, and they didn't. Nobody expected this to last this long. So I was just showing respect to a people that stood the fuck up. I wish more Americans would have that kind of backbone and stand up.
Stand up to who, though, Robert? Who do you want to stand up to? The Ukrainian civilians are not standing up to the government. So who should Americans over here stand up to?
No, okay. Here in America, what we are seeing in America, in our government, this authoritarian regime that we now have, is a result of people not standing up. That's what it is. It's the result. It is the result of that. So
yeah, that's not the same as Ukrainian.
It's not the exact same. It's not the exact same. Of course it's not, right? One is a war, but I'm talking about in terms of what's happening in our country. I think a lot of people are cowering. I think a lot of people are like, oh, we'll wait till he gets out of office. I don't think people in America are really responding. I don't think we, the people, has really taken hold yet. And so that's what I mean. A lot of people cower. A lot of people just want to go to work and make believe like shit is not happening. Unfortunately, sooner or later, those that choose to go to work and try to do the best that they can and don't want to get involved with shit will actually be affected. The fact of the matter is, when you hear people infer that there's massive fraud and abuse and all of these things, they say that to justify them removing money from poor people. Currently, most of the people that are on getting food assistance, most of the people who are getting welfare, a lot of these people actually are working. Therefore, we have to look at why these people are not making a living wage. Why is it that they are actually working in North America, the richest country in the world, yet people are going to work and they cannot make their ends meet? That's what we should be looking at. We should be looking at a wage situation, because if people are making money, they're not going to need assistance. So that's what we need to be addressing. Instead, it's like attack the poor, blame the poor, do everything. Meanwhile, nobody is looking at the rampant freaking slush funds that have been created. I mean, this is ridiculous. You have a sitting United States president who is having a private meeting with foreign entities.
You're straying so far away from the point.
Anyway, but the point is this. The point is this. I wish I'm looking forward to Americans having that same type of backbone to bring our democracy back to democracy.
But that's what I'm confused about when I'm asking you when you say Americans.
Don't be confused. Don't be confused. There's no confusion. This is an easy parallel. It's not a war situation. It's the life.
You're talking about people fighting another country as a military for someone going against the government. And for you to say like they were like, you know, they had the chutzpah to go to war. Did you forget we were at war for like 20-some fucking years as well?
They had to defend themselves.
Yes, it might have not affected you. It might have not affected you to get on that plane.
They defended themselves.
But we have plenty of people in this country that you saying that
they defended themselves. Would you agree that they stood up and defended themselves? Would you agree?
Would you agree that people on the stage?
I'm not talking about the stage.
That we've been at fucking war for over 20 years as well?
I'm not talking about the stage.
Would you agree? Because I'm fucking 18 years old, so I know.
You cannot answer a question with a question. Do you agree?
Okay.
Do you agree that the Ukrainians lasted longer than most people thought? Do you agree?
No, I don't agree.
Okay. I think the issue is that, and I've said this in every room, these metaphors and these analogies, they be fucking shit up because they don't be working. I think what's happening is, Robert, you're talking about citizens demanding accountability from their government. What we're talking about with Ukraine is the citizens taking arms in defense of their nation state against an invading nation state. And I think what Haitian is saying is that those two things aren't parallel. That's all. It's two different, yes. In each instance, it's the citizens standing up, but the context and the circumstances matter, and it makes a big difference.
Okay.
So that's what the discrepancy is.
Yeah, but the correlation could really be like the point is that I don't think.
So I was trying. So Robert, I was trying to bury it because people, don't want to have a debate about that. So I was trying to wrap it up in a nice bow where there was clear articulation of your position, clear articulation of Haitian's position, and then we could carry on. That's all.
Okay. All right. Great. Because I'm a lot more lost than ever. All right. So here we go with this.
ICET is once again under scrutiny after new reporting details how Donald Trump and White House staff were not informed of a pause on weapons shipments to Ukraine last week. The Associated Press described Trump as being caught, quote, flat-footed by the announcement, reporting that Trump's decision to send more defense weapons to Ukraine came after he privately expressed frustration with Pentagon officials for announcing a pause in some deliveries last week, a move that he felt wasn't properly coordinated with the White House, according to 3 people familiar with the matter. The White House did not respond to questions about whether Trump was surprised by the Pentagon pause. Additionally, CNN is reporting that the U.S. Special Envoy to Ukraine, retired General Keith Kellogg, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's also Donald Trump's national security advisor, were also not told about the pause beforehand and learned about it from press reports, according to a senior administration official and 2 of their sources. We're back with Charlie and Paul. Charlie, Ann Applebaum said something interesting yesterday, that all the policy is pro-Russia, that all the policy reflexes and all the policy outfits are pro-Russia. Do you think it's that muscle memory, or do you think it's really a rogue Pete Hegseth? What do you think? Explain.
Well, probably both. I just finished doing a podcast with Ann Applebaum, and she, goes through all of the ways in which we are essentially changing sides in this war. So this is, runs deep in MAGA. And of course, anybody who in this administration is trying to figure out what is the, directional error arrow, would see the fact that abandoning Ukraine is very much a priority. Look, there's a lot of reporting behind this story, but I would also, I guess maybe I'll be the in-house skeptic once again, because something like this is of course deeply embarrassing to the administration, or ought to be deeply embarrassing to the administration. And I know that Pete Hegseth is capable of doing something reckless and rogue, but I guess I would also just put an asterisk of, look, why is the Trump White House so anxious to distance Donald Trump from this? Do we think that Pam Bondi decided not to release the Epstein files on her own without running that by Donald Trump? Do we really think that Pete Hegseth makes a major decision like this without Trump at least knowing something about it? Again, the reporting is pretty solid on this. But in this administration, you'll notice that Donald Trump has a problem using members of his cabinet as a heat shield and then throwing them under the bus when he wants to change direction.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what happened. Is that basically, did that sum it up for everybody about what happened?
Yes. So, Trump, we all know Trump will throw anybody in front of the bus. You know that. We all have seen this countless times. How many people in his administration have been convicted and gone to jail? It's a long ass list. And this dude, Hescliff, whatever, he fell on the sword. He had to take that for Trump. Unless Trump is telling us that he doesn't know what his subordinates are doing. Unless he's telling us that people just do what the fuck they want to do. Like, which is it? Are you a commander-in-chief? Or are you just letting people do what the fuck they want? And if not, if that wasn't at your direction, the only action you can do is fire him. I mean, like, it's scandal after scandal after scandal with an individual that's supposed to have supreme confidence in that role. All he does is display clown-ass behavior and immature decision-making. He's a fucking buffoon, and he's in a place of power of which he should not be. Fire him. Fire him, fire him.
Like the sneakers in the PTR, but not the color.
They look better in person, they do. I can see why.
Anybody want to comment on that? Okay. All right, so let's move on to the next news story. Anybody got any breaking news? Because I'm about to shut this down if I don't get, like, I got shit to do. I mean, anybody got any breaking news?
Fetterman is on the record. He's saying that he said some Danny is not a real Democrat. He basically threw him under the bus today, and he also said that they shouldn't be attacking ICE. ICE plays a very valuable role, and nobody should be attacking ICE. I don't know. He just needs to change parties.
Wait, who needs to change parties? Mandami?
No, Fetterman.
Oh, I told you guys a long time ago they need to get rid of Fetterman. Really, something is going on in his head. I don't know. It could be, it could be remnants of what happened when he had his mini stroke or whatever. But yeah, something has to happen with him.
Yeah, he says he doesn't agree with virtually any of Zoran Mandami's ideas. He's not even a Democrat, honestly. He went on the record on Fox, I think, on Fox News. He was talking to some reporter, and that's what he was quoted as. And then he says, ICE performs an important job for our country. Any calls to abolish ICE are 100% inappropriate and outrageous. He tweeted that. Now, you guys, he may have forgotten, and I'm going to give him grace because he had a neuro injury. His wife was an undocumented immigrant for 15 years. Say that again? His wife, Giselle Moreno, Fetterman's wife, before she got a paper, she was undocumented for 15 years.
It's the darkness. It was comfort as a lamp
That was crazy.
Did you get penalized?
I don't know. I have to go back and look at it.
Wait,
I know she has papers wrong.
what did you say he did, Levon?
Oh, he went on the record and he said ICE performs an important job for our country. Any calls to abolish ICE are 100% inappropriate and outrageous. He tweeted that. And then, that's on his Twitter feed. And then, in an interview, he said he doesn't agree with virtually any of Zoran Mandami's ideas. He's not even a Democrat, honestly. Yeah, he just needs to. His red pill is almost complete.
It's time for him to go, for real. I don't know. I'm not in his district, and there's obviously something going on with him, because every time he said something else, like really, really inappropriate, a couple, I would have to go pull up all of Fetterman's bullshit and read to you, but he's really been off the rails.
Why are we talking about Fetterman? Can we talk about Donald Trump's dementia? Can we talk about that?
Yeah, we can talk about Donald Trump.
Or must we just critique the Democrats? Let's get on. Can we talk about Donald Trump's dementia? How the Republicans are turning, how the Republicans are turning the country upside down. How George Hawley, I ain't heard it.
Please give me some classic signs that showcase dementia by Donald Trump. Some classic signs.
The fact that somebody asked him a question about the immigrants in school, and he started talking about he live in Palm Beach. What about that?
Is that dementia?
Or the fact that
changing the topic?
No, he didn't understand the question. Did not understand the question. And the fact that there are people in his government that are making major decisions about which he seems to be unaware. Can we talk about that? See how this is? See how we say Donald Trump got dementia, and what his people do? They make all kinds of excuses for why he don't have dementia. When they said Joe Biden had dementia, everybody was saying, oh yeah, he need to get out of there. You gotta stand by your people, that's all I'm saying.
I mean, I stand by
that man standing up there trying to make it. That man is out of his mind. They had another news conference. I cannot remember what they asked him, but he started rambling and went on to talk about how the planes got out of there. They skedaddled. He said, in the press room, he said, yeah, did you see how they skedaddled? And the reporter, another reporter, tried to follow up and basically saying, like, what are you talking about? What plane? And the reporter from the conservative outlet said skedaddling, covering for the fact that he was talking pure nonsense. Like he's babbling.
How is that different?
That's how
is that different?
I'm not saying anything comparative. I'm talking about what he's doing right now. He was babbling then too. He had signs of dementia then too.
Okay, fair.
Incoherence, inability.
Oh, Dr. AG, he was talking about the gold leaf pattern. You remember?
Oh yeah, yes.
Dr. AG, you're saying
very reminiscent. It's very reminiscent of when Ronald Reagan was president, and Ronald Reagan had the tendency. Can you go on mute? Ronald Reagan had the tendency to tell these stories about himself, and then it would turn out that the stories were actually parts that he had played in movies. Like he was confusing reality with characters he had played in movies. It's the same thing. This person is demonstratively senile and developing or living with dementia right in front of us every day.
I want to point something out. Demonstrative senile. I love that.
Demonstrative
I want to point something out, okay? Over the history of America, we have had plenty of presidents that had some type of problems that probably should have been dismissive.
I don't want to talk about them. I want to talk about
No. let me land. America is used to covering it up until the presidency is over. We don't know how to remove him. We've never done it. That's the.
I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the fact that this president is getting on the TV. The current president that we have is getting on the TV and babbling, talking incoherently in public press conferences and in diplomatic meetings. That's what I agree. Talk about. What are we going to do about that?
Yeah, like, damn, I hear what you're saying. To Dr. AJ's point, we're going Buddha on this one. We're saying the president, right? And for a president to get up there and say skedaddle, I don't think that's presidential vernacular. It's very concerning.
He has dropped the F-bomb. He has dropped the S-bomb. He's grabbing this and that. I mean, I don't know. We gonna get a whole lot more for that.
It's a disgrace. So
I mean, would Dr. AJ would saying that I'm gonna put a 50% tariff because he wants his friend out of some kind of prosecution in another country, would that be considered partially deranged or demented?
It's definitely megalomaniac, like, yeah, and it would be a sign, because, you know, as, you know, a lot of people, as they are in the stages of dementia, even when they treat the dementia patients, sometimes they give them antipsychotics because some of their behaviors are in line with, like, some psychological disorders. So his behavior could be, yeah, it could, all of that craziness that we think like he's crazy, it could be just how his dementia is indicating. So yeah, I would say.
All right, so what else should we be looking for when he starts to fall into deeper stages or further along? What else are we going to be looking for? Like what else is?
I don't know, because he's already talking like he's got a mouthful of drool. I guess we just need the drool to come out, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, so this is the, I got so much background noise I can't. This is the actual clip of when he starts rambling. I'm trying to find this stuff as we go along here. But this is the clip of him talking. They asked him a simple question, and wow, can I find this one better? Yeah, this will be fine. I'm not.
I don't go to a gay person and I say, "What the fuck are you doing?" Or let's say, example.
Dude, why don't you throw them off buildings? That's like the coolest thing. That's like the one thing I think like Muslims are super cool for is they throw them off 10-story buildings. Like, okay, you faggot. But guess what? You want to